Talking about God's tough.
Listen, if a person can learn Torah without growth, without listening to learn, you can. This is what helps learning. I'm not saying this is the way to do it. You can learn without pushing, you can learn without pushing. You can learn without.
Oh my God, are those clothes in your hand? You're gonna give me the best fucking hand job ever.
New journey and accountability and a big thank you. Listen up, please. I think my first acceptance is everything belly. Every day my learning back on track. 40 days of counting that I've consistently learned each day. This base to thank you. So I met a few people like this recently. And I say, if you already did 40 down and something very consistently every day, why don't you jump on board and do that for everyone? It's different, it's interesting, but the mind of doing that for me is everybody, put it to everybody. And find something tired of you, and if you do it for yourself, you think of the day, nothing's going to happen, but everybody's doing it, and if you miss this day, you know that you're falling behind progress growth, so that gives you a push. Plus, they go different places, you go to different shows, you go to different cities, they're all learning the same thing, so that's a huge mile of learning by yourself, but I gotta remind everyone. Ayoi, Shiba Asher Yoi, Sheim, Shnei Shavuot, Shishot, Yomim, V'Omer, V'Omer. Okay, since Omer, of course I come reading this is more slowly and Mom, Lloyd, I feel committed. That's the thing I told you. Yeah, I know. So the guy he gets out of in the morning and he's not happy about what he said. Not a couple of tomorrow. People get up the middle and coffee before that was over. So I don't care because as long as you have money off of this, you can make as many cars as you want. Just so this interview I shot, this sex stuff at the Iranian Legion family, parents, the House family, memory of our grandparents, Shop, Tzaddik Zion Anonymous, in memory of your Tzvi Herod, and Tuvia, Iran, the Moishane, and Ishama, and Aliyot. Today is time making I think the receptor is part of the daily sound dedicated memory of Bobby Murray, small foreigner, kind of people in front of the office. Substantive, Jordan Gas, News, and Fox Technology, Anonymous, and Ruth with the Gash, Hospital Foundation, Business Match, Going to School, Politics, and Look to you.
Right, that was my next show. It's not the okay, that's weird. So that God sacrificed his only son, and then you're like, wait, you said I was his kid too. And then the other way, I don't get that part of. That's not true. Yeah, it's really weird.
All these sponsors are starting to put them all the Murray Bar, the Muriel sponsors. Anonymous, Elliot, Marcus Knazin, and Ryan Dwight Cruz, and not so for a second. I checked the spots and other on my son should become a faucet. Gorgeous, great, kind of urban Lakers. Muscle. Do we have that already? The new one? That is good. Thanks. Everybody, starting from today, we already had a few days, a few weeks. So that's that stuff. Feeling almost like a gotcha stuff. Today we have phenomenal hands-on display. It's going to be the first time that I'm showing this in the English here. The staff has up that really went for the crazy enough stuff that we made. We have pieces here and the book which has not changed here live in its chaos. Like she said, I will not be showing anytime soon because it's larger than the table. The seal, I don't know, pretty large. But so here we go. We're holding snack in the middle of the soup. It's not flying over down.
I love you, buddy. Like, that is a fucked up. Anybody knew the other son that, like, he didn't like? His other son, John Gamora. You know what I mean? Like, but it is
no need to know.
It's only faulty in the logic of giving a 4-year-old a book. And I think that's where you
before
put
and
your
say it over.
all
Just
to the right
Alejandro,
avenue,
why
I
not?
believe, with the concept of what the story is. Like, you know, you're going to help from now that you've told it. So,
What
it's a bad story. I think that's the moral of the story. It's a bad story for a 4-year-old.
So we have to be careful with the sukkah.
But it all goes back to the fact that you are doing one of the craziest things in
What
comedy history by
show
writing
this?
every single week in front of everybody's eyes. There she goes again. And Nancy Johnson, everybody.
Red,
What are you guys setting up there one more time, huh? Go to the bucket, get a range ranger up there.
One more time.
Is it me or does Jeremiah strangely dressed like an out of work magician? Your hair looks like it's connected to that baseball cap.
Got it.
Yeah. You guys ready for one more comedian or what? Anything can happen. Burns, blood pressure is out of control. Are you guys ready for one more comedian?
Let's do it.
Casey Stoddard.
You keep it around from both sides. Awesome.
So, I had to break up with my last
So
girlfriend.
now I can look this up.
So I found out
She's unbelievable.
that she was going and I was like, are you insane? Do you want your sister to get pregnant?
And now I'm looking at it. How did you make the hole so perfect?
My sister just came out of the closet. She's a lesbian.
She was
I'm proud of her.
one of the
But I feel like I should have known. Like, I remember whenever we were trying to play rock, paper, scissors, she was always too busy eating pussy.
This is going on here. There's a half pipe, and they have
my girlfriend plugged the toilet.
it's up
It's
to
all my fault, though.
Anyway,
Should have cut her into smaller pieces.
so we're going to talk about this. How many pipes
If you
are on
had
the
what's her
side
hands, you wouldn't be able to do air quotes.
While we're at 14, the top,
See
you see
Stoddard
those two
coming
pipes.
in.
Nice.
You did it. Came in at the end of the show. You sort of look like a combination of everybody that we've seen.
You might tell us that the super candy comes from it.
You came in and you did what they all refuse to do.
Again,
You
people have to make
wrote
some.
setups and punchlines and you executed them right down the barrel. You see,
It's Renata. It's meant to
what's your story, man? Where are you from? How long you been on stand-up?
From Michigan. Just moved out here about a month ago.
How long you been on stand-up?
Since I was 19, but I
so
really
let's just
started
stay right over
regular
here.
until I was like 22.
It's not
About
meant
4
to be
years.
moved. It's not a couple turbo.
So you know,
So right tells us
I haven't found it yet.
no.
Not
When
really.
Lysol comes to
We're
Alina
in
Rep,
Michigan, Traverse City.
Diana will take it out and
Near
raise
Lansing,
it
I
up.
went to college in Grand Rapids. That's where I started. LA, Traverse City. Yeah, they all kind of Grand Rapids.
you went to Traverse City.
By the way, it's much larger than this, yeah? This is
That's so much fun. That's where I made friends with Sinbad.
I wonder if I went to the Grand Rapids club.
just
Did they have a Grand
a
Rapids
model.
club too? Yeah,
It's
that's
about
Grand Rapids. Sorry, that's the only place I know.
I did Traverse
Well,
City
it's
comedy
2
clubs with
hours
Sinbad.
long. So about
Jay's son.
4 to 5 feet long. This is much longer.
I remember we're all sitting there in the beginning, like dinner time, Jay's son did
I'm a white,
cut to like
white.
skeptical comedians sitting
So-
at the dinner table, like, yeah, right, Michael Moore, whatever. 2 hours later, we're just all leaning in the
Pause. They looked it up. They showed everybody.
like you, motherfucker. It's like
It's
one
not
thing with Michael Moore to be like, it's like, you know, we all know something like this.
Whereas,
Anyway, great. This is great.
wait a minute. It's place and gold.
Some killing,
And gold, it's metal. The metal is Cabo. So what are you telling me?
They all set up once like that. No, I'm starting to do longer
Look, you
stuff.
don't even be over there. You don't hold it. Just look at that.
Does it depart from the character of who cuts up his girlfriend or her sister? Yeah,
Cabo
it's
because it's gold.
well, yeah, it's
That's
a
what
like
we're
stuff.
holding right now.
Well,
top off, sabe exactly what I was for like. But he didn't have to keep it as she did, but it's not you. Tell me that beautiful video of how to make the short part. Yeah, like chicken. Like, making it very important. Very expensive wood, so the wood will come up.
Office or something. Yeah. I think Jeremiah almost puked again after that.
Usually, what's common is Conway play it's like it. How about the Guyana? Get like this wood that comes from overseas. China.
If you want to sit in the back for a little bit, you go ahead. You don't know.
I was thinking this month.
Jeremiah treats like this rinky-dinky podcast like it's fucking Iraq or something.
Like Kennedy's bedroom.
I can't leave my friends behind.
Because she's in the doctor. Maybe
Just keep going. I'm going to be right here. I got you covered.
tell me, it's such a fucking war. Even the goal, the place doesn't.
It's also the best medicine, so get well soon.
It's not possible. And the middle,
KC, you absolutely killed it tonight. That was really great stuff.
so here, that would be okay. That would be okay.
Yeah, sadly, I don't have any fucking notes.
Well, this is coming back. They're fucking good. It's expensive wood.
How funny. Oh, you're not on Twitter.
Like that. The shoot thing is also true. The goal is like when I'm coming anyway.
What are you talking about? Some personal stuff? What's that? Other stories about my life that no one knows about? Yeah.
I used to
On
call
Twitter, yeah, I wrote it on there. You mentioned me on there. I'll get it to you later.
cheers when it's
I can't even say it right now. Oh, it's just, well, I wrote, okay. It's Jesus Christ.
Oh, you're done?
It's JC Soder, but CASEY_SCODDARD, because I wrote my name as Casey.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to think about use your Twitter name.
It's metal. Don't do it.
Not the thing. Casey, that is awesome. Good luck finding a job in an office or something. And,
Very funny, man.
nice to meet you. There you go.
The player calls
Casey
it
Stoddard.
wood.
Casey Anderson
It might
Stoddard.
look like metal, but it's wood.
Guys, guess who drew tonight's episode? It's Ryan J. Ebel. Look at that. Wow, that's crazy. That's some kind of monster. We all are. That's great. That looks like this is the picture. Looks just like it.
Oh, yeah. The word was bad. It's
We did it again, everybody. Live audience, thank you so much for coming to this episode of Kill Time. Jeremiah Watkins is on Twitter, so is Pat Reagan. What do you guys want to promote?
Jeremiah's saying about all social media, if there's any Denzel fans and Billings, Montana, I'll be in headlining there next week. It's my first official headlining set.
That you know, I was so fun.
Hey, what's your Andre
So
show?
he is
Hilarious.
Pat Reagan, writer of the Eric Andre Show.
The next choice was has
A lot of
angle.
people saying it should be nominated for an Emmy for writing this year. A
Well,
lot of
also,
people say the best writing. Emmy award quality. I know that as a member of the Writers Guild, I'm
all men
putting
of
in my
wood.
vote for you guys. Joel Jimenez is
So he
mostly
doesn't like that.
sorry on Twitter. We love
You
all
see
the
now,
drums, the ones and twos. And guys, what's happening? Promote it. Roast Battle, ComedyCentral.com.
Okay.
We're on iTunes.
Twitter calls it wood.
iTunes, what else?
Wood is a goal. So here's sports now. Fucking screen music. The goal. And it becomes the wood. And now you have to understand how it becomes the wood. Okay, you have to explain that the reason that's why.
Show, but no, that's definitely going to be a weird soon. Roast Battle. They'll watch every episode of it. Leave comments.
What was they have?
Right to the machine, ladies and gentlemen. You made it through without passing out.
You got that right.
Pretty epic.
Phoenix, I'm in
This is
Santa
my
Barbara
mother's
this weekend in
website.
Phoenix
Down
with
to
this
the
girl.
I don't pass it on. It's like
Right now, I'm in Phoenix at
the
Stand Up
only
Live.
time in
We
the
catch
year
me
that I
live all
used to
days, and
not anymore.
that's it. Check out my podcast,
And the
Workcast.com.
reason is
Bobby
because
Kelly
what
this
I
week.
said, I'm not very sure I can't sing. So I need voice lessons. I can't. Really? No, just during the day, I just can't recover. I'm always going to sing about horses. And I have to sing whatever. Okay. Next. So, actually, what I'm going to Why did you take the handicap? It also says, they don't like that too. Now, time ago, what kind of halacha do we learn from you? Yeah, table and a shulchan. Table and a mizbeach. The what? Don't sit on it. Is that a real halacha? I don't know what that halacha is. Would you see that halacha? Your mother told you. Very good. Oh. So by you is more stark than that halacha. Salt is a nice on halacha. Salt. Also another halacha. You're not supposed to put a knife, a metal knife on the table while you're benching during the week. Not sitting on a table, not standing on a table. I think I see standing on a table and at the church. Wow, you stand on a table. Good time. Yeah, it's going up and down the table. So I don't know exactly what. I don't know where that comes from. It could be the thing. But that.
So it looks like a crime.
All right, so we learned from this bear. We're supposed to see the repair at the table. Okay. So why does the prayer start with the Navi? Why does it start with the repair? We go to Shulchan. Now we're going to go say, when we have to be Samigdash, that's why we used to be Samigdash so much. That's one of the main reasons. We wanted Samigdash because we get a kapara. You sin. You need a
the first ever 3 years and 170 episodes.
You don't know, accepted, not accepted, for all. We have a favorite. You just go to the Samigdash.
170 episodes.
Big after the Chakra Logo, the After Shabi Samigdash Kayon.
Our first t-shirt right here.
So funny to know the Chakra Logo. So how, what do you do today? Today is your table that gives you the heart. How? This is Rashi, by Kuna Process Arkin. Mom, so it's not. It's not about himself. This is coming up. Process Arkin, that's how it's happening. So my child is saying to retire that table. Okay. That's how you get a cup of
Boston's Footwear Theater is really the most important thing. That's October 8th.
Rabbi said, I think it's a good time to mention the dialogue.
This Thursday also. This Thursday.
In 2 weeks.
Stand-up comedy. Remember that, guys?
We're starting the second school. It's unbelievable. Some schools, I guarantee you, you're going to love this effort. It has everything in it from Mahos Asurs, Petrific, with our body, the innards of the animal, how it works, how everything works, the esophagus, the different stomachs, they just them, you can get a live demonstration. It's going to be it's going to be unbelievable. You're going to open it up, you're going to see things that you never saw in your life, you know, parts of the stomach, they look like
some 50-year-old guy, and I feel a little
honeycomb, it looks like this. Crazy. It's not from this place. Yeah, I tell you. Think about it, we all
let's get right into it. One of my favorite things that Monday is like to bring out the Kiltony band, right? They always surprise me.
You help out. You help out for this is the best way to help out your friends. You must call home for text message. Get your friends join. What are you doing? Any person in public doing it. I'm telling you.
Please, I want to see how long they're going to.
No greater test in the world. None.
Oh my God.
What?
So, For those of you listening to the audio part of this podcast and not seeing the
If you have a
visuals,
five,
you can probably tell by the Olympic music that there is indeed a theme. They are all wearing Speedos, the three of them. Except for Joel, actually. They're both wearing their underwear tucked up. Tucked up means it's definitely stuff shoved into the front. All of them have gold medals around their neck and shower hair. It's not really your actual sweat cap. Some of it looks like they would off immediately after diving into the pool.
pushing money, you can't even manage. This guy's life is changed. For once, you didn't even do anything. You just fucking while you're in bed. And three guys joined. This guy had to pay people. He was driving through life. He paid $500,000. Guy to join the car. I was playing over there.
Gun bounces up and down. I always forget how unbelievably unhealthy Jeremiah is.
Money well
His fellow son is laughing at his belly button. If anybody wins an Olympic gold, it's your belly button doing a 7-foot leap right now as you laugh. I mean, look at that. What is that?
Go on. It's still on. It's still going.
It's like something bolted into your belly button. That is the gullet. Is that what they
I'm trying to get a lot of the
Millennium Falcon into Empire Strikes Back?
how the feet work. They have three things, four, the different birds.
Hi, Jeremiah. How are you?
What? It's one way to do it. Maybe pictures here galore. It's going to be the magic AI. Pretty unbelievable.
A show just
Looking
in the Speedo before. And
Tomorrow.
I'd imagine that, it's real sort of, it sort of seems like you're wearing
I both Stephen Shazam. How you feel?
saxophone in front of you, but I mean, if anybody's just joining the video podcast right now,
There,
they went
check out
forward.
this video. Check it out on our new stream.
Just go to the Bailey video. They're just seeing really you. I mean, this is the first time I've been in a shoot straightly hairy thighs, by the way. I mean, what are you, Jeremiah? Do you shave your chest?
Those are the sneak from those four walls. Put up there, according to one chicken is that wide. 4 walls, 2 for each row.
You like that? Okay. A couple of leg athletes. I don't know. What is the last real life?
You're not immediately. Omar Raskapino, Omar Kroba, Sisa Kapoisov, Sososov, Umanakioisov, all these interesting words. What does it mean? Kairoisov, Elut Fusov. These are the mold, thank you, the mold that we make the bread with. Kapoisov, Elut Fusov. Those are the spoons. I can even show you. You have it here anyway, it's not there. No, next time. Okay, the Zikon are the 2 spoons full of Ravina that are on the shulchan. Those are even sleeping. I see over here in the parcel, this should be sleeping. We walk on the side here, these guys right over here. These guys sleeping.
You're welcome, everybody.
How do you know it's sleeping? Because it says so. Woman actually, yes, so they do that. They will punch. These are the rods. Which one is the pull out?
One and half of your guests right now. The other one.
Oh, this one.
Your first comedian is going to sit here and
Oh, so they're coming out completely, but these rods.
so many other great Stephen Kramer book.
Literally, there's no plastic back there. And the gold leaf. You see it? Maybe on that screen. The newest screen. No, not here.
What's going on over there? What are you Is that how you usually see that?
I usually see Jeremiah in mostly the news. So
Okay.
these other guys is new.
This guy's unbelievable. I don't know if it looks for it. It's a mixed tailored for MDY. He made this with his ass once, if I understand. Just because, okay.
Oh, yeah. He's got a new intro.
Let's next shot.
Yeah, he's got some new credits, Tony. Look up.
Yeah.
Look it up. I'm staring at it.
عشان يوسف شمسحسن
How about apples? What's that? A bigger ovation. A bigger derivations of the big
rod.
time rush credit they listened to before?
Well, it's not.
It's
I
just
put a
your
thread in
lawyer,
it.
like the confidence of like the bigger
Like,
chiefs right
like,
now or
people
something
use this
like
as
that.
top. They
I
use this.
hate Michael Phelps.
You're fun of
They're pretty much anything can happen at any time.
yeah,
Second
the
guess.
kind of hit out.
It's on the way here. The funniest
It's better than just like the kind of they cut it in. I realized that
That's why I said, look it up, Tony.
it's inspiring while it's down pretty short. And we had this hearing from him, he came to one of our funerals, like he was talking and he spoke. It's unbelievable. A young guy, I went to his conference when he was alive, and people up around, you never know when you go. Before he thought he was going to live like 80, 90, 100, one day. You don't know when you go. It's very funny. So it doesn't say if you're supposed to do anything about politics, it doesn't feel like, and we understand the product. As usual, when I'm like, what should drop but see that kind of ready to look at the shop. You cannot remove those rods that hold up the bread on Shabbos. You can remove them and get them on. We saw the guys with their rice, so I might have the Shabbos. He's telling me not to go. Means these rods have 74 the fire. And when you replace the bread on Shabbos. So do it on Shabbos, put it on Shabbos. Why can't you do it? Because it looks like
I wasn't allowed to watch that brand because
being the Steve looks like it because of the Rabbi. Although I made a little mistake.
real fact,
Real Christian boy from Kansas City. That is amazing.
It's not follow every Cuba was just one yesterday repeats as a rule. Allah say something Shabbos and do the Shabbos. Performance I heard like for Smila, anything we might to do before Shabbos, you must do before Shabbos, but I now answer the double Shabbos allowed. Time of night. So now we're on the go to the time of the drop. He explains the reason behind the rod, which is interesting. Why does the pirate say to put rods? Who needs rods? The little odds left. You don't want the bread to get.
I don't know what just happened there, but it made me
The guy sure lived in the house. Don't worry about it. You're going to do it a bunch of Shabbos. We're going to do a few hours with the bread on Shabbos. It's not going to be the end of the world. You remove them before Shabbos, put them on after Shabbos. Decide. Okay, it's different from Shabbos. The Shabbat of an even larger shlucha. Just like in this picture right over here, you see on the bottom, the rods are under the table, lengthwise of the table, not widthwise. Umotzei Shabbos nichnas magbia roisha shel challah machnes korekachel. Basically, you take the challah and you lift it up as so. No, Gary, I don't see it.
There's a little mouse there at the end for some reason.
Lift up the collar. Not like this. Like this. Insert a rod. The rod doesn't come out. Insert a rod. Put it down. So like this. And keep. Like this, you have the rod in. Must be solid. Oh, explain why you give it to us. Okay, very good. But you're not like pushing it in through the collar. You're lifting it up nicely, right? That's it. Put the two rods down.
Waitress, I always do 20% now, and I don't mind.
Right down, lift it up the other side, come in, put the third rod in. Give the invitation,
I saw a really great cover band last week. I didn't say what you will, but cover band
he does it again, repeat. We're not going to
I've come to accept that I'm just disgusted.
Kala requires 3 rods. So, here we go. This answers all questions. Ain't no people. That's why Weisberger was the diet very stark when he made this, went through all the halachas, and Weisberger was the Weisberger.
I've never seen Disney on Ice, but
not 3. Why? Because that's it. It's the final bread. There's nothing else on top of it. It doesn't have to hold up 2 bread. It's fine. 2 is enough for bread. The other ones are carrying a lot of weight for more than bread. We said that these breads are at least 10 pounds of flour. So this bread is 50 pounds.
It's true, your Twitter handle, which is the only other thing
How many kilos?
is 30 comment.
1 kilo? No. It's only 5 kilos of flour.
I did today. I actually did shower.
I don't know. I'm not a baker, but I'm assuming there's a lot of water that gets stuck in there, and
Because I've been wearing the shirt. Yeah.
7.
It's not that I like it. I don't know. It's just.
No, it only the last one. So if you have yourself that to carry 5 boxes, you need to have heavy rods. The top shelf is only carrying 1 bread, so it's less rods. No, we learned that the rods are full of bread. They're actually touching each other. It does carry, the bottom one carries all of it.
I always try to make sure that I don't smell it.
Yeah, it's not 100% accurate, but no, what do you want to do that? Spend 3 months and you want to spend 8 months on one little table? Come on. Listen, we have more questions on 8 videos than you guys are.
Yeah.
This is soccer to 98. This is not that good. It was going to come to me, well, I want to do like that, and I feel
I
good.
like that show. Take that stuff.
The what? The bottom of the body, nothing really.
I feel like we might actually be honest. That's sort of true.
It should be 4?
They're religious.
I guess, look, 3 is enough to hold it. They did a weight test and
That's a little bit like
3 is
that.
enough. It's not.
No, they're not like loaded.
We said this already. Where are we? Oh. Right over here. The bottom one gets inserted like this, not on any rod at all. Why? The fish will not have the horrors of shulchan. The bottom is cold, and it gives it enough. It doesn't get moldy. Doesn't need the rest. Not also. All right, boys. This is going to be a shema. I need everybody to pay attention and listen to me because we need to be mathematicians here. Focus math. There are 3 ways to count Nama. 5 bucket, 6 bucket. 5 is the least, 6 is the middle, and then you have 6 and a finger, right? Let's see. Half a finger. So basically, this is the middle one. So that's 6 bucket. Anything in the Amigos that has to do with building the Mizbeah, that has to do with building the Shulchan, the Menorah, it's all 6 bucket. But the Mizbeah has a what? Check this out.
Sometimes people, they don't try to be good. And I always try to be good.
Look at this over here. Look at it on the screen.
Regardless of
It's much better on the screen.
how I feel.
Not that screen.
Just try to be a good person.
Okay, check this out. You gotta get over it. So, This is exactly goes. Obviously, it's not the scale. You know how to do the scale. But it's not that much smaller. It's probably half the size. This 50% laser. Oh, see, actually, it looks actually like a profile. It's supposed to be 1 hour by 1 hour. Okay. See, has little carrot on top. This is what every day they do. It's carrot from the stimulation. Also, the potential of the laser. What do you have to go? The carrot. Now we're gonna flip over to this one there. We use that two cards. Also known as the oil. Is that gonna hurt you? This pad is really more than that. You also need to scale, a big scale. You should see the one that we need for the color phone. And I think you should be able to scale. I don't know what you do it exactly. If anybody has an extra room in the living room, let me know. This has a carrot. This carrot is 1 arm by 1 arm. But the 5 coconuts. So in other words, this is 5 coconuts. By 5 coconuts. Not just this. But I tried that by his choice. You have a good video for that. Even though I'm holding it in my hand, I might just show you this beautiful video. Again, from our artist that starts only becoming this stuff full time. That's the thing is these stuff. The flavor, if you see a little hand on the right side, will come to the flavor. Like what I'm holding in my hand is usually for that. It's like a sidewalk, it's a walkway, where it will tell you to walk on the blue thing already. Now again, that's what it does. I like that for this little video too, of how to do the blood of the ice is up there, and also the contact, the little contact is up here. And we must stand in the blue walkway called the flavor. Okay.
Traveling in my life,
now, there are 2 parts of a chair. There's the ride, and there's the run. Two other deals in other words. There's the ride and the run. So when the ride is the 5 talking, what do you want to refer to? The height or the width? The height is here, the ride or the run? What? You say run, you say run. Why say run? Maybe both. Okay, so let's see. By the way, we're talking about experiments. It's a fascinating thing that I'm trying to read the evaluation. It says that when Aaron Cohen went up to the church this time and he saw the carrots, for him it looked like the horns of the bull. I guess because the mice egg is very skinny, so they're not coming down. Anyway, review the story. Review the argument. I'm not giving you a cheap price. No. Anything that you build that can stay out is a 6th fucking Bishop Taylor. But anytime you actually do the plea, like in the night.
But I just pulled this random piece of paper out.
The short on the plea, that's Hamisha. It's consistent. Already can understand me to episode.
So with that said,
remember, it was even a big as a
or they thought it would help.
I was wrong. I mean, talking about it. Was he all in the armor? Like 5 properties. There's nothing wrong. His armor is. In other words, another six. I'm a fuck. The third that was big. The big part. The big part. The big part. One of those things that are $5 per hour. I'm a regular. It's full of also serious for effort. You really got to invest money to explain every word here. So far, I'm a little certain. Okay? So, going back to this picture, that rich little guy in the left corner, he studies the picture in back. This is that right over here, the red guy goes, oh, there's a person go around, but I'm dead, but there's a face. Okay? Now look at the picture over here. Walkway. Another line right over here. Right about so the line is a walkway. And this is back to the blue walkway. So here, red. I'm a straight. We are struggling very fast. Really struggling. So it's here. From here to here. A half hour. So I get 4 hour, a half hour. Why? Yes, man, it's not yours. The rest is not stuff. Let me show you this. Huh. Wow. I know it's in there. Oh, yeah, there it is. If you start from the center, so it's a half hour in every direction. Listen, I think the festival is designed to throw us off, not for regular people. Those who know that. Oh, those who are supposed to understand. Instead of saying hour, it's a half hour if you start from the center. Okay? Their job, I'm his bell. Oh, you have 10 minutes to understand. It's not a big deal. It's very easy. Their job, I'm his bell. What does it mean? When the fuck says job, I'm his bell? Then you got my dog. Because all these things we just mentioned, they're all 5 bucks. The inside, this side, the front is the horns and the bear has up this golden guy. You started to find him in this video. This guy, it's 5 bucks. Oh, you're with me. So what you say this is bad.
So like my dad's friend was
This guy is 5. That's it. Zero. Yes. Well, I was thinking about Shusha, but you say about the Mary, you say about everything else, you talking about the Shusha. You just call it possess, not possess, but possess, like this. Is there any Solano thing there? What is this? This is 1 hour of 6 of a 5. All the children in this amigo are 5. So the point is, that getting back a lot of 5, but everything else is 6. Or the reason though, I generally will stay with the children for 5. Everything else is 3. So you want to put the wall with the first other, that's going to be like this and like that. Then you use the 6. But everything else, with the table, the small things that move, the movable objects, they're all 5. I'm a 5. So that when you put that table behind it, that's what you should be doing about. All right, boys, we got some some cool stuff together, but everybody has to participate. Now it's like a nigga. How much is 5 times 6 or 6 times 5?
That's not a joke.
How much is 6 times 4?
I did that too.
You did that
Times
too.
Well, my boss asked me to get him lunch, and it took me like 2 hours. I was really hungry, so I just ate.
That's it.
Really terrible.
So it's going to happen over here. Business bath from top to bottom. From the point, the height, this point is bath. How does it go? To the bottom,
I
it's
slept
10
with my boss. I slept with my
So
boss.
now the market is saying, no, we divide this bath into 2 parts. There's a 6 arm part and
Is that true?
how much left?
Really? Tell us more.
Right, only 3 people answered it.
Oh, come on. Do you want to babysit my dog?
Oh,
Oh,
all down this 10. We're not doing any hard math or a right side. No division and all nothing. Just 6 plus. 4 plus 2.
my dog also has a
About 10
I feel so bad for
from the
children
walkway
right
to the
now.
bottom
Just
6.
to
So how much do we have
look
left?
up the Big Dipper on
4.
Jeremiah's,
Now we're going to do different types of math here, different types of armor. From the bottom
I wish it wasn't my
over here, we're going to do armors that are 5 coffins. So 6 armor times 5 coffins. How much? 30. But from the segment to the top, we're going to do an armor which is 6. And there's 4 armors over here. So 4 times 6 is 24. How many coffins do I have total? 54. Now, R.J. Simon, you now let answer the question. I'm going to ask you a question. This ratings got it. I couldn't believe the whole place answered in a second. I don't know why. 54 divided by 2 is how much? Wow. Not bad. That's a tough one. 54 divided by 27. This red line on both sides is halfway up his back. So in other words, it's 27 fucking from the bottom. And 27 fucking from the top.
Yeah, I like started.
Yeah? You with me? You're looking at me like you with the fun of it from that. Right. Very good. Very good. Don't jump yet. Don't. I'm getting there. I'm getting it back. I'm getting there. So again, from the top corners to the red line is how many fucking?
Was it sort of like that, Alexis?
Yes, exactly.
27. No. From the top corner to the red line is how much? Halfway. 54 divided by 2 is 27. You with me, still?
We found another one. Jeremiah does a better version of that.
Top to the red, 27. Top to the wall is how much?
Wow, you found a new one.
Top
So
to the
there's
walkway.
Alexis Grossman, and then there's Alexis Grossman.
Walkway, again, from the walkway to the top is 4 armors, and each armor is 6 toplets.
I'll give you a shot.
6 times 4 is how much? 24. From the top to the walkway is 24. From the top to the red line is how much?
First time that you hooked up
27. Does anybody know math here? If you take
very first.
27, you take off 24 from it, how many have remaining?
Like a burn.
No way. That's good. You guys are unbelievable. You're giving yourself so excited. 24 minutes, you're not answering this
Is
question.
that your full answer?
Yeah. So, I have
I don't want
a question for you. If I'm standing on this blue line, I'm a client, I'm standing on the walkway, and I have a lot of acomplis in my hand. It has to go above
Okay. All right.
the
Now,
red
here
line.
we go. Now I'm going to
How
ask
many
other
chocolates could I
Alexis.
bend over?
Other Alexis. Alexis Grossman. You
Put the
did your
bar.
birthday, by the way. Congratulations
3.
on that.
And if I did 6, if I bend over and I did 6, I'll be past the red line. That's a big
That
problem.
first time that
It
you
says
hooked
in
up
the
with the
Gemara
net,
that he's allowed to bend down 6
how did that
bucks.
actually, like,
So it's,
describe that for us?
I mean, something's wrong with our math. Because we did something,
Nailed it.
I mean, not so smart. You said that from here to here, we're
Looks
going
like we
to do
got the
armors
official
that are 5
answer on that one.
But here to here, 2 armors that are 6. That messes us up. That means that he's standing in the wrong place. Let's see inside. Very good. I'm telling you, this stuff. Here, you want to see all this.
Well, let's do a yes or no first before
That is, you don't even need it, but here, check this out. Very, very simple. The purple arrow, oh, you can't see that, you see? The purple arrow, the 6 armors, and each armor is only 5, and then we would say each armor is 6. There's 2 types of armors. There's a 6 and there's a 5. So the 6 times 5 is 30. See how it says 30? And then the top part, with the 8 arrows, 4 armors times 6.
How far away and how close? What's the closest the babies to you guys and the farthest away out of all this experience you have? Thank you for the applause.
Halfway.
How does this baby react?
The is 3 over there for a second.
You were just there. Yeah.
So let's see like this.
That's a whole different thing.
From the bottom to the walkway, we're going to use an armor of 5. And the rest, you have to stick in it. And the rest is going to be armor of 6. My thing about armor,
That's the question. How close is the baby?
armor
What's the truth? How close is the
what is
baby?
it?
What's the farthest the baby?
Armor. Right, my bottom left for me. Take armor to the side. Over the bottom. Bottom. Take my armor, right to the width, to the wall space. Right to the, it's a wide place to stand up. The wall space, but armor left for me. From the bottom, I'm going to read it in the puzzle. The bottom, because this time I'm going to use them. That's a total of 35. 6 times 5. The bottom, only 5 bucks. That's total of 5 bucks. And the 4 out of the top of them is there. She's a sheep. Those are a different type of ammo. 6 bucks. 4 times 6 equals 24. This day I'll come out of it. 24 plus 30 equals 54. How do you grab me? I couldn't believe it. Everybody knows this. You don't have to do the whole thing. 50 divided by 2 is 45. 4 divided by 2
was so bad, I almost want to fire you. Alexis number 2.
is 2. So 25 plus 2 equals 37. You got like,
Alexis, what else? Anything else?
spit it out like that. Unbelievable. Is there going to have a country? How do you get to have a super? Half of it is 26. So from the top part of the there until the walkway is on the testing our 24 already set.
Yeah.
Come a bunch of the poly.
Like essentially, I was born in Chicago.
Yeah, so from 24 to 27, how much is that? The halfway point you got?
Yeah, I moved here and I lived in Culver City.
That's the problem.
Here
It's
for the
not.
River Gate.
Let me show you the video real quickly. We're running out of time. Let those Israelis wait outside for an hour.
Worst thing
So this guy is making oil. Unbelievable stuff. He takes that bird, smears that blood on the corner, takes the head. If you were with us, you know what's going on there. Takes the head, puts it in a bunch of salt, puts it on the tail, and returns. Repeat.
I'll be in Denver.
Wow. I'm pretty sure she's not even promoting a date. I'm pretty sure she's just trying to fuck.
Okay, but Jackie, you're not going to forget this in your entire life. You know how to do it.
Obviously know what I'm up to.
No bad. Takes the rest of the bird, throws it onto the plane.
Tommy works the 15th, 18th, and then
Okay. Great. Now, it's now. Put your secret paper back today. The husband doesn't know.
I'll find it out. She's on Twitter.
The red line, Rabbi, take it up in the stats. Like this.
It's actually spelled UHH.
That differentiates and separates the blood that's supposed to go on the
But you sort of know that you're like.
bottom. All the abundance of blood in the bottom. Besides,
my friends always say,
two that go above the red line, which is the top is the oil. So, mix it up. If you do it below, what's the halacha? Also. Oh. I showed him the video. He goes up the ramp. He goes to the corner, the southern corner of Rothschild, south, east. America's Russia, the Malarpa, Umagdala, Maitzes, Doma, Kiramis, and he does everything you saw in the video of him. And as he bends up over below his feet, he's on the walkway. Even one hour, call it an hour 5, call it an hour 6. The problem is, he only has 3 tefachim to go below his feet, and you're telling me he's allowed to go below his feet, and it's a problem. So how are we going to fix the problem? And we'll take Lamo Knisa. So now since tomorrow, Torah is telling us that it's 5. It's not referring to the height. It's referring to the run, the step, the part that you step on. That part is 5 buckets. So what I'm telling you, I'll explain everything. Not that this you saw, the red part is 5 fucking tall. It's actually 6 fucking tall. So what's 5 fucking? The says it's 5. The puzzle because it says 5. No, the part that you can stand on. This part is 5. The soiver is an amma wide. No, it's not a full amma of 6 fucking. It's only 5 fucking wide. It's the knisa. The stuff that you stand on. And you may know what? Now everything works out good. Why? Check it out. Rabbi, so we do the math now. This is easier than before. If you have, be quiet, group. The mizbeach is how tall? 10 amas. Each amas is going to be 6. From top to bottom, 6. 6 times 10, Rabbi. Do you know this one? 60. Half of 60 is how much? 30. Where's the walkway at? What point from the top to the walkway is how many fucking? It's 4 amas times 6 fucking is how much? He's standing on 24. From the 24 point to the halfway point, which is 30, 24 to 30 is how many fucking? 6. That's why it says if he stands on the walkway, he could bend over up this 6 fucking. That works out great. But it doesn't. It says there's a 5 fucking, something's 5 fucking. We just made everything 6 fucking. Okay, so the height, everything is 6 fucking. That's gewaltig. Now we're going to have to make our mizbeach narrower. We're going to have to make it this way because the puzzle says some of it is at 5 fucking. We're measuring 5 fucking. Now, hello, take Lama Knisa. Amarayva Knisa. The Yisoid is only 5 fucking. The walkway is only 5 fucking wide. Imagine you're a kohen walking on a narrow walkway. Up until now, I thought you had 6 fucking. Now it turns out he only has 5 fucking to walk. He has to be super careful. Gvula Spasa Sabiv, in other words, the chronos, the corners on top, Nisa, there, the top is 5. She says exactly what we just did about Pep. The total height of the mizbeach is 10 times 6 fucking. Is sheet 60. I'll give back how much is half of 60? It lost is 30. We're running obviously from the top part, which is 4 amas because the walkway 4 times 6 is how much? Because that's what we got to have 24. Comma but so the positive is back, so from 24 to get to 30 is how much? Shisha. And that's what it says in the Solomon Raglo. If you do that, but underneath your feet, let's give about the with my to the Knisa. She told me about the run, you step on the step, that's only $5. Olá, motherfucker. Das Amos, so you saw. Let me show you a beautiful video here that I didn't know to show it. Oh, I didn't show this today.
We all know those Friday days, the moments just before Shabbat Kodesh. There's a whole list of things you need to remember to prepare. Prepare the Shabbat clock. Call mom and dad and wish them Shabbat Shalom.
Prepare the Shabbat candle.
Wash the Shabbat shoes.
Watch them. Really doesn't
Is to take out the Kanei HaZahab from the Shulchan Lacham Hapunim before Shabbat.
How many rods on the top one? You see that?
A short time without the rods is not critical. Therefore, there is no reason for it to override Shabbat.
Okay. Next. Okay. I wanted to show you something else. Oh, check this, Rabbi. Check this video out. Goodbye. This is how they cook in the bath. I showed it once before, but this helps the sugya a lot. But they slow. Can't be broken stones. So everybody say, the bottom one is 32 talking. 32. 32 ounces. Correct. 32 ounces. Then comes another stage, which you see over here. The wood, that brown stuff. So how much is that? That's 30. 30. Why? Because if you take off an amma from here, you take off an amma from here, so you just took off 2 ammas. So instead of it being 32 by 32, the inside is 30 by 30. All we need to understand is this, and the Gemara is going to do this 4 times. But if this part from the top to the red is not a full amma, it's not 6, it's only 5, because it's a tread. You can stand on it. This is the base. How many tefachim is it from here to the red? 5. So how big is this red square? It's not 30. It's 30 plus 1 step. On this side, 30 plus 1 step on this side, because I didn't take off the full 6 tefachim. If I take off 6 tefachim, then this is 30 by 30. But you're just trying to tell me that we're not taking off fucking from the height. We're taking fucking off from the width. This is the width. I'm showing you it's supposed to be like this, right? This is the red on the bottom. It's a different color, sorry. The base. This is the base of this bath that we just saw them pouring the cement is 32 by 32. The white thing that just they took off the form is 32 by 32. The next thing that they're going to pour now, cement, is going to be 30 by 30. That's not accurate because the base is not a full 6 around the rim. So there's only 5 buckets. You have to add 2 buckets. So now this became 30.2 buckets. Is that understood?
It's like IKEA instructions.
Are you saying complicated?
The beginning was good.
Hold on a second. Time out. Forget this. Time out. This square is 32 by 32. If I take off one hammer from the bottom, make a square side, and just make it 1 hammer smaller on each side. Good. Very good. And what if I don't take off a full hammer? I take off a little less than a full hammer. Exactly. And that's the worst question. I didn't take off a full hammer now, because now I'm playing games with the numbers. I'm saying that now there's not 6 bucks. Now there's only 5.
Happy birthday to you.
Now there's 5. Is that nope? This bottom was made with a 6 hammer. It's 32. It's only the step. This part that I walk on, this side, is only 5 bucks. So then I didn't make a square that's 30 by 30. I made a square that's more than 30 by 30. Like, if I take off a full hammer, then this square will be 30 by 30. I'm not taking a full hammer. I'm taking off a little less than a full hammer. I'm only taking 5 bucks instead of 6 bucks. So now this square will be 31. We're going to call it 30.2. Is that okay? Okay, great. So now we move on. So your number is not accurate. Don't tell me that the middle square is 30 when in fact it's 30.2. Or 31, or whatever you want. But it's larger than 30. Why? Because you didn't take off a full arm on all sides. Let's go like this. Wow, this is really,
I look like someone's been crying all day? Because I have been. I can't just have me put down. Why can't I just have me put down? You know, I thought he was the pussy, but I guess
we
it's
can do 1 or 2, and then we'll have to shut down. So it's not.
When I was in high school,
No, we're not holding there.
someone told the authorities I had a kill list. So the police searched my
But
backpack.
no,
I didn't, but I did it.
God, no. Mizbeach Hoyo Shloishim U'Shtayim HaShloishim U'Shtayim. This square.
But I mean, you think I look like a guy that's gonna write that shit down?
They went up a
Like the
step.
guy to write that shit down? Like,
On that side, and they went in. There's a rise and then a run. The run is on the side. That's what we call the base.
What do you mean? You're the funniest person all night. Keep going, Coin.
Like
The red part on this thing. The red part. Now the problem is, you're trying to tell me now that side is only 5 bucks. Why?
Oh, you didn't make fun of me. I'm just a
Means
kneecap
it's
you.
translation.
No,
So
that's not how it
that's
goes.
why this new square that we're going to create is going to be 30 by 30. You took off arm on
Is this
each
your first
side.
snack show?
Actually.
But the problem is, you say fucking arm. You didn't take off a full arm on each side. You took off an arm on minus 11 on each side. So now you have to add 2 buttons to the 30. 30.2. That's many or no? Yes, no. This side.
There you go.
From each side. All 4 sides.
That is really something else. What is that?
It's Liberian. My cousin got it from
I just explained.
I used to work.
You were thinking about asking the question. You didn't get my answer. The answer is the bottom is 32 by 32 with 6 arms. 6 fucking arms. That's the only thing we're changing is the side and the circle. That's what it says in the puzzle. Do what the button says. The button says build with 6 arms. Everything's 6 arms. Just side, 2 things. The side and the circle. The side is this part right over here, and that's gonna be 5 fucking one in a row. Yeah. Now you cop. You cop also? Good. Allah, Amos. So now we're going to do the same thing all over again. Now it goes up 5 Amos to get to the walkway.
Not a single one.
And now he's going to go in. The Amos is going to do a run. But not a real Amos. Only 5 buckets. So it's only 5 buckets. The next square is not accurate either. You tell me the next square is 28. Hold on, let's see if I understand this. You tell me this green square is 28. How much is it really? Well, you didn't take off the full armor. You only took off minus a tenth of about only 5. So now, this, before you were missing 2 tefachim, now you're missing a total of another 2 tefachim for this square. There's a total of 4 tefachim you're missing. This part is 2 tefachim missing. The red part is 2 tefachim. So the word says, doesn't run about it, but it says it's run about it. Oh, Rabbi, you're missing 4 tefachim. You're not telling me you can lay out. We're not going to discuss 4. So you say, I don't care about the 4 tefachim. I remember that. I told you 28, but it's really 28.4. Multiply it down, but there's another box on top. That's where these horns are.
Right. Yeah.
The corner. How much is that? That we know is 26. It's not 26 because the current itself is not really 6. It's only 5. And now we have 6 tefachim, 2 from the bottom, 2 from the top. That's a total of 6 tefachim. 6 tefachim equals to 1 full armor. So now why are you calling it 26? It should be called 27 arms on top. Maybe I'll be done and I'll be loyed up. Jay, why wasn't so clear with these numbers?
It's something job. The first time I was here.
What go? You look right like I'm scared. Wait, there's another box on top. And
Everyone is in there.
So
that's the 26th box.
This is probably the second time I've worn it in like a month.
The 24th, I'm looking at the inside box, the tiny little box right over here is a small box. In other words, once you get rid of where the panel wall, once you get rid of the front, where the panel wall, the center where the fire is the 24 to 24.
I do a lot of entertainment.
And according to that, you can't say like dog. I wouldn't say that. I said this. I said I meant that. There's this thing. It says Rabbi. After what? As a Photoshop. It finds out according to your price, you're 25. But you just fuck them all over the place. And when you add on all the fuck, you have to add another. I don't know. It's 25, not 20. They're not 24. Because they're not going to know the dog. They'll say, well, you know what? He meant 25, but he said 24. No, that you can't do. But since it's in the foot deposit, the center is 24, you can't be there for that. It's 24, it's even further. Y'all can the 12. No, the picture I showed you. Thank you. It's this guy right over here that you start in the center, like over here. When you come at the middle, you should first pause this square. 24 pulls at 12. And when you start in the middle of 24, it's 12 feet. Sides. Okay, so we'll stop over here. I have a wonderful week. I put the ball. Subscribe for coming. I put the ball.
America's Slips is spreading throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDY sponsor.com. Sponsor MDY.com.
That's what was great. No, it's just I go home late at night. I always knew I'd die in an open mic. I just didn't know I'd get murdered by an open mic. Joe Tony.
Liberian dashiki.
No, maybe that like Mexican candy falls out. I guess I have the knife because I stay for the Ding Dong show because I'm a part of that, and it gets out for things.
I mean, it gets out late, so you carry a knife on you because what do you do? What do you say?
In case I get into trouble. I've never had to use it, and I hope I don't get hurt in my fight. There's always that possibility.
All right, your boys, here we go.
I want to change your shirt.
Self-defense, Tony. And all those knife fights.
So like you're saying you don't want to get into a knife fight, so you're assuming that at some point some guy's going to come up to you with the knife.
Everybody, welcome for the guest. Fucking myself.
I mainly just forgot I had it.
Have you ever been
Great, huh?
I don't think so, no.
Listen, the good news is I'm gonna read next year. They just said the kid was a problem. Got to do the same thing. Not only that, in about 3 weeks,
Basically.
they had enough of me. So I gotta do it slowly. Easy.
On set, I had to cut something once.
We're going to Morocco for minus 3 weeks.
I had to cut something once.
Here comes the summer.
What was her?
What's the thing that you cut, the tension you create whenever you're on set?
This is actually turning out to be a satellite location, or what is that?
Holy shit.
Schmuck. All right, so again, what's your name?
Every one of these ones.
So where are you from?
Love this guy.
Wait.
Manchester. And these are guys related to you? No? So where are you guys? Okay.
What is your love life like?
Well, I'm a 25-year-old virgin. Never had a
Also,
date.
you have blue screens on the side. It worked out well. This is the situation.
Fuck you! I used to be this
Oh,
guy.
unbelievable.
Fuck
So
you
they
and your
say, but
fucking
your next one, I
killer
heard
boy and who's and ahs at this fucking motherfucker. Unless you're gonna
want to
fucking
watch
ride
on
the
those
fucking
screens.
wave. Unless you're gonna carry
Reminder,
the fucking
today
ball
is
to the
Camisa.
finish line. But you fucking give me
Camisa
false
Suzanne,
sympathy.
Snakes of Boys. Beyond a hard boy, it's Baruch Hashem, I could say it for the first time.
You know what, Gwen? I'm going to tell you the truth.
In America, I was like the next day, so I couldn't really say it. This year's honor was dedicated to the first time one of the biggest people play this morning in 12 million. So the play mom. So I've been talking about this for a long time. And finally it happened. No. Really? It was real. It happened. And that's the first thing I happened.
Number two.
My words. My first word coming out. Emmett? And he said, yeah, that's my wife. She said, yeah, every single time. So this is my dream. People always send me pictures of people watching me on a plane, but I never saw it. So here it is. There's a guy sitting there. It's like 5-6 rows ahead of me, watching this shit.
Yeah,
So then
I'm
he
good at
thought,
that.
Have you ever
I
got
went
to
harder. I got up. This is the video camera. First I told the
You are
student,
so honest. You're brutally honest. You're unbelievable.
se mamá me la quiere. I mean, what if I keep them? Don't worry, I'll embarrass myself, don't worry.
Well, what's the Ding Dong show? Will kiss me on stage.
You said once, twice. That's how hard that definitely was.
So I forgot the guy's name, but he's supposed to like ever since he that not thing your life.
Brings it up a lot.
Good job. Every time I complain, now this after I introduce myself, so this girl, listen to what she calls me.
And that's when I realized Mother Nature was a beautiful woman. And they all like what that is.
All right, we love it. We're talking about 7 college. So you'll see, bunch of bakery bar parts.
Maybe it's too hot for you to live in Asperger's. Listen here, Asperger's boy. You come around here too many times.
Today's is further, so if you once in a while, I remember most of my every single anyway, monthly is a big source of our.
That I was expecting to get when I said Asperger's boy the first time.
Every dollar counts, every month counts. I thought this is very interesting because I received 2 emails within 5 of each other. And so the next one was 11:44. So same day, Thursday, April 16th. Both of them said something. Right, so dear Village, great thanks to you and the whole NYC for bringing this back to life. While I did not start learning about learning with NY, joining it has brought much needed clarity in advanced learning, particularly in country. This is too amazing, right? How nature brings different from the learning. Also, thank you. Also, you're able to read your own very nice. You get to watch there. So just my something that nobody noticed, or just me, of course, is that screen's tired. Not when it's making you all know. So, you want to argue about a broader particular your other reason. I wanted to hear whether you were correct at point you have made a couple of times last few days, suggests that whenever he visits Mis Amigos to the Butter and Harry, he must bring another cereal. I hope I didn't say that. I didn't mean that every time you go to Mis Amigos, it was they did that. I'm going to
I go to Jeremiah voice for that. Oh, it's me, actual Jeremiah. Making a guest appearance.
also,
I'd say it's one of the funny people who reached out with this somebody
Harry Gross. This one is a pretty looks overlay, AI overlay, and you don't want to like here, just appeared, and also I haven't made the word out since 1998. I discovered that after the fact, and while that I learned visually after the fact. I discovered after the fact that I learned visually after the fact. Remember when I was taking my learning at a different level. Exactly, but look, thank you, artists, Moshe and Shlomo Aryeh, the lion who are playing the Think of the one who was shot and something like the Iranian family started, the House family, memory of our grandparents. That's how it was. The family. The memory of Shimon, Hai, Ben, Maria, Rothschild, Ola, Moshe, Hayim, Alu.
I just kind of lost it. I mean,
it's sponsored by small program kind of research on Europa. I told you that this is like a fast economics explanation of any kind of a growing the from a house and let's keep doing it. Now, it's kind of like the anonymous, it's really good.
Right on target,
W-R-I-G. So then that again, the islands we came out of every single meaning of life. Somebody is marking Benny and all those who took in the life and push on fire. Nothing sponsors exciting with the same of the Murray, both here, so I leave it right. Weekly sponsors anonymous and honor of Ellie, Parker Ashkenazi, and the entire NY crew. Do not slow down for a second. So I continue to say you should try to front of you guys. I don't know if you heard this or not. Some of you didn't have the opportunity to hear this viewing, but people like Mark Ashkenazi.
That's right.
Mark Ashkenazi started with us.
Slap hands on
All
my
30
homies.
days that I was gone, 16 with Dave, 16 with 16 hours.
Motherfucking suburbs,
Arab
bitch.
Yontif, Mutzi Yontif to
From
2 in
what's
the
called
morning.
Sam Credo.
Arab Yontif to
And my friends,
by
we
him.
call Sam
Etc.
Taurus.
Crazy
Why? Because
dedication
town
to
should be
all the
fucked.
artists. Some of the artists they don't know
Apps. So we can put some life into it.
Arab Yontif, they had
It's
to
like
do,
that
I
little
had to
Toby
give
Maguire
like
Reese Witherspoon.
extra dots in those days.
Why everybody
They
cuts
stayed
their
overnight
their
at
flowers?
1 of the night, 3, 4 in the
Everybody sell
morning.
books.
So you start all the artists, you start all the
My friends
editors.
call me an
3
Oreo all the time. I
hours,
said,
the
fuck
meeting
you,
happened.
fuck you,
The
fuck
doc
you.
was
One time I
there.
had a drink, Morgan
Always on
Freeman
time.
called me an Oreo. So I
Spread
guess that's
goes for all the people here in the schedule. So
Morgan
here
Freeman calls you
to
something.
Benny, to Dave, to Yolo, all sorts of people that came in and helped out to show up
I
every
know
night.
Einstein didn't want to see black people at basketball games. It's crazy stuff.
What's his name?
Saying he doesn't want to
Jeffrey?
see black people at basketball games. It's
Yeah,
like me saying I
hold
want to
on.
see white people at Starbucks.
Not yet, and they're got me and my family
Come to
here
Starbucks and
on
tell
and
me
allow
me and my
time
niggas,
to
you can only have
yes,
water
I
and
want to
pastries for
start.
white
I'm
person.
here because of
And how do you know when a white person knows through the road? Because I'm half white. I know that white
very
people
hard.
drink
We got
coffee every
good seats,
3.5
window
seconds.
seats in aisle, and I got me and my wife empty seats. It's really stuck on nice back and forth with you here. Ja, komm, echt mal. Ich weiß auch noch, wie Gott. In honor of Simeon and people fight that call me. It's an honor to this goodness. Young Classic in honor of Jimmy Goodman, everyone's best and smartest editor for the everyone tomorrow.
What's up?
And how are you checking out? So this guy,
I don't know where the voices are coming from. So many guys.
everyone's best and smartest editor for everyone's tomorrow.
2 years. 2 years. Started cooperative.
How are you checking out? Mazel tov on my son Jimmy coming in person a few hours ago. Oh, the daughter of the good Zakai Berger of Lakewood. Mazel tov. You're a consortium. I'm very excited at you. Welcome back to Zoe. The mother's then do I start before Shlomo Yonatan Negi B'Shem Brachos for Shlomo Moshe Ben Esther. Of course, Daniel said, Esther, a voice saying, "Where's my clock? What's going on?" On my screen, on top, I see your mouth.
Drugs.
Well, today for sure.
You sell.
You're gonna see different colors. I want you guys to, when I show this video, check out. What I don't like it about it is I didn't notice this until I right here in that one. What's going on?
That's funny as fuck. Good shit. Good shit.
It was a very, very distressing moment.
What's
You know, like, this is I went to get my
Larson Steakhouse.
I went to get it.
I didn't start to the deed, Ralph.
Wait. 190, no? After the picture, I started telling her I went up 30 pounds.
I mean, your set was terrible.
Hey, Tony, you made me nervous, man. I was watching you.
It's good. It's good. You guys know what I'm talking about, right?
I think we're a good group. We guys balance each other's balls.
No, you guys might know what I'm talking about. Like, there's opening. Hey, look at me. Oh, I can go to the graveyard now. Where's my license? Wow.
What the fuck is wrong with this story? What the fuck's wrong with this
We're holding up Sabi Kavah out like this film. One of the questions about his money because he works so my time.
Hey, this guy right here knows that I'm fucking funny. The guy with the black in the back.
I want to know which one's the black guy that'll defend you.
Shoka. My boy is Shoka. Okay,
No, what's really happening is even funnier because the black friend that he pointed out is pointing to the other black guy. Not him.
I would ask you right now.
65% of Americans will at some point say 65% of Americans don't eat the brown part of the hand. Sex is more important than
100% of the people in the red t-shirt
white cops are watching you. I don't should be like, I had nothing to do with this. My shirt says chill because it doesn't say Netflix and chill, so I don't want to watch it.
Look at that screen and look at
I just want to chill.
can't tell whether I can't figure out.
Okay, maybe you change the color of that also. No, fine.
Everyone loves streaming services.
Sabine Cohen got all these shots on and shots on that.
I don't understand why
So,
they don't eat food. Why people are like obese.
Right there. Bring it up to segue into.
I'm trying to test this audience because I feel like a fool shouldn't come up in the military because the motherfucking character is generalities.
the larger thing is like this. So, if you take a look at the mission that's
In a black person, your retired stand-up persona from the it must be raining black people.
it says, actually, I left my mouth like my fun.
That's pretty good.
That's a deep breath.
You ever thought of movies that people, anyone was born
Now look at this one. Why did this? The answer is very simple. Because they are left the family left on fun and they use the largest clothing sorrow, and that doesn't have features. The Sabiti and God will use the smallest thing that has features. Once it has features,
what you have to do is you gotta go to shit bars that suck.
you sort of become that fat. What?
That's how you can really fucking do it. And then you come here and
It's
you fucking crush. That's how it works.
So,
Because you're working like happy go lucky sucking
they
fucking
can't take it out of these things. Therefore, if you use the smallest thing,
It's a lot harder to get
so
good.
you can't be in your home. You can't do the smallest meal, because now you just gave it to yourself, and now it's in your home, which is not going to be something that you're on your job is tough. So therefore, I can tell you about the shots my husband of the essence in it. But I'm going to show you Rashi real quickly, and I'm going to show you a beautiful video. I'm saying it's better. It says, Rashi, what is the difference between the large and the small? You got colors, sorry, Nimsha. That is the one that the secret of the opinion put the oil made in the cover. Why do a bunch of sorry, so why did they do the same thing with the large one? Did you call it the one outside? You always were in the park.
I love how earlier he's like, that black guy.
Not only that, but other people, but everybody that gives them info, yes, and that's so you know, that's why.
Well, it's fair. The black guy in the back is a
Now, these are the things that the mission must.
Come on,
In the
that's not
mission of
what
the
I
sea,
use for this.
Misha, the meaning of the Darika, putting it into a form, Vasti also. You know, I cut it sisters of flowers. These are 5 things. So some of them happen before the happens. So they don't have the future. It's not a chocolate shake, like grind. You can grind out kind of the reason because you don't have to do it. Because you didn't put it.
I want to hear some more stuff.
Clear.
Rappers call everything they
Let's see.
I mean, even if I sat here for 10 minutes trying to think of the most generality, I don't think I'd be able to think of it. Very impressive.
That was on the Innocence. Wait, were you on Tone Deaf Comedy Jam? You said what's my name? I don't know, man. It's kind of like, you know, kind of just hustling.
No, nobody knows what you mean. You can tell by the silence.
Okay, not much. How about you, man? How about you? What's your name?
Thank you. You don't really
Says the Mishnah. I think I'm going to shot some, yes,
They're all wearing, by the way, they're all wearing blue t-shirts. I don't know what that means.
Dude, the only thing is worse if he was wearing the Asperger's head shirt.
So the Melo, the Arifa, the Misha, the Asira, this is all the taxi sorry play. So they already have features, so you have to make sure you know which one is. There's no place you can shop. So again, and why yesterday's not? See our left one, left on the corner, the Arifa, the Misha, the outside is using the market. There's no places of shoppers, it pushes off shoppers. You can do all this stuff on shoppers. It also like the guts don't get it to the shop. But grinding and sifting the flour, you can do it in a factory somewhere. Those stuff doesn't push up shoppers. Lauer people, komen op de zes, laat ze in samen, en we doen het samen. En in de loop van de to do before Sabbath, like in Britain, we have the same thing, do the Germans do the night before Sabbath, do before Sabbath. And it's every Sabbath, special Sabbath, it's not the last to do Sabbath, but anything they can do before Sabbath, listen Sabbath. That's so little. What is this line of doing today? Not today. Not for Sabbath, not good for Sabbath. It's a nice gift. We'll have to do that.
Being a homophobe, your authenticity. What the fuck? Now, I need to go.
Yeah, you very good today.
Darrell, you can notice the link source.
And it's crazy.
You notice that you're sort of struggling to connect with this audience.
That's right, yeah. Everything I say is fake. That's part of why. I don't do real
But there are those that you can start. Started, most started, dark started. Now, even today, but if you're not going to review that puzzle, which a lot of people are, but not to call your, not have the same name as being put here. All sorts of review that puzzle. But
When Wright was on before you, the school shooter at Yeshiva, and every single time I asked him a question in 3 words or less, he got a huge laugh because he has a disorder that makes him answer things
the sites for the button hole, but if you're not put on the user puzzles to not say today, typically, what I should say, but the action says not a problem, you can see all the review the puzzle. Today, Moshe uses this svara, of since it can't be done beforehand, she let it do it. Today. In other words, we couldn't say yes today because it's middle school. So only have students today, so then review that puzzle and apply it. He didn't review that puzzle. Okay, if she answered what I say so. Yeah, like this is here, so I think most people are going to first place. In America, the guys that work in the shade, they go by both ways.
That's good shit.
what do you do for money?
I work in a restaurant.
Okay.
That's good shit, man. That's good. You're just saying that.
What do you do then?
You're saying that because you're afraid of silence sometimes. See, the good news is this.
We say so let's
Seems
talk
like
to the shop. Says
being some keyword.
the Mishnah.
You know what I mean?
Call
We all
the
just
Knockers,
need to
yes,
I love
when
them.
nicest
Oh, yeah,
thing.
absolutely.
All the Knockers, you have to do the different Avodah. So, and I recall, inside the clean, inside of this, I mean, you're doing the clean, inside of this, I mean. The Abraham might say to the hood, you don't do these things outside of this, I mean. The Lisha, the Arisha, the meeting, the forming of the bread. Yeah, I let them, the bread, also, she was fucking okay. So pepper, I'm not supposed to do, I know I'm good. There's a pepper like 4 inches, 3 inches, 8 centimeters, 10 centimeters. I put my hip measure, my American one.
And she's from
I
Fresno.
forgot to bring it. I have the Israeli one, 10 centimeters. This 10 centimeters.
This first time I've seen her in like
So we're gonna go like saying we did 10. So
4 years?
Yeah.
I haven't seen her in like 4 years.
Where'd you meet her at?
Lucille's
seven
work.
o'clock,
It's
right?
across from where I work sometimes. I don't really work at that one.
And rough ball, I got 4 is 40.
And I don't know. The one that I was at was the one that was. It was kind of a quick thing. She's from Fresno. She was visiting.
70
She lived in
by 40. They are so fun. So I slept in the trap.
It's kind of like a movie, man. It's kind of like
It's a
a
suitcase.
every night.
It's the size of a suitcase.
What I do is like I'll just throw myself out there because I'm not afraid of anything. I talk around questions sometimes. And you guys are good. It was like a movie because she looks the exact same as the last time I saw her. You know what I mean? Because I haven't seen somebody in a long time, and then they look the exact same.
Maybe you just gonna have like a kiss or a hookup or something like that, or was
Of course. Now I'm
and
still.
what was the point of the barbecue dinner where you realized
And then you have on this
I'm
side.
a pretty smart guy.
at what point did you realize
I got a kiss, but not like a kiss.
Just like this. Where's the phone?
you heard that sound? You know what that means?
Yeah, the whip.
That sound that happened
The
before.
whip, there you go, whip.
Different sound. You heard a sound that sounded something like that. You know what that means?
Yeah. But on the cheek,
So
yeah, she's cool, man.
Right.
Like I said, I've been known that I probably don't cheat. She's cool.
why is it it's not what you say?
Of course, I'm a guy.
Okay, so just give you the sabotage.
Okay, now we know why you're not going to be able to
Side.
You feel more than a second and like the real hate comes
To be working in the airport.
I was joking. I said, rappers call it. I used to work
You're
It's called a callback, Mike Lawrence.
And it's
Now let him go for more than 2
exactly
seconds.
this hasn't it. The time law is not. It's much less. Okay, fine.
Oh, yeah, I can't say that.
The problem is, yeah, we're gonna get that down.
I love that you came up with
Roll up. Get tired of me. Stay home. Fuck everybody.
I feel like I'm better than
Right over here. Oh, shit. Right over here, you put horns. How big are these horns?
Same joke that happened earlier twice.
Our sound is this way. 4
Then
fingers.
it's not a callback.
This is the open stuff. Nothing upon it.
Another thing,
Orgoy, I saw it talk. Oh,
That's right.
nothing upon it is almost the middle, according to company.
Basketball. I played basketball before I was
So now, what the word is it? I'll tell you why. Check this out. So this is the suitcase, right? Not problem.
Well, I mean, that's a hobby that I have.
There's definitely some fucking shit going on with you, dude.
Yeah,
You're not
yeah.
saying
I
anything.
think another 30, right?
Something that I like to do. Basketball is pretty much my whole life. It's
What do
really
you
not.
think this is like a Disney audition?
No,
Seriously.
here we go.
Really
Another
love the
30.
basketball.
Mario.
No, seriously though. Seriously, I used to walk around with basketball everywhere. I was like, that kid, basketball.
I fucking love basketball.
Seriously.
I really fucking love it.
Oh,
Basketball.
yeah. Right. So,
It's called
that's not much.
basketball. Let's go
Imagine this.
basketball.
You're looking up on it, this way. It's wide. It's the same.
I love it when they talk. I love it when they pick and roll. The NBA is full of
Go
hope.
tomorrow.
Wow.
Don't I remember when it's very
Reagan and Rothschild.
I started talking to the upper Camiso Club. Now, we have to remember this. We're not going to talk about this. The easy number is 5 by
Now,
10.
did you know that you
It's
guys
double
would
as
be better
long
at
as
playing
it's
music
wide.
if you did it longer?
Fucking long,
Like the more you did it, did you find yourself ever getting better at it?
Is that how music works?
Wide.
Or did you just like pick up the
Now,
saxophone?
if we pause here, the football is exactly that much. 5 seconds.
Guitar so much that you walk around everywhere with it.
So that means it's exactly on the table. The problem is that
You know what? Maybe this is your thing. Maybe you are Darrell the complimenter. Maybe this is your
whole
voice.
rib
Maybe
takes
there's
up the whole
something
entire note, 5
else
by 10.
What else do you find
No,
amazing?
no, the kind of noise. So it's carrot, Chevette toys. 1 3/4.
Other than, amazing, what I find music, also like this
You
one.
know, there's like God.
What I find amazing though, music, man.
Yeah,
Definitely
I have a
like rap, 'cause,
beautiful
like,
way to remember it. Zion Dollar die. It's 7 by 4, and and the top pair is 2. But it's
You went like full dress rock. It was fucking scary.
You love
I
rap.
love rap. So one of the things we
You
really
love
did
rap. You love basketball. You called out a black guy in the back of the room to defend you.
My nigga.
Wow. All right. You just did that. That goes on this list that building. I mean, I haven't even said what this list is.
I can say that to flag.
Everybody remember?
I've never had a white guy say the N-word on the show before, but there you go.
Just remember, some of the things.
Well, you know, I like rap, basketball,
Remember, everybody
long walks to the prison yard.
What music happened at the city.
This name does sound like what a racist white person would think of a white person's name is.
It's not
All these fucking Darrells taking our jobs.
Okay.
There you go, Darrell Davey, ladies and gentlemen. We got them both. Darrell and Davey. Fuck yeah.
One word. Is that your house? Okay. Your house is 10 fucking and 5 fucking.
Fuck yeah, Darrell Davey.
Sometimes black
It's
don't
not going to carry it in. It's like,
all inside.
it's like, but it's not nothing funny with fun. Nothing funny with
Darrell,
fun.
please come back sometime. I literally have like
Should be like our bread today.
I really
It's around this kind of bread. It's a glob of dough.
I wish I could have found longer. Like, it's really
It should be
I feel like
it should have wall. Like the Macan Funnels.
finding the bodies that you
Weird.
buried.
Another
You already
side
be
is
at that
and
part where
have
you're
like
confessing. You never thought you were going to confess what you
angle.
did with yours.
So maybe basically should have that
It's
parallel.
talent not running on
Okay. השולחן הזה הסויה ולא כל המיסים.
We have a regular that does it.
Now, let's see this video of the shulchan. Beautiful video. Again, I recommend, especially if you're watching the goal, when you house the goal, watch it in the new screen. You'll see a big difference.
Vanessa Johnson.
Hi guys. Did you know that if a Muslim woman gets raped in a Muslim country, it's considered her fault? Clap if you do. Clap. Clap for it. Keep it. They say it's the woman's fault because she used her sexiness and vixen wizardry to seduce the man. Which is crazy. That's why they wear those outfits. Because they're wizards. That's what's just a lot. And I had no idea. I had no idea. That's why I'll never go to the Middle East because I can't have a magical pussy.
Yeah, 55 seconds.
All right. So the shulchan. The shulchan Aruch, where are we? Shulchan Aruch Asara. The shulchan is 10 fucking long. Baruch Kamisha 5 fucking long. Lechem Achanim Aruch Asara. Baruch Kamisha. Each bread is the same exact measurement. By 5.
Oh, the outfits they wear.
The long way, the 10 fucking, they put it on the short.
No, I was just making fun of the fact that women seduce, they act as if the women use magical powers to make
Now you have a couple of fucking extra on each side. How many total fucking you have extra? Total. And on each side, you divide the 5 by 2. 2.5 on each side. Again, 10 fucking long, and you put it on the 5 fucking width. So,
no, but
listen, they don't range 5 fucking. If you put it on one side, it'd be 5 fucking.
So women,
And then you break it up with 2. You do it on 2 sides. You got 2 left fucking this side, 2 left fucking this side. Then what? You take it and you fold it up. You fold the bread up. So that the bottom of the bread is only 5 fucking. And it sits on the width of the table 5 fucking.
The reason why I'm laughing so hard is because I almost made that joke, and I'm so glad I didn't.
No, that's a nice of this. I mean, those bread that doesn't fit, you have a table that doesn't fit when you a four person
Joke, might as well quote it out there.
That's all it is. It came out nice. Yeah. No, it's not even a little bit quite all the time. That's the time Robin, you can run, so it comes out and you're 5 fucking on the review. Remain review to argue on one thing. How much is that? Anamo, either 5 fucking or 6 fucking. So the mayor home does say in the tire how big the children are. So it could be a nice drama. But how many coffins does that Amma have? The mayor home Amma has 6 coffins. So 6 times 2 is 12. Children are getting their much. Amma wide, 5 coffins, 6 coffins.
From Ryan J. Email, who's on Twitter, RyanJemail.com. His artwork, the Kill Tony poster, and so many other cool things at RyanJemail.com. Whoa, look, it's an old Phyllis one. Mike's the Riddler, he's the Penguin, and Brian's Catwoman. What's that? That's on me. That's my favorite one ever. What a print. Every show's prints available at RyanJemail.com. Young Jamie.
And you're on a 12 fucking
You don't
table.
trust you, he's gonna shoot you. Everything Young Jamie, green t-shirt, he's on Twitter at Young Jamie. Patty Reagan. Instagram,
Jeremiah
Watkins.
At Jeremiah Stand Up, Jeremiah Watkins.tv, and watching that on VOD right now.
Joel Jimenez is mostly sorry on Twitter. An unbelievable addition to the show. Every single week, somebody at Josh Martin Comic opening for me October 8th at the Walter Theater in Boston. Mike Lawrence, what else is happening?
At the end of the day, you have to act to verify that and then expect the name. And sometimes maybe try to what result is to do is a nice role. As we have many times, the Zika in school of the work to be
What up, Mr. Aquarius? Are you ready? Yes, ma'am. Oh, man. What'd you say, big man? I don't know what you're saying. What'd you say?
These walls, according to one,
Oh, okay, cool.
Kind of held
Yeah.
So you,
I love the weather. I love the weather.
That's amazing.
Their head splits on some of our end.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
they put on them Schneien.
You see my team missing? You see my team missing? My team lost. My team
The
lost.
Cavaliers?
Kill it. The Cleveland Cavaliers.
That's okay. I know the Celtics are out too.
Yeah.
Who do you think's gonna win?
Yeah.
Who do you think's gonna win? 3 times 6.
Actually,
3 times 12.
I think. It's a good lead. It's a good lead.
They don't really do that for pros as much because there are some people do, but it's not as common. Excellent, my man. Let me know if you need anything.
Okay, I'm gonna still be here doing the weather. I'm gonna still be here doing the weather.
That's what I love, man. Yes, sir.
This should be for us. This is the left hand, the red arrow. coming from the Mizrach.
Have a good day, Rabbi. Have a
So
good day,
business
Rabbi.
Aquarius has been
So
building
when
box.
placing the shulchan, the box, it should be on the line of the arrow, the red arrow. That's the direction
Get
it's
it.
facing. So if you take a look
It's
at
Aquarius.
it's not stop. The shulchan, it's in the direction of
Give
the
it
arrow.
to me.
Between Mizrach and Ma'ariv, not between
Let's
north
go.
and
Let's
south.
go.
Okay. Says in the Gemara.
Got it.
Charles Rabbi, that's Rabbi. Zuminayin, how do you know that the Lisha Darucha need a plea? All I had.
Oh, don't count her out, folks. Whatever you do not count her out.
Let's go, man. Let's go, man.
This is where they're gonna
Give it to me.
the ashram, the chaduk. See, because listen, Shem the Quran is the chaduk of the ashram. How are you gonna eat them? Where do you cook it? You bring it home and cook it? You can. Why can't you? Yoitzer, once you take it out, it's a big problem. Makes sense.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yoitzer. So you have to cook it inside the Beis Hamikdash. Where are you cooking it? Inside a kli. So he says. Actually, and also he's
One
facing
more.
my
One more to go. One more to
Reload.
That's why I know you need a clean, and you need a clean that's to be done inside because it gives you kusha. Once it gives you kusha, you're not taking it outside. Says the Gemara. It's the bread. Or 2.5 fucking wider than the table, and you have to bend it upward. This is the cash. So then each bread is going to be 2.5. Thank you. This is how I do. 2.5 plus 2.5 is 5. Times 3, this is 6 bread, right? 6 divided into 2 is 3. Yeah. 2.5 plus 2.5 is 5. Times 3 is 15. So 15 fucking height over here. 2.5 times 6. You do 2.5 times 6. People like myself do 2.5 times 2 is 5. Times. Right. Whatever. If you do it your way, I do my way. I'm just telling you. I break it down to smaller pieces. 2.5 plus 2.5 is 6. Well, and we have 6, 5. Sorry, 5. 2.5 plus 2.5 is 5. And we have 6 breads. You do this 3 times. You do this process 3 times, you get to 15. It's easy to do 2.5 times 6. Yeah, it's easier steps. Easier steps. A nice niggle. Nice niggle. You do 2.5 times 6 right away. You do like me. You work you do 2 Israeli guys. You learned in Russia. You what? What math? Oh, you study mathematics and this is how you do the same
What a
thing?
spare.
The geniuses do like that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank
So they these
Get it.
he's just a son of a mathematician. He thinks he knows his stuff.
There we go.
But you ask your father, he doesn't like me. 2
Right,
plus 2.5 plus 3.
Right, good. Yeah.
Sag mir mal, gibt's das schon gar nicht gut, was ich vorhin gemacht habe? Literally everything behind Koifel. Oh, now that even in Ponovich we do it Ari's way, because now it's
Nice spare.
It's not half. So 2 times 6 equals 12. That most people know. So they it's a sugar guy saying,
Look at
what's going on there?
you.
Everybody say, pause for a second.
You got it right. You got it right. Let's go.
What is the shot? He's saying that dusha, the table gives dusha, depends on the bottom. Open piece. Gives dusha all the way up. 15 fuck him up. 12 fuck him up. Of course he gives dusha.
There we go. 600.
Here we go.
You win, I win. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling. Undefeated in friendship. The big 600. Thank you, madam.
You got the 600. You got the 600.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. I'm like, yeah. No, I don't know. It's a good China. Maybe. Yeah, maybe on the 4th is 6.
Good day.
Riser and I were up till like 7 a.m. So I slept.
Actually, tomorrow, how's your man?
You took a nap?
Yeah, I slept, but I woke up. I've just been programming robots.
Forgot about the little pipes that go in the bread. They also take a bread. Well, you can call it.
I go to the conference. I go next Friday.
All right.
So the more it makes no sense for you to tell me, what do
Now
you
you get it. Now you get it. Now I hope they can do it. They do the S-ray. They do the S-ray. Yeah, I don't do
laying on top of each other, there's no airplane. My time is
Yeah.
pushing left. So you have left. It's going to the rod or whatever the word is. Mold, thank you.
That's next Friday?
The extends next Friday. Outside of the bread.
I'm ready.
Here the half room.
Go to the contact. Go to the contact. In my afternoon. Working to the right thing. That's all.
No. We said each. No, listen, the commercial before. Each Morocco, each row of bread gets their own package. So we said 14 and 14. The mission said it before. The Manuel Purta, it's 6 out of 7. So it says more about you go, Purta, it's just not 15. It's 15 plus that little drop that extends.
Yes, ma'am. Excellent.
That lay on top of the bread, according to this mandala that says it's on top of the bread. So now that says more than 15, but 15 plus a spoon. Because they let them out the ask you. They actually, as we saw in this picture, or maybe we didn't see it, they're inside. They didn't take up any room. They were on the bottom. And on top of this, so basically, yeah, very good points. But what about the corners? You have these giant corners that are 10 fingers each by 7 fingers. It's 4, but for 7 fingers is 1 3/4 cup. It's a pretty significant pattern. So the more the left side, you have to bend them inside, like this picture right over here. You have the corners bent inside. The left side you look like, and then you put bread on top of each other. The art scroll wonders if these corners are bent inward and then 3/4 bottom, but you also have the actual width of the bread, which is a teta. Bends, you can actually see right over here where it's 1 teta plus 1 3/4 on each side. It's a 1 3/4 up is just the corner, that piece by itself, plus the width of the bread. That's 2 3/4. 2 3/4 plus 2 1/2, but it's more 5 1/2. I know that. It's 5 1/2, but it's more than 5. So mainly, if you look at the art scroll, on one side he has a step that they go inward. This way he has these funny looking corners that go like this. That's where maybe Trump got his. all, one is spinnery kevis. So you already sent me a very nice picture, so I'm going to show that picture. This is a nice spinnery kevis that's according to spinnery kevis, it's about God. I'm not going to get into it. But yes, they do spin. It's on an angle. It's on like this, different angle. It's a support. I'm not getting into the spinnery kevis. Says, the sponsors. Turning it down at our global experts in cross-border payments. Says the Gemara. Boikom is Garton. Oh, beautiful. I want to remind Doylon, seriously, I'm not making this up. We hired an artist with Amy and me from Machine. He's expensive. We hired him just for the came over to me. He's been working on this for 3/4 of the year, so just things that we didn't know. We had to make a decision. Should we do it or not? We didn't have anything pushing us right at that point. So listen, we're going to come to it, and we might need it, and here we go. So use up for many nights lately, especially in the shulchan, all the shulchan stuff, brand new for MDY. The way it fits into the base of English, she's also doing the 3D, so you can walk in the base of English, get around from room to room. But these kind of things are very important, at least to me. So I'm happy we hired him. This guy Mala is, you see over here, there's a frame around the shulchan on top. Now, this frame is exactly in the 5x10. The bread is 5x10. It's 5. It cannot fit it into this mascara. So it has to lay on top of the mascara. Even that little amount. So you can't push around with these things. Everything's exact. So it has to be on this mascara. Now the mascara is this tall. So you got to count this. So it's not 15 sockets. It's not 12. It's more. So look. Come on, the Omar mascara to the mata also. Here, something like this. There's that decorative thing on the bottom. That's the mascara. So the top of the table is completely flat. Now, even according to the Mando Omar, it says that we did have mascara. How do you say mascara in English? Frame on top. That you could answer by could they have a misharkido? Check this out. I think Yoshi did this one. But basically, it tilts a little bit. Like a guy on a rocking chair, some sort of chair, he's a lazy boy, laying backwards a little bit. So there's a little bit of an angle to that frame, and therefore the bread is exactly 5 up and beautifully inside. The left one got the shoulder, and the bread was still inside. Give the sign like we learned. We're going to see sneezing. We're going to see on this whole thing, on this whole picture right here. He disagrees. He says that we didn't have to be sneaking. Let's say the third sneaking, so you have to understand what he meant. He says that the frame, this frame, and that's it. That's what held the bread in place and didn't let it shift. I guess the weight of each bread, 10 pounds, right? 2 straight per thing. So we say today it's 2.5 kilos, so about 10 pounds of bread. So you have nice weight, each one on top of the other, and the mascara just didn't let it come out of place. So they told me, this guy's going out there, so what are you talking about? He's like, yeah, I kept sleeping because the mascara went down. Okay. Over a bit. If you have a piece of wood, a flat piece of wood, like this is not mekabel stomach. Why? It's a simple piece of wood. If it has a frame like this, so it contains something, so it becomes a clear, it's mekabel stomach. So now what do you do with the tabletop? The table is flat. The chayra, it should be mekabel stomach. But on the other hand, it has something that's very similar to a food that has a base piece, and that is, it's a table. It's holding the still in lofty black. It's massive. It has width. It has that itself to make it into. So says the Rebbe that prove it from the shulchan. The shulchan has the mekabel tumah. The shulchan, why? Why is the shulchan mekabel tumah? It's just a table. The Chayri see from here that even a flat table is Mikabel Tumah. Oh, so you're going to tell me, but the table had a Masgeris. So according to the Rambam, you're right. I don't have a great writing. But according to the Rambam, the Masgeris is downward, is upside down, and this part was flat. The Chari had a right that a flat table is Mikabel Tumah because it's a table, because it has width. Or they're going to be right on the back of the matter, so a table that I can flip over. It doesn't matter if I use it this way or that way. I guess in those days they had like these portable tables. So they have them today also. You have these legs that go this way, and they put just a piece of, like a TV dinner kind of thing. What are they called? Snack table. Okay, look up snack table, you'll find it. But like this, you put a piece of, but you can go this way or that way. It doesn't matter which way you put it. So that I'm tomato. Exactly, look at this place. That's what they used to bring, because it says they used to move the tables out of there by dessert. Different Gemaras would say, oh, we were found at the table. Just reading Rashi. It's male. Why is it not a typically 8? This is Rashi the Rabbi. It's very wide. Rabbi is Kibula 5. Great. So it says the Gemara, I don't know what's late. So what if you say that the frame is upward? I'm not going to have a good ride for it. So you tell me that the I have a big problem. The 8's also the Nachasim. This bookcase right over there made out of walnut. Yeah, walnut. Why? It's not moving. But this one is different. This is not built in. Forget that. But maybe even this table right here doesn't move. Hasn't moved. This top, yes. The actual table, sometimes people try to push it a little bit, try to get coffee to do this thing. When it comes to piece of clay, you can't open up this thing. It wasn't designed 100%. But anyway, next one. But there's certain things, like this table maybe should not be. Why? Because it's lenachas. It's just here to stay. It's not meant to be moved. Any piece of wood that's meant to be in one place is not Mikabel. My time, and how do I know this? That's to be similar to a sack. My sack without the Reka, just like a sack. I learned Tumah from a sack. And a sack is something that I can fill up. And yeah, but I move it. It's movable. Mikabel. So do everything else. Has something that I can move. Empty and full. So here comes the Gemara, the famous Gemara, Shusanami, the top of Motorek, you know, the Shulchan used to be moved. Make sure that the Shulchan should be tar. What do you mean, make sure? Tar without each tar once. You can make it tar.
It's tempting to think that, for instance.
Yes, you could make it tar. They used to raise it up and show all the people that came for Yom Tov. They would show them, look at this beautiful nest. It's one of the things that you got, the advantages of going to something is you get to see this nest. Look how much of the book loves you to deliver Yeshua and Levi. No Yeshua and Levi. It's a great miracle that happened with the Lechem Aponim. See, look at this when they remove the bread on Shabbos, it's just like when they got on Shabbos, like it says, if they bake it on Shabbos, there's heat coming out. So here we go. Check this out. It's unbelievable. We have this, yeah, or by the door. I don't know. There's no real shows with Mama Chef. Okay. Somebody asked me another question. I already sent me an email. Shout out to them in this class. They watched the capture that we took in the video. So we cut such as something too. Like this. Like the artists don't know 100%. They do better, but they learn a little bit. They don't know all about it. They come to two taxes he asked me about. So the video just showed these kids. Okay, the thing is leaving some tzipui. Oh, the voice side, the tzipui. If you remember, in the beginning, I'm not going to show it again, but this guy, maybe while I'm saying the Gemara, I can show it again. Doug, so put it on low. But then leaving some tzipui. Milan nan hashulchan adubaki. So you have the covering of the shulchan made out of wood, and that is the Kabbalah Tumah L'Chayra. So we have to know, does the table go by the wood underneath or by the not the cover? That's a good word. The plating on top. The plating is the Kabbalah Tumah. It says you have a shulchan adubaki, you have a folding chair. Got broken and should keep on the side. Oh, so this also has a plate made out of marble. But she then welcome and office places in a large to I missed the part where
And these
so over there you can see that he put them a couple of layers and mentioned it before.
no one really knows for sure different claim, but this is
okay. We should remember other places. So you have a broken folding chair, but it has enough room to put some cups on it. Put your beer, whatever people do. Like, to make if you do the argument, it's not good enough to put your beer, and you need a larger place to put your steak there for the barbecue.
35,
which is 5 feet. It's only if you have enough space to put your cup. But if not,
may the merciful one
why is it not?
restore unto us the service of the Beta Mikdash in its place.
Of the marble takes over. And the plating of marble is not Makabal Tumah. So you see the plating
speedily in that days. Amen. Almost got it, kids.
So maybe that's what he's telling me. They moved it. Who cares if they moved it? Even if it's something that was wrong, they never moved it. It's Makabal Tumah. It's gold. It's a gold. It's gold. And gold is not wood.
37, 60 increase.
You couldn't remove it or not. Bishop Ebo, that's the baptism of here in the Micro, the baptism of, but in the baptism, a lot of words in the baptism. So you both get the both readings. I don't know why they said the baptism. I don't know. Oh, you should look at people as a business. I know they did a lot of work to get the pronunciation correctly, but Rashi says the short of the business is the note. Fine, what? Oh, it's okay, that's right. Oh, it's like people as a business. Well, on my leg, when the girlfriend says, I don't care, it doesn't make a difference. People it doesn't matter if you're knocking his nails, it's blue. Look, it's like people as the business of whether you covered the frame you did, it goes by what you covered it with, and so therefore if you covered it with gold, the should be the top of the boy style, a wonderful day, have a good Shabbos, lucky Shabbos, 10 o'clock for English? No, 10 o'clock for English, 11 o'clock for Hebrew, I put the Shabbos.
America's book is spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today.
Context and hopefully to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express our gratitude to Congregation Tia for allowing lectures to reach a large audience here on esoteric. Find the entire series of playlist Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or find this episode after autumn of 2020.
Hey, Rabbi. Oh, God, this
Live series was somewhat interesting. I hope you check out my other content on spiritualism and perhaps consider supporting the production
Yishkoya, the Mark Ashkenazi, for being there. Day and night, whatever you call them. It's pretty early, fairly early. I just got done doing the Hebrew share, doing the English share now. And then I go home past and go to the airport later on. Tomorrow I'll be in the Eretz Yisrael. Oh, if you guys are watching this year, this is actually a privilege. We are in Wednesday right now. This year is for Thursday, so short in the morning. Then, after share, I'll be landing in the show and having Hebrew share. Thursday night, in the Mitzvah, in the mother's share. Can't wait. A lot of my list being in the room, unbelievable. So, looking forward. Reminder for Spiritual Aimer, declare this to be your day. Don't take now. In America, 15 days later. And the Spiritual Aimer, of course, has more vision to speak of which one of the stronger minutes, which will explain more. Let's close up here. From Rabbi, first of all, wishing you an incredible account with Chag Pasha Sameach. I really want to put in this year. I made it this year 3 times during winter. I've got about 120 or so consecutive days now doing down with you. But what's most incredible is the 18 months or so since I started my order at Skyrock. This morning's being a car. I looked at the museum that was planned. It ended up being the last bit of this block with a spectacular view. 2 years ago, I would have understood maybe percent the museum. This year, close to 100% talking about this. I cannot believe the change in my comprehension of moving forward. I think I should have provided me this year. On a daily, above work, your team making it enjoyable, but as I found out, it stays with you. Going to face a feeling extremely blessed. Really, going to face a feeling extremely blessed. Rock Christian, that Village, California, photo from January 2nd this year. Thank you, Rob. Next time I was here last night. He says that I would enjoy this.
I sank their entire navy. Frankly, every ship is at the bottom of the ocean, except their Spina Rocatus. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
I don't think I want to think. Except the funeral case. He does say that for some reason it's not. The official edition and one shots accepted by the Iranian Libby family's Algerian family in honor of Arab Hariri. The draft telling Kelly Akabov, Shemon Dylan, and called them for a bracha. The Masechet sponsor, we have a one-quarter sponsor. We're looking for many more. Beis Hashem. Just about $10,000 a year. But, we want to use it. We have 6 hours right now. 5% is low. Dedicated memory of Bobby Boyer and small part of the those are going to work on. We have 4 editors. Hopefully, I'm looking for everyone. I don't know. I heard of a very good idea. I hope it goes through. Let me know if it did. Joel Gadali is the original from Father Jack Gadali, famous editor. The whole year knows who he is. He does. It'll be tremendous. Just why and then. Anonymous, it's not a broken super that positive information, definition of our brain. Some of how to let you see easily. Anonymous, we're going to mention anonymous, we're going to some access to much so probably I can work at the stadium. There's a family can you came out of the belly to the life. And I'm going to market Benny and hope. Well, he's been talking to what the scholar. I signed you, which name of Avi Murray Baruch Memorial. We sponsors anonymous in honor of Eli Mark Ashkenazi and the Mariam D. Ways Group. Gilad for that for a second. Stuart Mark again. Promise a full month. Probably more. We're going to get it. And every single day, every uncle, multi uncle, 2 in the morning, multi uncle, 10 o'clock in the morning, here in America. Today, Eitan Weinberg, leading this master of Yoga and our father's 4th word started to come to have an Aliyah, anyway, Hartman. Esther Amen. Because I yell at the meal then I yell Esther. No, I said it like that because well, we know the other things show up very well, and they know one have Esther very, very well. And you should have a complete to explain it. Why is it holding top? Savvy paid on that first word. That we did well. But it's not, I have to say that we got that thing that we're supposed to really fall too much behind. Siyata Ishmael. And we were discussing a very interesting, super interesting, that whether or not the left hand opponent was shaped as a square or like a steeple. So you know what that is? Steeple. Ran a few these Iranian steeples that I suppose. Does it look like that or not? Yes, this is what it's supposed to look like. Somewhere. Says Gemara, I have a question. If you tell me you agree and say that this is a steeple, that is a these words. So just to repeat this video, why not? There's three forms. One was as you make it go. One was putting it up. That one is what the word is referring to. This is the honeycomb. First, this holds that. The form is in the inside. We're going to grab it. So, the Taveras, if you take this as the forms from the oven, or look at this. This is very simple. I don't know if you did it. Very impressed. You're able to manipulate AI to do a form like that in the shape of a boat. I hope I run out of control when you do. But it says in the formula that this form was like a basket, like chimeras or honeycomb. In other words, it had a bunch of holes, a bunch of honeycomb. So unlike a honeycomb, which is round, it was square. How's your reasoning going to get out of this one? It says it's square. Not like a book. So it will feel good from the top of the back. The top was square. Whatever it means exactly, maybe for the form inside that was square. Maybe the outside was square towards the top. But the bottom was like a boat. I didn't come out all my continuing things. Whatever right out to it. This is like it was actually a speedboat. Tanya, our boss, we discussed these, the wall to go up to the top of the shofar for the sleeper. They were split on the top and they looked like the runners, almost like the branches. So, she did something, obviously it didn't look like this. But, he asked me to just throw it away. I said, no. Maybe I'll give somebody some sort of idea. It looked like some sort of flower. If you look at it from the side, it looks a little, comes out, in front of us. She said to them, that they would rest the bread on it. But the point of this whole thing is, she's very much, the bread was similar in the shape of, okay. Now, we have a bit of a sugya, completely different topic. It's not even the whole album, but a very, very interesting question. Let me show you this video. We're talking about the lechem hapanim. Lechem hapanim are 12 breads that are on the table, the shulchan, and every Shabbos you place them. The new breads, you put out the old bread, but sat in the shulchan for a week. Smoke them out of them, you show the price show, it was nice and fresh. It's one of the Nisa. I want to show you this video, beautiful video, but also the Gemara's question is based on this video. In other words, when Klal Yisrael travels through the desert, traveled for 40 years, when they're traveling, how do we do the bread? The bread just travel. The bread was surrounded by Mishkan. The Mishkan, look at this amigo. A portable Beit Hamikdash. You see on the screen, the sensor, those walls, that's the Beit Hamikdash. Now the bread is inside the Beit Hamikdash. Now we pick up the walls, we fold everything, we move. 1 mile that way, the bread just now moved. If this was the Beit Hamikdash right now, and I took the bread out of those walls to the came out. I didn't get the bread out. I'm traveling. I'm doing my job. I'm a lady. I pick up the shofar with my friend. Without moving. Moving outside the designated area of the Mishkan, which was here for a month or so, and you start moving. Now you move outside of that area. That's another. On the one hand, it's on the shofar. But it's still on the shofar. The shofar has a future. Just discussion there. So before we have discussion, let's just see this beautiful video.
So, over time, what ends up happening is the motion of the side goes on the sleeve and points to that one wrong. Cover the bread. This is very important when you use this later. Discussions about what messiahs mean, what is breaking down with the wall. And even by then, by the 5th century, in the Common Era, there's no bringer. So, if you read Tractates of Hedron at the very end, 90s and 15, you'll see that there's a lot of debate about what they thought the Messiah was, what the Messiah could do. Recognize the size of this thing. There's no debate about this. At any rate, by the Middle Ages, belief in the Messiah had become a dominant part of Judaism. In fact, it's one of Maimonides' 12 articles of faith. You're supposed to believe that the Messiah is going to come. You fervently believe this. This is one of the 12 articles allegedly makes a Jew or Jew. So there's the idea that you can believe in the Messiah, but still have to figure out what exactly the Messiah is and what they're going to do. And it's not even that this would be one. There's some that this text.
That's the other thing. That's the first question. I just removed the bread from does it become possible by traveling? By in the Nissan of Massage, it doesn't become possible by traveling because the bread is on the shop. And it's not possible. Now, since I'm traveling today, like the shoe, maybe some of you have some understanding of what I'm referring to. How time asks, I have to do. It says that when you have to travel, she tells the Rothschild, if you want to, the not something less than that, but you do this. Please give me bread, please. Garbage story. So that's the first time. What else is it?
It's true. Bread. It's true. Every Messiah has to favor. And so some of the list of things that they're supposed to do are things like they have to be born in a Davidic bloodline, related by blood to David, treasure, they have to rebuild all the cities of Israel. So every city in Israel is rebuilt.
Especially us, after young church, we need clothes that we can wear.
They have to
A lot of us don't have clothes to wear. More than the shop.
Besides, they just die. So
Should I see that we get, should I think that we get chew on?
they tend to die. They have to bring world peace. Well, in fact, not only bring world peace, they have to bring peace to the point where not even the animals fight each other. So that is world peace, the level of how the animals fight each other. They have to cause every nation.
Get from both right now. Get the crowd.
So everybody becomes kind of Jewish. They resurrect Judge Dead, or at least say Judge Dead.
Okay, fine.
Resurrect them, and they judge them. Which is weird. The Messiah said that now they're judged. They can just sin by like a sin symbolically. They stop all buildings. They stop all Sabbaths on their news. Immediately establish the Jewish kingdom, which is spread out the Mediterranean, and you're free to see. That's a bare minimum. Just to be clear, This is the bare
I just related to this for today.
Messiah is expected to do. This is just the minimum.
He says, you know when you go on a trip,
You can be a candidate.
I don't know about you guys, my wife is packing up the sandwiches and the food as if we're going, I don't know, 4 or 5 years.
Christians use go back and do all this stuff later.
You go back, you need to be on a plane. Okay, with one sandwich, one chocolate, I get it. 14 sandwiches. And what if we get stuck for 6 months? And what if this, what if that? Well, of course, no wheels. It's not cool to go wheels. Gotta go to design or whatever. I just never understood. These people, they walk through the airport and stuff for 40 countries. They look cool. Let's get the wheel. Who cares? It says on this animal, that's the wheel. I'm not asking for it's a great part, it doesn't fit in his way. I'm not asking for extra food. I'm asking for less and less. Today, right now, you take bread. It's interesting. Mama fits into it. And this here was a great story about Devin Amela. You know, bread starving, about to die. I need clothing now. How many of us here have 4 or 5 coats? It's just not a big I don't need all types. One coat, one bag. That's it. It's one. I don't need the extras. The second thing that is very nice. No, spirit email. Just my wife, your wife, everybody's wife. So, okay. Really, you put on them show the lady, a woman's born with she needs to look at the family, she needs to have exactly what she's going to want the sandwiches, that's the really. But I was thinking, my wife's family, they're foodies, they're very emotional food, and as soon as she told me, like, when you try them, they're all, oh my goodness, you'll already be pulling out the sandwiches and don't see the bottom. What is happening is that but it's funny that we went on the speech, I don't even tell you that you should do that. Here's the fruit, the soup, and here's what you think. Later on, I bought I used to go buy like the toaster of them and make a pizza with them. No, they have good kindness now. On the parents, they said, no, the food at night was good. But during the day, you didn't get the same food. All the guys were eating, the ski school, and eating burgers, and we had to sit there. Well, one chocolate bar you gave us. Which one? I didn't have the chocolate bar. You actually got more of this. Secondly, there's just sort of a chocolate flair in Europe. So whenever I play you on Chevrolet, one was just a it says it becomes partial by moving the bread, even though it's inside the chauffeur. And on the inside, it's not impossible, it's in the chauffeur. Mine go on the side, you see is a shift in conversive communities because so I want to give up. I want to tell you the end of the whole suit. The end of the suit, this is no my plug. Okay? No my plug. If it's on the table, it's not plug. If it's off the table, that's the whole suit. How do you get there? How does the Gemara know that? So you're going to have to prove it step by step. I'm going to move something 6 after Yaakov. So it says, as you are part, that's how you travel. In other words, obviously when you park and you take the bread outside of the Mishkan, that's so when you're traveling, look, as soon as you travel, you're outside of the Makam of Mishkan. The Mishkan is right over here. You just move out of there. I'm going this hour, all the men on the hall, you see the left my comment, all here. This is tremendous. What I'm going to say, this is strong. It's not like a flimsy brush. This is so strong, this brush, you can't get out of this brush. It says the left hand of all of you. This G-sharp is going to remain on this left hand pocket all the time. Let him talk all of you.
in that Christianity was
Look, I need to know that you're going to do classes. What's he going to do this possible? What's he going to do this possible? Yeah, I know it says that it doesn't become possible it seems that you're not going to be so. It seems like crap is like hard. And when you're hard, you can't take it out. So you can't take it out. So you just get out. It should be possible. No. You don't understand. It's not stop. It's right to me. When you're hard and you don't take it out of the shofar because it's good, but it tells you that's the when you so when you travel, you didn't take the bread out of the shofar. It's still in the it should not become possible. My mom says it's possible. I'm going to say left I probably longer than you. It says that the bread is going back to the Easter is not there's we always say the Lashon years, the Yossi years, as is. It has two short remains covered. Says Marel, that's what I'm doing. So we're starting to get to where we need to go. Now what? Says Rabbi, it was super, everybody agrees at the top of the table, there's no soul.
Very much in the strain of
I don't care how far you take it away from the original Mashkan of the Mishkan, 25 miles away from the original spots. It's still called why because it's in the
air in the 17th century.
Christians,
Jews, basically everybody. Very intense comments started appearing.
What does this mean? Just as Shah.
Further, we also have printing that's taken off. Now, printing is one of these things that disseminates very, very rapidly.
That's one of the greatest things with the Bible.
It's very rapid. You can also disseminate ideas that are incorrect very rapidly. And what you get are all these
first of all, it's off the table.
Europe that are making claims.
But better than that, you took it off the table for Shabbos.
One good example of this is all the Jews that were the 10 lost tribes of Israel.
They came Shabbos, and every Shabbos you try to take it off the table. Now you have a question about this. You took bread out. All the folks says, let's go. Everybody go. We go.
This idea that we not
history at all. So now it's off the table.
Broadsheets printed through Europe.
We're going to shut the move. Do we consider it good thing or not?
This was a very
that's my point. But if it's on the
dissemination of all
it's 100% good thing.
Not just that, there's all kinds of things going on in Europe that led people
so what's the change?
Columbus's discovery of
not going to leave because you have to be so much same thing when we have Fort twice. That the part is like the travel. And when you travel, you take it out of the Mishkan. It's possible. Over here, since it came out of the it's possible. Mando ama Europa, it's not possible. It's not possible. Application also, it is. I don't care whatever my mind is, even if it's traveling, it's considered a bias. But now, this is interesting because now we expand it. All of a sudden now, as you're traveling, it's going to be a good muscle because is an expansion of future.
Also, there's a huge
What is on there? It's
thousands of battles that maybe 100,000. In fact, the Kaminsky
Have a vision also by your mind. The macro of Judah is like by your mind. Before it was restricted to the mind. Now it expands to the whole macro of Judah. All blue here. Before, very nice. Before it was only it says macro and red. Now it's an entire blue. As we're traveling the whole blue, and we travel, as you can see, second, we travel in a certain formation. And that formation of blue is the Kedusha Goyim. Not so much. It doesn't say, it says not that it travels and it remains oil. That's what Vietnamese, let's see, what the African. So, what's he gonna do? If he already learned that as you're traveling, you show. No, sorry, not that. Vietnamese, because the African soul, it should be possible with Yotze. Hashiyakin soul, and he went out. They went out of the place. It should be possible. But no, like you said before, it's the opposite. Not funny, also, my things like, it's like park. When you're parked and you don't move it, it's not possible. But it's also, you're not playing, so you don't come out of the macro reveal, you're still in the blue square. In the blue square, now, Vietnamese, I've seen what's on it. The mindset says that the oil money travel. Tomorrow, in other words, it remains on money and there's not nothing out of them. Only the dollar will go. It's not saying that it remains with you. It's trying to tell you that there's a certain way that the macro went. Each Shevet had its flag, and they had the three Shvatim at a time. Of course, they travel in a certain way. These three Shvatim are going, and these, there's a certain formation, and that's what the parents say. The nuts are like that travel in a certain way. I wouldn't go with this. So you want to do and how is the other man know this idea of going, if you use enough deposit already, that the still do show when they travel. There's another good part. And also everybody is telling us that there's do show when you travel, not that you have to travel with a formation. So you might know, you're right, there's two parts of the puzzle. We're not going to give yourself, I'm not going to teach us that they travel in certain notes. So you're not going to give yourself, I'm not going to do show. And but also that there's flags that there's a formation. Okay. In other words, there's two parts of the sumo to learn these flags. Makes say, I have a question. We shall see myself. So that was this picture is a shot from video, but you see how they're breaking down the walls of the entire Mishkan. So by breaking down the walls, what happens? The moment you break down the wall, there's no more Mishkan. No more Mishkan. Then what happens to all the Korbanos that are inside? No more Mishkan. What happens to the Mitzvah itself? You see, you have to start moving as well. So it says, the Sham seals my sight, Dashim to South. So let's remember these words, Dashim to South, and we're going to talk about it like in 10 lines from now. That let's say I'm checking a carbon copper, and Hashem says, take down the wall. Take down the wall. Now the copper all of a sudden is exposed. It's in the middle of the desert. He's not in the Mishkan. He's now possible because he went outside of the Mishkan. The Zavar Mitzvah is Shalkin Kutu Kusasa. They must leave. Typically speaking, Mitzvah has to go completely outside. Oh, really? So they're not going to find it. But they were speaking, Mitzvah goes outside of all the mountains. He's on the desert. Floor is on with sand, and a Zav has to leave the blue. You don't leave the blue. So, in other words, the Machna Leviah and Yisrael still have Kedusha. So they have to use it. The Kedusha from the Machna the Kedusha of Leviah and Yisrael stays, remain. And you have to get it. You're Mitzvah, you can't be. They didn't have Kedusha, they didn't have leave. It says that what happens to where the Machna Leviah, the Machna the Mishnah, what happens to that? It says that if you have a carbon in there, it becomes office. Why? Because there's no more Kedusha. There's no more Machna. So then the Lechem Aponim is the same thing should have the Lechem Aponim. If it happens to a carbon chata because in the oil that your Kedusha expires because you're not inside of his amigo. So the Lechem Aponim also, the Kedusha should expire to be possible. Is that a raya? Well, apparently Lechem Aponim. No, all the Chakos, the oil, you're right, but not the Lechem Aponim. Lechem Aponim doesn't become possible. As his word doesn't make any sense. He's Moshe. If the oil is considered oil, I think it's not me. So then, even a copy that stays there should remain complex. Should be complex. Not afterward. It's not considered oil. I feel like I'm not me. The 11 one should be complex. The Lord says at the end of the day, you know what? I give it. There is no machlokes. There is no machlokes. No. You know, all of that says that the Kedusha remained in the Lechem Aponim was talking about a different case. He's talking about a case that the Lechem Aponim is on the table. When the Lechem Aponim is on the table, there's no... Oh, look at that. Let me see your Gemara. You're thinking like Gemara for example? Actually, one of these pictures this year. All the pictures in the like Gemara. Here's one of these two friends.
Eventually he settles in Cairo, where he comes into defense of a very wealthy leader of the community. And it's there that Shabtai actually did a job, basically a fundraiser. What he would do is he would
imagine the Romanian
raise money. And what he would do is raising money from
people do it.
folks trying to get the
Let me get in.
online.
Yeah, Friday.
Actually, one of these missions,
I don't know about
fundraising that
it's Friday, it's tonight. Only us here.
actually had arrived in Cairo, and she was a decent worker herself. She was a pretty famous sex worker.
On the beer.
And she
make sure I
massacres in Poland, and she traveled all the way
okay.
places
Look, come on. You know, it's nice. Were you up the whole night? All right, what's going on? It says in Gemara, and it's another one. The Omer that says the bread is possible is off the table. Somebody removed it to eat. So it became possible. But it's not on the table, it's all place. That's the line of this video. On the table, the bread is raised up. Even if you remove it from the Mishnah, you go 100 miles away from where it was before. You're going to start if it's off the table, and you remove the Mishnah, it becomes possible. All right. Oh, you see what my son's Belayla. Did cholesterol travel during the night? Oh, all right, it traveled during the night. Why? But I could start. Not travel. Let's go. You go, even if it's 3 in the morning. You go. You know, so what's it? The Habib said, listen, if someone woke you up 3 in the morning and says you have to travel, you say, okay, very good. But I need light. I need a sweet. I'll wait till the morning. Go in the morning. They didn't see you go right away. Why? These all the guys are being seen myself, but I because if you don't travel during the night, ain't last week, it's afro. So when are they supposed to go? When are they gonna break things down? When are they gonna do this? This correct is breaking. There's the wall. When are they gonna break it down? In the morning. Now, if you go back, I told you to remember, go back 10 lines. It says that when the shots with my sons, when they broke down the walls of the barrages, automatically touching the sun of the earth, the carbon becomes possible. So as Abaye, I know it says something. If you must wait until the morning, when you shut this animal yesterday, so it just became possible this morning. Forget about the fact that the animal left the base on the day. It's morning, and morning is called what? Lino. Forget about yotes, it's Lino. Here, let me show you the picture. There's 2 different things about it. Lino is sleeping overnight, not the cutting, but the cutting. And yotes is bringing bread out. So, says, why are you telling me
For instance,
that
it's something
Chatas that gets stuck in limbo in the Mishnah. When you break down the Mishnah, Chatas is stuck there. Oh, it's Yaitse. It's not Yaitse. It's Lina. It was there overnight. Why? Because the only time you can break down the Mishnah is in the morning. So when you break down the Mishnah, by the time you break it down, you have a Chatas that shut you before. Because you said maybe maybe have in the middle of the day. Maybe. Okay, fine. Different passions to have over here.
And so it seems like what ends up happening is the Shabbos actually travels to Gaza to meet the
That's his right. My usual thing is when you run expensive cheaper. Everybody knows that the travel during the day. No one's going to allow it to. Go day and night. The same amount of you to go to the moment. When do you go to the night? You start in the day. I'll give you a much strong, chestnut show, strong one I can keep on. I just thought this morning of a muscle that was looking. I don't remember what. I had this schmack of muscle that was. Yeah, 2 days out. I thought about it for a second and it's swell. Great. So my muscle that I want to say right now is the person that's on a cruise ship, in the locker, maybe depending on the day that I'm on. So he's on for a few days, you can remain on the cruise ship for job. Something like that. I'm not asking a lot of you know, but to get on the cruise ship on top, this is about it. It says before you go day and night. Yeah, you start out nighttime, run in the day, then you go, oh, that's what I want to say, hold on. I know what the muscle was. The muscle was, I'm looking for a place now where there's a marketplace today, that everybody, the more you sell there, the more you sell, the more people come to buy. Right? You know the Gemara? And I was saying, oh, buying and buying this soup and happening as well. But I don't want it.
That's typically what ends up happening. Well, what ends up happening?
Hold on. Absolutely shocking. The second part is something that we do today, that because there's more people doing it, that place it brings more business, more people go there to do it. I don't know why I did it this morning, but that's what I was thinking about. But this is my interesting muscle that you go to, so over here also you start in the right time. You start in the day, it extends to the night. So it doesn't mean that you can start quick at night. No, I don't mean mama. Start in the day. You love your mama, maybe you can. So that's why I come and says, look, I prove it. Start during the start at the beginning. Remini. He said, what do we say before? Oh, so let's go through my fourth line from the he said that Zav and Mitzayah are thrown out of the mouth because the Jews are not going to be in the Yisrael every day. So you got to get them out of there. As soon as we start moving, get them out. They don't get trapped in a place that they shouldn't be. As the Bible talks about it, who will operate as when you break down the Mishkan. And so, they're permitted to go in, even into the holies of the holy over there, even to the Machashina that people go. So certainly they go to the Machalabia or Machashro. Why are you telling me they have to chase out the Zav and the Mitzvah? Actually, the leisure, the mayor, the leisure we'll see on the days in a second. He always wants to form the Mitzvah to go in there. And then everyone said something real. So the love is that if you have a bunch of Mason fighters, 51% of the fighters are Mason, you'll let it go to the Mason anyway. Why? What if when someone looks at the keyboard, the Torah doesn't have a head there? You start with a different type of thing. So only someone looks at the keyboard is only for a dead person, so it's not for the Torah. He decides he's going to put himself in with everybody else. Is he high of Torah like he wants or not? says over here, y'all forgot to do all this for everything. It's like, well, that's how I'm going to do it. Face up, but come on, see, y'all can use thing that is high price for pushing yourself in. I'm going to be shopping and I'm not going to put you up. What's up? The shot is made. Amazing shopping. So we're doing shopping. If you send a regular thing out of there, I mean, that's like that's 6. Look. Sorry. Yeah. The Mitzvah, if it may make sense to leave, the Mitzvah has to leave. It doesn't literally mean the Mitzvah always has to leave. There's no separate rule. It means if the Mason doesn't believe, this Mitzvah doesn't get parts. That's what it means. You don't have to say it. It doesn't get parts. In other words, we treat it lighter. Now, since we see that we treat a Mitzvah lighter on Pesach, if this is a situation where you let people that just came from a funeral that were in this walk, they all just went to the value of all kinds of this government spirits. They all went within 4 hours of this. You let them go to the Shemita. So now you're more lenient with it. So you say, listen, we're not going to give you a part. We're not going to drive it. So you see that we treat them with leniency. So true. When we knock down the paroitas, with the Mishkan, and say that they make you go inside the Makom HaShira, we're going to be lenient with the Mitzvah. That's why it's very important. This is Rabbi says the lenient. The lenient and also the Kafan is breaking down the Mishkan, the lenient.
So it's like having the son of the most
important
declaring
I don't know.
Enthusiasm that he received in Aleppo after spending 22 days in Aleppo.
We have a brand new mission. Our voice is better. Oh, turning the dots, talking about global experts across borders statements. I've actually left them back and left my phone in the show somebody calls them before that. He doesn't include. We have a 3-way places. Very, very simple. One man says you need the cake, you need the bread of the lectern and the Zala, and you bake it even outside of the Zara. Baking it outside of the Zara. The other man says no. Kneading and baking only inside that Zara, and then you have the middle. What does the middle man say? One-on-one. Lisha on the outside, baking on the inside. So, I'm actually that's the first sheet, the middle sheet. In other words, one-on-one. So, to me, it could be even outside that. But the baking only inside that. The Asian baking stuff, you not before Shabbos to bake. As you will see, personal Shabbos has to do whether or not it's decent. You have to do so while you. Oh, that's what it is. This guy is. Yesterday time already? Yeah, no, that's coming up. Okay. It's coming up at the end of the mission. If baking the challah, the bread, left, physically, then you cannot bake it on Friday because by the time the bread gets to Shabbos, it had to go through a night, and that is no good. It's like overnight. If it doesn't give it that exuberance, so then you can bake it on Friday. Maybe you don't either. Oh, I say not true. You have to knead the dough inside that Zara. Certainly, you have to bake it inside. Shimon Omer, the other one is Rothschild. You got it. The soil, the bola. The other one come upon him. Shared by Zara, shared with Kagi. You could do the baking, even the baking, you could do it in the Kagi. What's this Kagi? Tiny is within the walls of these flags. Not these walls that we see over here. Sorry for that. But it means within the walls of the flag of those days. In other words, not inside of these walls. A big cooler. You let a bake the bread inside the wall. So the Gemara, we got you. I have a question. I haven't been talking about fucking a boat. I'm going to see over Linus House. How could you do it outside? As long as you look so little. If it's clean. This is sun. Remember we had that feed that we spoke about the sun. I don't think we have it here. But the sun holds a certain amount of flowers. If it gives you future, how can you do it outside of the community? As soon as you put inside the feed, it becomes Scottish. Now, it's outside of the community, it becomes Scottish. So much feed is actually, yeah. If it's a feed that measures wine and oil, that gives it future. So a lot of my pleasure whether or not the solid seed for flowers is future. Look here, over going to stories in my mama that says there's no future. But then you tell me they should bake it inside the this side of the wine. This side of that law. I don't know. I mean, that's the other. Scotch. You know, the oven is a future. So what's the obvious answer? What's the question? First of all, that a clean that holds dry goods doesn't. They tell me second later that this clean called the oven gives it. She can answer a simple oven is future. And a measuring cup doesn't give future. What are you going to say? So I'm going to say, I'm going to use the other guy. All my rabbis, I asked this man to a very tough person that's like metal. Meaning, says Rashi, very, very sharp. I'm a Rapshation. Name is Rapshation. Sharon says that Rapshation was very special. And over here, Rashi says that he's very sharp. I like to say over the screw up all the time. The screw up says that in order to say position in Torah, first you have to know all shots with Rashi. Then we can go. All shots. Come to look at them 6 to 7 years. You gotta know all the shots with Rashi. He's very sharp. Not now, he's very always he is first, like in Arabic. No. And another interesting thing that we have to verify one of the got a few confirmations, but not full. That in Psalms, the Rebbe, to give the guess on this on the patience on this Asha, every year the same sugar, Shalom takes about an hour and a half, and they give a prep, and they call it something like that. There's somebody from the Hebrew show, yeah, maybe I don't know exactly details. From Europe, from all over. One of my kushas was a big passion on rotation. Zubo or the desert. You're right, the measuring frog doesn't even counter-attachments, but the oven, even though it's for dry goods, it gives fusion. That was catch. I'm not just strong stuff. And what about the other food? Where do you bake the bread? Inside the meat. Inside that is why are you doing it inside? Because the oven gives you fusion. If you did it outside, it would be polished and it would be called the lights. There's nothing in the shop. And nothing to push off shops. Why? You have to leave it. You got a big problem. If you cannot bake on Shabbos and the oven gives you the show, now the bread is a day old. If the bread is a day old, it becomes possible because it's slept overnight. When do you make the bread? On Erev Shabbos, on Friday. You can't do it on Shabbos because it doesn't go for Shabbos. Let's do it on Friday. And if it gives it crucial, like the only gives it crucial, then it should become possible. What this is rough. You got the very slab over there, rough over here. I don't know. Over here, we have some precisions. Bookshot and cautious to touch your body. Sharp one, very sharp one. Romano Rothschild. And he didn't have all that.
Well, he's basically told a very simple thing. He says,
Oh, Rabbi,
here's the skinny.
let me take a stab at
They
it.
interrogate him. They ask him if he
Mike Bushio, but don't tell
he
him.
says yes.
Mike Bushio.
So they said, okay.
He was
Here's your test. Right, here's the test. I'll convert to your religion. I'll convert to your Messiah.
from
If you pass one test, the test is this. We're going to strip you naked.
he was during the
Bring
Roman
in a bunch
cipher,
of archers.
and
They're going to shoot
he
you.
wrote in
There.
the cipher, which was reading
And
it,
if
he
you
should
survive,
wrote
if you tell them you,
that the question of the behavior doesn't even start.
well,
So
you'll
this
die.
was so upset.
And they say,
He
our
said,
shepherd,
"Who
you're
on the
Messiah.
floor? How can you write such a? Have you read something that
And so,
doesn't even
Jeff
start?
Very
First, I
probably
have
says,
the answer. Okay,
not the Messiah, I'm just
here,
Rabbi.
please.
He
Here
does
you
not want
start.
to show with a bunch of arrows.
Doesn't
And so
even start. He had a big title.
he's here. Okay,
Remember, a
Rabbi
whole
says, okay, Jeff,
school was talking to the Machaber about it. Why he wrote that? Okay, fine.
convert to Islam,
So,
or you'll be impaled.
Why? He's trying to explain it. He doesn't even start. It's
5
costing
minutes
money.
inside.
I want to show that it's not a cash offer. Give out to him. I want to show it.
Shabbatai, not being stupid,
How can it really be beginning to make a mistake?
converts. He
No,
converts to Islam. He
Wait,
becomes
push you.
Aziz Neman.
No, my name is Conjari. He was able to safer of
And
the
now
Afghan
the
Africa.
Sultan is actually pretty pleased with the fact that he
Tomorrow, Mike push you.
and he,
I don't understand the cash offer. No, I'm married to the mocking Jesus. To me, it's still almost like a third. He says,
and
Mike
when he's
push
part
you.
of the ceremony, the gatekeeper is actually
What does it
an official
mean?
member of the
That
Sultan court, and he gets him
that you
really
bake
nice
the
cut,
bread
and he has
inside
basically
that
most
jar.
official
No, you bake the bread outside. So I say the thing.
basically just
The mocking
official
Jesus, these
position
are
given to
people that work inside.
Shabbatai can do.
Very that it shouldn't be so color. You gotta be careful not to
Came
make
out better materially. I mean, obviously being shocked there is really bad.
So we have a big
Really bad.
fast. I don't know, he did it fast more than
They basically took it away as a problem. It's like attention to the
I think that we gotta go.
and because they're crying, that's great. That he was not just shooting there. I think I got a lot of healthy friends. I think they had one shit.
What's going on?
So
I woke up tired
tired. So
And you'll see what
tired is. One, the first thing he was missing processing spreads all from this is really bad.
Okay.
This is really bad.
Something with him, the joke.
They packed the bags.
Someone's you up
And
and
they
down.
were already including Chabbatai
Yeah.
in there.
Well, we have actually recently sometimes the bird so he was off. Why? Makes no sense.
This guy,
What are you be careful about? So think about it. If an amount of bakery, you can do half the lines were very, very supermarket. From here, we don't care at all. Makes no sense. If you have to care, you have to care from the moment the dough is mixed. Oh, you can't say, oh, I'm always careful over here.
That's bad.
But we
Not only is it bad, it's incredibly
embarrassing. Making with that kind of job.
Just took it as
We didn't know.
crazy
Well,
Jews,
the regular
stupid Jews can't defend anything.
Yeah.
But not only that, the people, the Jews who remain anti-Messiah, looks like Manasseh in Israel and Amsterdam,
I feel we didn't use Israelis and not really use much.
lost their
You have to be very careful when you bake it. You have to be very careful when you need it. You need to buy for every reason, and if you don't need to be careful when you making it dough. I feel not living. You don't need to be careful when you're baking. A little actually, Brucey. We don't like it.
hear about the apostasy until the summer.
Really, the Mishnah, you know, I don't call myself
Six.
I like your users. Review said meetings go, everything go must
Led to basically ran over to where
be done inside that Zara. I'm sure arguments is they both to be outside that Zara.
and the big debate is
Zara.
what did apostasy mean? Now, one thing
From
we
the
know about
whole,
Messiah is that when Messiah is
Oma,
care of things
Rabbi,
like
Bo,
die
I know
or
it's
refer to as a religion, it's not a problem.
the Shmata Maisa.
That's how delusion goes.
The famous story that the outcome was terrible. So what about his running away from Saul? And he didn't have any food. He collapsed. And he got the Noi here after that. You know that the Mishnah was a Noi, and then after he divided it, there's the reason. No, you moved the city of Canada. He got it. And he told them, told them, come here. And then he spoke to Miller, give me some freak out. Give me some fake. It's very important to make the fake. So there are actually a couple of different eating from the Lechem Apana. He was strong. How's he eating from the Lechem Apana? Is that somehow Shabbat really was? So there are some people that can believe that. That not only had he not converted, he was just tells them, you know, he was never fired. Another way is that he converted. Something here is weak. Even though it's going to become punished with it. What is it? So that's the Machloek. Maybe you just saw the Chalash between the Alpha. Maybe he says he found them, he came there on a weekday. He came to this day on a Friday. All the rules there are called to late. Your fishing is on a Friday. After Yoni Kad is a plea. I understand. It's going to become Kadosh in the oven. When you put it in the oven, it becomes Kadosh. And if it becomes Kadosh on Friday, you don't have bread for Shabbos Kadosh. It's already possible. It's over now. You shouldn't say about the Shabbos that you shouldn't argue. No. Go ahead, I'm going to show up on the Shabbos. Oh my God, that day. What are you doing? Should you do this on a Friday? Why are you doing this on a Shabbos? Why are you doing it on a Shabbos? If the oven gave you Dusha, understand why you don't bake it on Friday because it was puzzled, because it was overnight, it's possible enough. But the oven will give it Dusha. What gives it Dusha? Shulchan will do it now. So bake it on Friday and don't put it onto the Shulchan until Shabbos. And only then the clock starts ticking. Here's the video.
It seems like they forgot that except for some version of the radio. Except for some version of the his position was, yes, Shabtai.
No, you got that. This one is Shaw ended up throwing all the bad in there before we get pushed.
And then he went of Islam, back to Judaism, and he emerged as how deep is this fallen. Shabtai, for what it's worth, basically got to a titanium crush, as you can imagine. We basically just lost it. Russian. In fact, the realize is that they love Turk.
It's small. Yushalmi says that he ate all 12 breads. It says in the Gemara. What? The Rabbi found them baking bread, but still, it says in the first in the positive, he gave him bread that's covered. They didn't have any of the bread. He didn't let them upon him. They only had the bread that came off of the table. Now, the bread that came off the table of the shulchan is a week old. So what do you do? He found them baking bread. And right there, the farmer so what do you mean? Like 11 teams, let them upon him in some national. They told the Melech, there's only this bread that was taken off the table of the shulchan and some of the shulchan. He tells them, this bread that comes off the table, there's no meat. If a kohen eats his bread, he's allowed to eat the bread. So once the kohen is allowed to eat the bread, so there's no meat, it's not considered kosher anymore. It has a lesser gusha. MMA law wouldn't be such a big disser for the Yisrael people's bread because it's not going to mean it. It's also, but not as strong. But even if it's the most holy of holy, this washing on the shulchan, the life of give it to him in third person, give it to me to eat. It's so good. He's saying about himself. So what is the pashas? She says Rashi over here. He had a disease called boomers. If somebody has boomers, in other words, he's starting. His eyes light up. I can give it boomers, even on your paper. We've seen the You know what one bread is? How do you eat one? One is 10 pounds. And 120 pounds worth of. So yeah, it's a good one. Yeah. Oh, pardon. Oh, you're saying why would you have the right to eat all? If a person can eat 12 bread, then you understand. You have the bulls, you can't even go until his body tells stop. I didn't say. I was just as I know, the word bull was pretty sure it's from believer. Same thing with believer. I mean, they're related. Fullness is salvation, that means freedom. Yeah, versus you eat it all, and you let him eat. Yeah. That's why you're going to human Gemara. Like it says in Gemara, is only like this tradition, or the tradition ones. But the Akinami, in other words, the oven Mikadosh or not? That's the child. That's the maflay. And I was going to remember, always be saying that the water should have said, you should say this. There's no crucial. You're allowed to make the bread inside the zara. You're allowed to make it outside of that zara. In other words, that's the tradition. That's what it means. No, so that's in my blanket. Whether or not the oven is crucial or not, I'll see you there to stroll for the Measure Shed. Have a wonderful.
Marry this book is spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor MDY.com.
And his last Jewish act, Zionism, was to request a Muslim or Pharaoh that he can say the prayers or Aziz actually pray Jewish prayers as he died.
Good morning, Rabbi. Live from Lincoln. It'll be very interesting. Like, as the cameras were going on, it's on live. So it means that there's a tornado watch here in Lincoln. You don't agree to the ratings of tornado right by the neighborhood. It'll be unbelievable. I mean, not this house, that's a show. Yeah, wow. Tornado watch in Lincoln. Rabbi said, a reminder to say, Spirit Sa'imer, this is the right day, but many of us think that we're married yet, and that reminds me of at least Harley with us, the centers guy, but nothing. Centers guy, he's 245 daf into Shas, and with us, less than a year. That we met the first time in Park City. And we also have Ari Blumenthal all the way from Cedarhurst. Does a location there, visits every day. Right now, it's every month he shops, he's going strong. And he had a location in Orlando. And he wears the empty white patch, right? Wherever he goes. And let's focus around everybody say hello to the camera. And where are you, ladies? I don't see you. I'm going to have to turn. Let's see. Yeah, ladies. Like someone I can do, and then Ari is going to go right over there. Oops, I turned the camera too. This is the house now. So, around. Okay. What do we have here today? First of all, we have an amazing daf. It's a really a very interesting daf. Look at the art scroll on the page to see a lot of pictures, a lot of weeds. Really cool stuff, The Serious Time is dedicated to, of course, not more revisions, because figures tomorrow is from the Lil Esther, before Steinmark. This was yesterday's year. So I'm not gonna even know yet. Knock it down. Very, very easy daf. Probably a little shorter than the usual daf in terms of time. This is Ariel, short. 10-2. I gotta go quickly over here. I only have 30 seconds. I said we're gonna be out of 10. Okay. So, Yeah, that's the story of my life. It looks like it's short, 30 minutes. Dear strong letter from worth reading. You should know you'll be held accountable after 120 other positive years to our passion to don't know about your humor. To develop basic learning, patience, and the talents to gain. Amazing. Kind green word. No, I put it out as a relief. Wow, it's not a hate mail. I told you, you should know you'll be held accountable after 120. Not another one. Mendy Abramson, a good thing. I heard you quickly mention about touching uncovered parts of the body with the reason washing his hands. Ruach versus cleanliness. See my safer. I love a guy for traveling vacation, which I recently sent you. On page 151, I have a lengthy discussion of this. Spent dozens of hours researching the topic. It's interesting stuff. I also have a tshuva on if one needs to wash one's hands after touching the arm and head of what one's doing. So that's what I expect. Some are makel, you do basic mitzvah. Don't even want to wash the same way. When you touch the area by the first milah, the mother can still say a bracha. Another reason, it's a revealed place. It's revealed in Shillah. Okay, cool stuff. All the best, Mendy Abramson. Shmuel Schreiber. I would like to thank you. I'm married with 3 children, and over the years I've tried several times to learn Daf Yomi. A few weeks ago, my friend told me about the incredible impact of this year, and Baruch Hashem, I joined the middle of the second. And we were already approaching them. I feel the need to share something that was a bit difficult for me yesterday's year. We spoke about the tragedy in which 2 people were killed and about the need to be careful and stay safe. By the way, I don't want to put a damper here, but the passion, but they're still searching for this guy that drowned in the canal. His brother, they found him, but unfortunately he didn't make it. So now, think about the tragedy. 2 brothers, one is unaccounted for, and the other one is lifted together. So I don't know if he's talking about that one. It's a tragedy, but he's saying, you spoke about a tragedy in which 2 people were killed, and about, the need to be careful and stay safe. I'm a reservist with over 600 days of service. The number of friends I've lost is overwhelming. Over 20. Lost 20 friends in the army. Sadly, on a weekly basis, fighters throughout the things to lose precious people so that we can live here and learn fire. I would appreciate it if you consider dedicating this film as well in the recovery of the wounded soldiers and remembering those who were killed. Kiddush Hashem, thank you. You wrote this in Hebrew. So in Hebrew, I addressed this. To explain to him, he's new to this year, so he doesn't know. Maybe for those who forgot and are new to this year, I'll just say it one more time. For me to give the English year is very difficult on a daily basis. I put a lot of hours into it. It's difficult. There's no days off. It is place of traveling. I'm still jet lagged from my trip from America to Israel last time. That was like 3 months ago. So it's difficult. Face after this vacation, the whole thing. I took upon myself to do a share in Hebrew, which I'm very, very happy I did. It was close of my limbs and the injury and all those. Those who were there, I'll speak about once in a while. My dialogue, but here's a person that is feeling bad that I didn't say that the share is dedicated. I want the whole Hebrew share, which numbers now probably in the 15,000 people that watch the share a day. It has tremendous stuff. It's actually growing on a quicker rate than the English year. It's very popular in Israel. It's popular over there, whereas in it is popular. I tell you about it. I told them, come over to me. I watch the share every day. Like they have no busha. I don't know what it is. Okay, it's interesting, no? You think the opposite, and that's true. You have those also. So that's what I have to say for that. Maybe once in a while we'll say the memory or refuahs, the amount of soldiers that are injured even now in Lebanon. You hear about the deaths, you don't hear about the injuries. What you do hear, you don't realize that injury means. You were telling me before that you went to visit these guys. They come to Chicago, some of them. No arms, no legs. Prosthetic expert. And you went and you visited them. A lot of amputees. These are injuries that are life-changing injuries. So of course we down to them, and we hope that we're able to see the enemy go bye-bye and everybody they can come home safely and we don't have to worry about this. It's unbelievable. Things are happening. Times of Mashiach. All right, fine. There's a lot of stuff here. I'll have to see Dr. May Wickler, just throwing this out real quick. He says he's a person playing for all the work that went into the whole staff. And this is from Jamie Azulay. I like this. I put it in here because I don't want to forget this, that on our video, there should be like a caption on top. Maybe it even goes away eventually, which stays there so people later on that watch the video know what the video is about. It's not just a funny video. Right? So it doesn't just stop it. Okay, I think that's what you're saying. Shukar Jamie. And this may be through my show to go here. This is satellite location. They very much on a daily basis. Our we rented a nice office in a nice office building in Maybrook. It has all this stuff. Look at the wall. Love it that room Kaddish. You don't come to Kaddish. It's all. The map of all the locations, 28 locations says there. Now I think we're up to 34. He funds it. He has a wedding hall. We did a huge Lava Malkin's wedding hall. I think 700 people just from the set that you could come if you're part of a satellite location. It was unbelievable. Every table was a different satellite location. The whole massive, actually, it's 2 walls. There's 2 chasanas every night. So on a Must Shabbos, there's the weddings. We got the whole thing. It was unbelievable. This is what you call it. And during Shir, I spoke about how he advertises, put 100,000 shekel into the advertising. Here's one advertiser in Maybrook, in front of his hall, and for me, it's like much larger than life. It was huge. So Dave threw the middle Shir, so I'm showing this one. All right, Rabbi, so let's go. We'll have to do this later on. We have how many minutes are we? I don't know how much we're watching. The official edition of New Shops is set by the Iranian Levy family's parrot, the Palcher family, in honor of Rav Mordechai Rubin. Oh, we have a new parrot. Rav Tzadi Dalin, with deep gratitude to Rabbi and Dov Meir and Bat Shana, Balkany family. Dear Talman, dedicated memory of Avimir, of Shmuel, Foreigner, of Chaim Tzidoi, himself the sponsors, Joel Gedalis, the Leading Trust, my father, Jack Gedalis, anonymous as helpful workers of the Gashmis, the Palcher family, donation, the Living Trust, for Rana Goy, from Shlomo Palcher, the Nation Tzidiloi, anonymous, for Shlomo Rosh Benazar, anonymous, for Shnema, and Rabbi Tzomim, the latest Bas Esther, Shlomo Malki, 2020, speaking Malki, Zom Chesed. We're so proud of you, Mordechai, keep steiging. We should do like YouTube, where if you pay like $1 a day, you get to watch the show without the commercials. Take money from it. You see how many people actually like what? And it's free, so no, but you get all the stores and everything during shit, but without the sponsorships, whatever. And then you're not gonna be happy. Send this right now. Sending girls and family, Canby Island, UK, in honor of Rebellion, you changed my meaning of life. Money, also Martin Penny, and all those who talk in the wife with Bobby Charles, Carl Muffin, sponsor Ivy Simon, the first name of Murray, Burke, and Miriam. Weekly sponsors anonymous in honor of Ellie, Margaret Nazi, and the entire new white crew. Do not slow down for a second. Daily sponsors Moshe Yitzchak Grossberger, in honor of my wedding today. May all brachas be fulfilled. Going Chayil El Chayil, Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. Where is he from? This is like Mexico or something? Yitzchak with a J and Moshe with a CH. Interesting. MDYR, Rabbi Sarah, Muslim, Yol, Kaneda, Mission, Brooklyn, Muslim, Taberasi, Muslim, Daniel Zed, Ben, Ayel, and Dester. Rabbi Sarah, here we go. We have brand new Mishnah. I'm serious. It's all easy today and it's super interesting. It says the Mishnah, all the way in the bottom of the Tzadik Gimel page, brand new Mishnah. So we discussed, smicha means to lean on the animal, and tnufa means to wave the animal, lift them up and wave. There's 2 different things. There's certain chumras that you have in a smicha, and certain chumras you have in a tnufa. What we do in the smicha? Go what? 3 lines from the bottom. When it comes to tnufa, it's enough that one person does it for the whole crew, for all the partners. Whereas smicha, we said yesterday, each and every person, it's a Rabbanan, we learned each and every person must do the smicha. And chayim with nufa, and what's the chum that nufa has that smicha does not? Shat nufa no heges b'korbanis hayachid b'korbanis hatzibur. You have to do it in all types of ways. Carbon Yaakov is the Shlamim. So here's a picture that we showed yesterday. The Shlamim Knufa, Chazan and Shai. We also have the Tzibur Knufa. This is Tzibur Knufa. What is this? This is the Shtei Alechem with the Shalmei, what do they call it? Shalmei Tzibur. The two sheep that were bringing on Shavuos coming up. Shleishim Yom Kol Nechad. What? Oh, that's the we'll get to it. Coming up soon. That Knufa. Oh, we're going to Tzibur. B'chayim, you do Knufa when the animal's alive. Or b'shchutim. And you do Knufa when the animal's dead. I just showed you. This one is pretty dead, I think. This guy is dead. Where do we do Knufa with something that's not alive, that was never alive? Here, in this picture, the bread. The black meitaida, you have to do Knufa. Hashem with smicha, you don't do smicha when the animal's dead. Which is more, it's going to have a kasha on that. In fact, you see that there are times that you do smicha when the animal's dead. Honorable. Korbanah, the rabbis call valid korbanah smicha. Korbanah, by Shlomo, it says the word korbanah, comes to include all the owners must do smicha. I think, maybe it's a kapaymer, a simple kapaymer. Nuva should instruct to be Nuva, you have to do these in after the animal's dead sometimes. Nismata, there's no Nuva when you have partners. Nuva, the exact Nuva. And it is like the Nuva that you don't do Nuva on a dead animal. Thirdly, you shouldn't do it with partners. I'm really for butter. The rabbis told out partners that all the partners must be free from 10 partners. You can't take over, lose on it, and go away. The next one that says, you try to lose off the survivor, you got to go. If you feel where do you have a bunch of partners? You should all take it. Sometimes you do so. Take a woman, and then say, could I buy you one? The next guy goes, let each guy should be that's stupid. Because we look, because you're a woman, say, beautiful. Just like by a woman, everybody should do too. The last week, what's the guy telling us things about the last week, when the traffic is putting the traffic to the hardest, you don't do it when that is good, but you do it when it's hard. So it's beautiful that you do it when it's tough, it's still you do it when it's hard. People can try to be putting in the distance rather than the that's the time. That's what I use it. It's one part. You can do that. That's not bad. So have a pizza. Again, they think a big problem for pizza. They pick this out. Somebody's hands have to be on the other people's head. Each person must be touching the animal, otherwise, but pizza. So, that's a great question. The question is using things in the nature. But as you said, you learn from the top, you catch your, and you know, everybody remembers, the thing that we have other practice one time was made it. So we learned some pizza. That a few times that the owner, the plain stand is under the strong side, but sometimes we even tell our mind on it. I study stuff. Does that happen to a man such a woman? This is the man, being old, being a little fish, but bottom line is, find the place, man, because it's not such an abstraction, it's not talking about it. This is an interesting answer that the play is not so important. You have sound, whatever, but when the player says it, and every person has to see uniform. So each and every person is important. Each one is as important as the other. But if I'm important, my hand doesn't touch the animal. How do I touch the animal? I'm not people. So it's impossible. Obviously, playing with kids, and everybody touches the animal. Imagine we had a carbon bake shop. Sometimes they have a carbon bake shop. This thing notifies you that email you received is a scam. How do you touch the small
Instead of guessing whether that bank email is real, you can check it before you think.
It's just an example of a lot of partners in the animal.
It's offering the
There you
best
have a show.
wildlife protection out there.
Whatever school you're a part of, and some of the control is going to the training. There's a flight from Chicago to there's a dollar, there's some money, I want to be part of the island freedom.
And the final kicker, one
So like,
subscription covers unlimited devices, so you can
so
protect your phone,
that's
laptop, and
that's
even
one
share
thing.
it with your house. Pick one tool to protect all aspects of your
Each one
online
should be
life
by
from
yourself. Lift it up, put it down, and let the next guy do it. You should have to do it together.
Check out the
There's a lot of things. We're about Rahman, the list of cars, looking up. It's done. Not like they explain very nicely. It is like a Yeshivish style part. Yeah, when it comes to proof, the proof is on the tefta. The difference between a dog and a tefta. The tefta, the animal itself has to be lifted up. So sometimes it doesn't even matter who lifts it. You can crank it before you do it. Not everybody else can do it. The animal will lift it up because when the mission is the sourcing, that's smooth. The mission is not a mission that the animal should have sleep and blanket. It's a mission that each person is different, and that's why there's a difference how many people do it. One for all the time.
It's the great Sam Talent, everybody.
So you know, this is a restaurant. I don't even know if it's and sneak out when they're on the tefta. And of course, if you sneak out after that, I'm like, it's not on you. So, according to what I'm typing, like, say, I want to do that right now, today. So imagine I just think to myself, like, a typical time goes to the meeting to perform related twice a year. And this is which one's family is. Finally,
It's an erotic thriller about a hitman in
you're
Paris
ready to
doing
go.
romance
One time a year that you get to that vitamin, it's not
Sexual
over. Sorry, guys.
RUT pre-ordering now. It's available
Can't say a word. You go and think so.
September
So
22nd.
let's say you want to
My
do this
friend
comment.
Sam Talent.
And I'm showing the picture so that people will remember
that
how to
people
you know,
online
not
will
to
say
know.
fits. And I go,
Oh, good.
And probably the circles
those
and
on here
highlights
was
that
where
help out.
everybody described as a
This
tour
one carries
some
the
kind of
blood, and each one that carries the word
I
that
have a
you
big
don't
hot
control
body and I
them
want
to
everyone
cut
to know
where the
that.
animal parts of the book that stops over there.
And
This
it's,
place
look,
is, you know,
I know I'm
it's not
sexually distracting
first guy,
now.
number one in line, he
Let's
carries the head.
focus.
The one
Please,
is the
Tony's
rear.
the
The
fun.
second line, he
Redman's a
carries the
pervert, you
2
know.
feet. The 2 feet. And I'll tell
Just
you,
here's
this
so we
person
can get a
carries
nice
something.
cake for old
This
Carlos
is
over there.
That's right. Carlos's birthday.
So imagine
Losing
this,
his
here we
twin
go.
budding off his shoulder there.
You got in front,
It's just
he's carrying the
asexual
head going for it. So you guys
reproduction.
see how this is guys do every stuff.
Rogan said if
This
you're
guy
going to
with
have
that,
porn
he's not
players,
doing
they all
well.
have to have a bald head like me. And trust me,
So that's how they
the
walk.
trombone
13
player
guys.
is well on his
Up the
way.
ramp.
It's
So
a
there's a lot of
Tell it's a win.
It's a nine-shot player. Yeah, like let's call it 9 lines from the new player.
It was Redman.
His nine-shot player level rates are hot team when he decides. Right now, I'm using Comet. I will earlier by 7 to go up the ramp. Guys, gotta be new. The second in command. Second guy is waiting. Maybe something happens. I gotta see from the corner.
That's all right.
That's it's kind of sweet, you know, so you need to catch it. Oh, it's got to be real, so it's gonna play and he takes him with the right on the right hand. Alone, shows him up, right? Helps him out. Ultimately, he's gonna look for that. The third guy walking in line, he's holding the head. So he extends it, he gives it over.
multiple time guests.
What's it called?
Always
This is the word that's not good for us. So,
contender nominee,
Because
always in
sneaker.
the mix, and we're doing it again.
he's on a dead animal. It's the head, without about it. Right? I said this joke on Facebook, and I really like that.
Perhaps get pulled out of this
His
bucket.
name is
If they
Eric
are,
Rose,
they get
and
60
he's
seconds
So I
on
haven't
stage.
tried to
You
joke.
know, their time is up and you're the son of
Move
a
on.
kitten.
Son of Halim Zorka, you don't want to. Son of Halim Zorka.
I'm gonna let this dead-eye
It's the
ketamine
joke.
addict
I'm not
pull
going
the
to say the whole
first
joke.
name.
It's the joke that the doctor
Yes, I know we
with
can all tell.
the attached
Hand
limbs
that to Red Man.
that
We're gonna
cut
go wrangle
and
that
they
person.
brought
Could be anybody,
so
clearly.
he's
And
so,
while we
so good
wrangle
at
that
catching
person, ladies and gentlemen,
different
starting
limbs.
the show is
So
one
when
of
they
our
brought
favorite golden
the
ticket winners ever in the show's history.
this one I can't do
You
because
know,
that's the
you
guy
love
who
a mixed
did
with
it
the
in 20
great
minutes.
David Jolly.
Okay, so here you have a good head. You have a good head. It's not as good as you think. Son of Halim Zorka. have to go sleep. It's a cop already said there's no sleep on the dead eye. Next person I should either reach or you see that. Now the second guy around, he has a two. These what was it? And these are two the first fight. Let's look funny though. First fight came down, let's look fun, and the first fight this is gonna come up. So if I let him go sleep on, he's on fun and then I'm going to toss him into the fight. These are how well I found it very interesting. I think people know about it. I certainly even if I know about it, it's not a thing that people are not doing. You know, like when because you know, what do they do? They give the price of so that they used to charge money for that. Like if you're the one, you didn't charge for the guy who do it, that's a you just do it because you help it. Because passing the micro, all that is all part of the so, but since they know you get for me, and if you nice little thing though. So, son of Harlem is always good. This is what I'm showing. The second guy, doesn't mention the first. The second guy gets out of wire and goes back home. Son of Harlem. We got what he's doing right there. And all third guy gets for the first for another, the third guy goes home. Then the fourth guy now why did this work? I said it, someone explained it earlier. I think it's more of an awkward kind of thing. That since the first guy, he was supposed to be the main person, and then the third double decided to come out. So we let him stay on his desk for those and he's a big performer. So, but the lot of people who sleep on every single word, sleep, or serve a little larger. We like to take the time to see, and instead of who serves that thing larger, let somebody else toss it over that. At the party, you see that the playing double does you sleep on the dead animal, so why are you telling me, oh, sleep only Lupa is on a dead animal, and sleep on it. Well, if I go watching some footage with the logo, it's not really a thing, but you do it just to give honor to him. You try to get, you know, he did the sleep at the beginning, he was involved in it, he did the sleep on it. How do it look for you guys? This is more for the greatest ever. I'll talk to you as well. The Shell Salante, he says that it's easier to learn all the time. It's a great one family. Because of the way this was part of this backstory. Easier to break 2 meters or 6 meters. Right over here. I've been a lot of things. By the way, here's a little behind the scenes for you. David had his spot in the other room. I was doing this room one night, just a normal Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday night of stand-up. And for some reason, he didn't take the night off the day that he got full on teeth implants. And I don't know, Sam, if you've ever had the pleasure of being in a comedy green room with a comedian that day of clearly he needed whatever it is, 75 or 100 bucks, whatever you got paid for that set. You know what I mean? I don't know what it is, doesn't matter. But clearly he could not spare a night off of work because his entire Moving on
to, I get my instead of me rambling about how long have you had the guest and I make fun of you, non-stop jokes about your team. If you had the guest and time like,
Massive bread. How do you do it? What's the procedure? And we'll see a lot of stuff about the even if some of the very interesting. Yeah, welcome. The emotions after too bad from
now we're talking about perhaps 6 to 10 jokes per minute for 60 fucking minutes.
Those two breads, you have to remove them separately. In other words, don't mix up both. Don't make a very large go in the fire. Make one dough for this weapon, one dough for the second weapon. You know you gotta the neck on the oven. One egg. You can put 2 nuts. On egg, 12 bread, and you try to stop it between the full on the Rothschild whatever started. Same procedure as you said, left when you make it. Each one is made all by itself. But when you bake it in the oven, you put two in the oven. What the fuck? Full bones, full color on the face. We're not gonna fun and let the put in our made. What did it say? So as you make it, put it in, I'll show you a little video or whatever in seconds. If you write down, and when you put it out of the oven, no stone will cook. You put another mold, this one will make it to the place of today, the love, the spicy, with the bread. You don't want to control parts. There's three modes. This is why I'm not in meeting. How do I know about meeting it one by one? For the love and how you know this thing is creating this. Hold on. They're struggling. Yeah, I love it. The love on the party is too strong. The story takes about 2.5 kilos. People can women and also take power where people can kill at 5 pounds. So he's double that. 10 pounds per power. Massive. It's like a cocktail of power. You okay for 5 pounds? With 5 pounds? So double that. Actually, it was really bad. I smoked crack and I brought these guys back from the bar where I got the crack. And that's what my life changed. I didn't mention those are the types of things that happen. Hey, ask David. I don't. You know what I just remembered? Not by me. I might be making this up because I was only 5 or 6 years old. I used to go to the religious life. If I went to ski often, and we used to leave for Rockaway right after Abdullah. And it gets a very sound city. I'm not joking. Get them sound city. But you have 12 hours. Is that a thing that runs? 12 hours? Okay, so I did see. Okay. Yeah? Are they going to hours? 12, hello? Yeah. You do scholars. You never have. Look at this one. Okay, fine. I'm telling you that. I remember the 12 hours. I know it's all the same thing. But 61. I remember seeing it out there. Talking about 47 years.
And now we move to the bucket, everybody. This is obviously where the show, this is the meat and potatoes of anything that can happen. It could be the next great talent.
Very good.
It could be the crazy person. It could be somebody that's great that had a rough night. It could be somebody that stinks that had a great night. Their segment sucked. Their interview could be great, or vice versa. Anything can happen.
So
First book of all the night, getting 60 seconds uninterrupted. Goes by the name of David Edwards. Everyone here we go.
One by one. And I was actually a lesson time, and you know that each weapon of the 2 weapons of war.
I know I look like I just fucked a pair of balloons.
I'm in America.
I've always been known to look like a chicken that just got done fucking the ground. That's what it is, man. I really just wanted to come out here and acknowledge the fact that I am the haunted motel. I'm a laser now.
Yes, you take the
refuse to contact me, so I actually moved down from Utah to get in touch. I got tracked guys out. Just immediately to only let two women rambling about Florida the sheets. Through guys, it's six. Have you guys ever seen the rain? Specifically the scene where the slaves like crawl on the TV. Reminds me of the Sheridan Lyle. Just grunt and sweat like an animal right here, dude.
I am some articles you will use it to teach me that the weapon of fire is the some talk or some. 2 breads to 1 other. Well, the thing is, well, it's like, like something that is song from the fact that they use words for one word, Masculine, Arte, learn to a lot. Says more like Parabon, something song, the push we read in a moment. One shot pushing the something song, you should like put them in. It doesn't say the way they learn it, it's even a stock process, the sound process, putting it in some sort of way. Once it was in the network phones, this one, again, as we're talking. So, once they put the diamond, that's if you put it in wireless. So, okay, link first playing on the panel and have a special mode in the and you notice in this mold that in Yoshi's single design, he holds in it so that he has the gene okay, right there and he takes it out. Notice if it throws it, puts it in a fridge. Constellation, right? The scalpel that it shouldn't fall apart. When we went to like him again, that's the there's like here that does look more funny than it.
So how old are you? 22 now. 22.
So
So you moved from Utah here
that's
6
more
months
than
ago.
funny.
Yes, sir. Awesome.
Just me and maybe two other people, this is 7 years ago, we had a whole production in between him to another channel. I don't know. Something we were going to do it, and then the war broke out. So, everything from there. Yes, okay, well, what was that song? People look upside down. It's interesting as a bakery, he just does it for show you how you make the left and left water. This is if you look at this picture and try to do this at home. So he had trouble. He's been doing this for a long time. He started falling in. You have to have these, listen, maybe he was in a rush, because they're waiting there, and then they just threw next time. So I don't know exactly what happened, but it wasn't so. But nevertheless, it was worth the trip, and we were planning, maybe it's still good. Who knows?
So David, you're 22. You're starting now. Did you do your hair like that specifically only when you go do stand-up comedy?
Actually, Mario, 183. No, okay, one sort of, you shape it, and the ramen is made out of gold. Then put it another. What's the problem? Use it again. Use the same, when you put it out, put in the original one. You want to keep it all on, not good. And once you bake it,
do you plan on doing more mics? Yes, sir. Now that I have a job, I can
it spreads, it rises, it's a different shape. Not the same shape, not the same size as the original one. Some explain that it puts in the top, like the little collar, it goes over, whatever the challenge is not put into the original one. Great. Says to the mother, speaking of, last time I found in the case I wrote to those how do you make it to left my phone? God, $30 every day. Let's say Wisconsin, if you go straight, turn it down, as guys mobile, expert for cross-border payments.
So,
I'm not actually paid for stuff. Oh. From your Germany. Yeah, I'm showing the video because it brought me to tears, me myself to tears. They said, okay, maybe choke me up. Started choking up again. But it's in Hebrew. This is Angela Style last year. Yes, you know my music. You know what and happy to give money. Money. Amen. You're I'll book it for you. giving this public the greatest revenge.
So, family.
I'm more and more pregnant those in the clubs.
She's cool now. She's great. She's killing it. She's like an old man in a rocking chair.
One thing you gotta explore, but I was pleased though during the show. That was a good Hold on, 1 second. I just want to not forget this one. This is Edith's record. Unbelievable. Now the guys are coming. And this is Edith. Right, my kids is right. You know that we have 2 places right. 2 things. What is it? Okay. I don't think we got. Although he did come to here in Hollywood, Florida, but I don't think he's a part of it.
Any other crazy thing we should know about the life of David Edwards? Any fun facts he ever won every single
One of these rooms, I don't know which one it is. So let's just see the words and I'll show you. Communicative pizza. One is that open box. It's a box that's loaded. Imagine you have a bomb inside. What's going to happen? The top will fly off. And maybe 1 or 2 more. So that's what the knuckle phone looks like. That's the one we're familiar with. Over pizza looks like this. The one on the left. That's another thing about it. Had a little slogan beside it. You know? What? After you kids open up the cafeteria present. Okay, got it. I'm assuming you got it. And Spino is headless. He's like a little boat. Speedboat.
Doing your hair to be able to
So we should remember this for this album because that's basically the album. That's something about how to be square, how to be speedboat. Different question. Communicative pizza. It's a square, like an Amazon box that sells open, no touch. You have no online.
Millions of men are having sex in 2026. The new arousal boosting formula combines passion and performance into one tablet. The results on near time for super fast onset. No more waiting for a pill to kick in. No more moments ruined by performance anxiety. Just the results.
I got enough. I'm getting back to Israel.
Topping hard milkers again and again. Most ED meds only focus on blood flow.
So Trump said that he destroyed
158
the entire navies on the top of the boat. Oh, besides his little speedboats. The Spino is headless, he said. And if they come close, we're going to blow them out of the water like we did to his blood pressure. And by the way, we're down 92% on drug smuggling. This is that little boat. Thank you to the country for this. You really said this yesterday. The little the fast posted they had, and they're doing fight the legs. Mine was just we get a blow them out of the water. You know what so let me show you the video. Slide to the video.
Details and important safety information. Hello there, our dear friends. This podcast is sponsored by Prize Picks. The regular season is wrapped. The NBA playoffs are finally here. Prize Picks, a preferred partner of the NBA. So don't pass up your next shot with Prize Picks. Get $50 in single lineups when you play your first $5. Now is the time to do it. 2026 NBA Finals sweepstakes. Get 5 squares during the NBA playoffs, and you put a chip or 2 to the NBA Finals. To enter, just make a $5 lineup with at least one behind NBA player hit during any 2026 NBA playoffs. Live player picks are made after a game is already in progress.
I know how the athletes do it. Now, you know, but on the shoe from the shoes, people follow the right. So, if the paper, the grand flat.
Soccer,
So I
college
was like, oh,
tennis,
golf. Put whatever I want on the bottom of a flat bread.
player gets off to a hot start, you now have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes. So download the
Problem
Prize
is,
Picks app
if it's
today
speed
and
bump,
use code Tony to
imagine
get
if
$50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code Tony to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup for your Prize Picks.
and the bottom is like a half inch wide. It's like a little finger, the bottom. So where it's not soft, you put it. It'll be like, you know, not a good place to put it. So you want answers, take a look at this. And you have to actually create a little bit of a felt in the bread so that the spoon can fit in there. First one, I don't think any fruits are, I don't know what to do. If it's a box, it's square, the zip on it. I don't know what the square does with this. Like a post. That's how you have to use it. Where exactly the screen sits. So nothing wrong with this bread. There was a little indentation. It was, the zip.
And because of that, they always have
This one, all my favorite fruits are. We're really thinking about, we're going to go after the speed bump. So, then we're going to have one couch on this list. Here we say that it's open box, and then I have the Yaspis funnel. So now, check this out. The 3-inch bread that has with a pipe, cut it down the middle, and have a pipe. And on those half pipes, there was really the second layer of bread. The bread could actually really cover each other, but actually like 6 Amazon boxes. It's fine. Or it's like 6 2 boxes. Why not? It's all fine and then wear it. You need the air to flow in between the breads. Otherwise, you need moisture. But you put these little half straw in there. And this.
Hi, Candace. You've been on this show before.
That's me going through these bread.
Very funny. Welcome back. Sam, is this your first time seeing
How
Candace?
does it
I think so, and I gotta say, Candace, you came out with like 20 seconds to set
Really?
up and paid off that Juneteenth
I
joke.
don't remember
It
that.
was awesome.
Okay,
That was
we'll have
great.
to do it
so
again.
much. Sam, it's not our first time meeting. No, we were on 2 comedy festivals together. One in Santa Fe and
Yeah.
one in Hawaii.
Oh,
No.
that Santa Fe one. Can you
Exactly.
believe we listed one?
We had them because what I'll mean. Is I'll mean next to or on
Industry
right.
joke.
That is
That
correct.
Hawaiian one
Correct.
was
This is
also
not
like
very
real
much cheaper
hair
than
jack off.
well, the question is for the
Who the fuck's going on comedy shows? You live in paradise. They don't give a fuck. They just are like,
It works well.
You're telling me.
A bread is a square. So you put 3 pipes on it. But if the bread is like a speedboat that's new,
13 years.
how exactly is the pipe going to sit at the end of the
Actually, all
canoe?
over the East Coast. I started in DC, then I did New Jersey, New York, then I did Tampa, Florida, and then I moved here.
Yeah.
There's a couple things I want to clear up. Can I have a
It
moment?
doesn't really
Okay,
work.
all right. So,
You must say that there's an extra piece over there, like
Okay.
a
How long
square
ago was
piece.
your last time on the show?
I
And
remember
and
June
that cooks
2025.
it.
Okay.
It's not optional. It's not, it doesn't have the full look of a square bread, but that
Let's make our
has more
corrections here.
work than
Clear
just a
some
narrow
things
thing.
up for us.
All right, so
Well, I don't know if
two
it's
things.
doing
So,
it. How
number one, I got
how would they
really
put
good
these
feedback. They were like, oh, she was so funny, blah, blah,
more
blah.
shit?
But
What?
then no one can find me because no one spells my name right. My name is spelled Kandyce. Last name is August, like the month. If you're looking for me online, please follow me. So that was number one.
Then you don't need any.
Even though they said great things about my comedy, except horrible things about my appearance. They
I
were
don't
so,
know.
they're just like, she's
This
so
one,
fat.
I'm
She's
asking how come
I
you have
would
to
like
put
to
it
say
over
the
there?
last time I was on the show, that was not me being fat, that was me being pregnant. I just had a baby.
And what is
Thank you. Wow.
Rabbi, you can use that excuse.
maybe what he's saying is maybe it has what they call the emotions of the sneaker. The sneaker. They would see maybe it's just the sneaker out of these walls. Understand? All the way up. They're not walls, they're poles. And those poles position always at the use. Okay, let's see. The program from South Park City, like those of us who ski,
They're mean to everybody. It's a roast. show. I've been taken to
And
they say some
like,
wild stuff.
something called the
But I know that one of the things that you do on the show is when people need to lose weight, you weigh them and then you invite them back with a weight loss challenge.
I don't know about you. You ever
Okay,
eaten
I'm ready if you want to do it.
It's
Really,
not, I'm not on a sick level, but once in a while, you go in there, it's crazy. You go back and forth all day. Yeah, okay. It's a half pint there. It's no, it's not jump here. You know what's something.
Can we get a scale out here?
And I just see a half pint person.
So what is going to be the challenge? Like, how much do I need and when do you want me to come back? I mean, I'll give you 6 months. Okay,
this one, I'm going
and
to table.
let's see how much you have. And then it's a lot. It's a lot. And that was like, so maybe we so understand that. Okay. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Sam. Sam, he's such a nice guy. I know you don't remember meeting me, but you were so nice every time. I remember that bad restaurant Santa Fe. Her name is spelled with a Y, which I also remember.
So,
yes, and
this
remember
thing
you said it's pronounced Yoga, and I said it's pronounced Yuga. Yeah, that's why we're not friends. Yeah. Now I remember.
But over here, these walls, they go up. What is true? They're holding the bread in place. But imagine if you have a canoe. They put a canoe between two walls. Look at the canoe.
Red Man says that's what he weighs. There's not a chance in fucking hell Red Man weighs that. Red Man famously lies about everything. He wants said that he could suck his own dick. Not only is he flexible, but his dick is not big enough to reach that. I was there. That was at the arena show when you failed miserably. You think you weigh 239 or less?
Over here, the walls is not over
This morning was close. Okay. How about this? I will bet $1 million right now that you come in over 239. Let's do it. It's
So, it's not.
$1 million.
That's fucking wrong. Also, this sleeping a lot really, what talks about, you know, the shit is okay. Everyone, I'm going to you know, it's the phone, it's something doing less than how you sleep in the sidewalk, holds up. So, you know what, the argument we have, let's see.
No, don't remember last episode. No, it's been recalibrated. We recalibrated it. You want to get up there, see if you weigh less than 230? I'm a little bit nervous that I didn't shake on the bed, so it's not official, but I'm still guaranteeing 245 or higher here. 249. All right. In that case, I'm going to go 250. 252 is my guess. Candace, read it when it pops up.
We weren't saying that there's like a little, there's like a basket or something. How do you describe it? Here, like this. Take a look now. There's like, yeah, there's like a, there is an indentation there, like the shape of the boat. Put the boat in there. So there's no shape. There's a lot inside the side. Same as the water and it's going on the side. It's just how to sleep and how to sleep and help together all from the highway. You have shape to it, like slot and the dress that it is. This time when I go to generate that there, you can see that the bread is like oh, I didn't use this. I understand why you have a sidewalk. Oh no, I'm not going to be able to do that. But if you say this is bread or square, that's the wrong. What exactly? Well, square flat boxes that I'm talking about. They're not going anywhere. It's not holding in place. They're square without a wall. Let's see. There's something over here. There's one right over here.
It is a lot. But she's perfect. She's perfect. She's half black, half Indian. I gave birth to a little Kamala.
You got the wall because they're not
the character from Mortal Kombat.
I go, you the left hand
probably already talks better than
because of the weight of the bread.
She's actually very smart, very alert.
No
You
break.
can see like she
So
focuses
mainly,
with her
you need to
eyes.
put
She's only 2.5 months.
the
She's great.
walls. You need to put these.
Yeah, thank you.
They
I
need to
love
be-
it. I love her so
They need
much.
to be
the Indian dad is being a
suspended
good
and not
dad.
on top of each other.
Perfect. So perfect.
Right? Because
Watching
the
her
weight
right
of
now,
the
so I
bread,
can come
all
out
the
here and
bread
follow my
spread on
dreams.
top of each
Yeah,
other
he's
will
great.
touch the bottom.
Great.
This one
When
has
the
all my
Indian
kids
dad
and
holds
this
her
one I'm
near his
off.
armpit, does she start to cry?
So this one is hard to explain a little bit without pictures. I'll try to do my best.
Fantastic.
This is the switch. The switch is like the L shape. And this switch
Gotta get some
on
good
the table.
Indian dad jokes. You know, he's perfect. He's what is it, Cherokee or
So we
Choctaw?
can break them. Break can't go on the L shape.
Sometimes you don't
Bread
know if
is
it's
the
the
direction
type
of the table.
or him that's
How is the L shape going to flow with the bread? But if it's a bowl, so the shape of the bowl is like this. So the L shape fits right underneath the bowl.
He's wonderful.
Yeah?
amazing, and he works with computers and
It's this
stuff.
point is the point of the bowl.
That's
So this part is on the table.
that's
And the L bracket sits right underneath the curvature. Yeah?
He actually
Not
has an
going on
accounting.
Let's see if we can find it
Yeah,
here.
yeah. What does he do for work though?
He works at debt
Here, you can
consolidation,
see it over here.
helping people get out of debt.
Here, check this out. The L shape over here fits right underneath the bread.
on a computer, sir.
The bread is
Did he
not
clear up your debt?
laying on it. Maybe put some pressure on it.
Well,
True,
no, you bet.
but not
Assume,
on
you
it.
know.
I don't have any.
So this bread
That's
is
not
right
what
over
that.
here.
He's really good with money because he's an accountant.
It's not super
Oh,
it's
yeah.
like donated, but
Yeah,
okay.
he's like, well,
It's not
Candace,
really
we're looking
bread.
forward to seeing you in single
It's
step.
still
Let's
touching
set
the
the
table.
goal. So you're
It's the point of the bread is
239
on the
now.
table.
What seems
And the
reasonable for
bread
6
has
months,
curvature.
Sam? You're a weight loss master.
So
What do you think is
the
very
bread is not
challenging? You know
disturbing
what? I
this
feel
over.
like if you were able to
But if you
lose
have
20
flat
pounds in
bread,
6
then
months, that's a
be
great
this
step
area.
forward in your progress. You're
How exactly
I
is
love
this
that.
going to sit?
And
How
I'm
is
going
this
to
going
jump
to
in here because it seems 20 is a little easy
Just
for
some
me.
extra.
That's what you said. You're
Let's see.
108 pounds.
Let's see how we get over here. But, so you know, that's the thing. That's it. There's no L bracket. You see the, this is going to be just just the rectangle floor. So like this on the floor, not under the bread. It's on the floor. No, I'm not going to do it. I don't know what's going on the ground. Yeah, so on the ground, the owners out of our mom will do everything skinner and feather.
Sam, how much have you
Even
lost? Told me you
people
were way bigger when I saw you.
if you have that, the bread is like a whole shape, so that
Fantastic
the
is what I'm
sleeping
saying.
on the table.
Well, I was pregnant with that.
Because it doesn't really change the bread. The bread has a point. It really sits deep. We're leaving on there to potato soup sauce.
I
We're putting on
lost,
the other
I
side.
lost, I think, based
That
on
it's a
that,
top.
that's 96
Weird.
pounds.
Speaking of that, if I go up and let's say that the sleepers are not laying on the table because there's no room for them. There's bread on the table.
Incredible. Oh, the book
So
is
the
great,
right
by the
floor.
way. I read it. I think
When I
fantastic.
walk around,
That's
we got
amazing.
left in
You
the
lost
non-existent
a bunch of
people.
fucking pounds.
That's sleeping on me.
We got down to like 150.
Oh, so,
That's,
Well, you're
this
like
is good.
6'4".
I'm gonna get back to my
This
first
is my,
fight.
what's the secret? Mark? You do? You got it.
So
Okay,
Candace,
great.
let's have some
That's a
fun
good
with
one.
this. You're 239 today.
Yes, he is.
Coming back in 6 months. I
So
think
here
we
you have
set
it.
it at
It just has,
215.
so the
So
bottom
let's
of the
set it at
bowl,
25.
you're
But
touching
let's
the floor
add
without touching the metal on
something.
this fork.
Let's
I
say,
forgot what they call that. Just very good.
I know what I want to win, but go ahead.
what do you want to win?
You got
I would like to
much
win.
larger
I
than
just want to be a part of the show. I would
So
like to
we
win.
want to get to the end before
I would
you know. So for the Gemara, and we're at the
Black drummers.
so let me just show you this one more time.
I would like one of two things.
So
Or
look,
both. You tell me.
pause it,
Either a
stop,
golden
great.
ticket or a spot at Madison
So
Square
if you
Garden.
notice, the
Let's
bread
make it
actually
good.
holds down the
Because 6
walls,
months will be
and
after
the walls hold the
Madison
bread in
Square
place.
Garden.
Okay.
They help each
That's
other out.
possible, but let's do this.
Without the bread,
If you
the
lose
walls will fall back.
25
The bread
pounds,
puts pressure
I'll
on,
give you
but
one
without
more
the walls,
in
the bread will
addition
tilt.
to you won't have to
So
solve.
each one helps the other. If
To
the
make
bread
this
are
exciting,
square,
to 239. If by some
so the
fucking
bread are
miracle you're
on
able
top
to get
of the
to
sleepers,
190,
they're not holding the sleeper and just
It's
putting
fun.
it on the
200,
ground.
200.
The
Okay.
bread are helping the wall. And what exactly is the wall helping the bread?
you only eat steak.
So, therefore, it doesn't go well. No, since when I was on my vida, habla con nadie de fingers, así de $1. Fingers, that's no sense, but that my money's gonna have to go. That the bread is more for the boat. The boat takes that both sides.
There you go.
Most studies work throughout the world. Sponsor a ship today.
Your next vocal goes by the name of Seabass Matar, everybody. Seabass Matar. Okay, here he is. Hey, what's up? Alright, no gratitude here, no problem. That's the problem with people today. There's no fucking gratitude anywhere. I saw a guy with a full head of hair saying he had a bad hair day. I was like, bitch.
Good morning, Rabbi.
That's what people are missing, man. One of the things that I was grateful was my dad had a lung transplant. So every day he woke up was a grateful day, right? And I got this tattoo in remembrance of him. And it says, all this extra time. That was my dad's motto. I had a Cuban guy tattoo it, and I was like, mira, Emmanuel, I don't want to see those silent H's in that bitch. No tildes. And I love it, and I love everything it stands for. But the only thing I regret is where I put it, because it's on my right hand. I gotta go jerk off. I'm like, no, man, you know, every extra time. You know what I mean? But it does stay true. Something my dad always told me. He said, life's gonna get hard, life's gonna get rough. But if you need a hand, they'll always be there for you. And I was like, God damn, not like that. Thank y'all. My name is Seabass Matar. I got lost there. You said the dad had a heart transplant. Did he pass away? Oh, yeah, in 2013, but he lived 27 years. That's what I'm talking about, Rabbi. Party time. He lived 27 years extra with a heart transplant. I was supposed to live 5, and he outlived the surgeon who gave it to him. So, wow. Yeah. He was supposed to be sterile, had me 7 years later. So, surprisingly enough, this tattoo on your right hand, I had the exact same premise. Early on in comedy, because I have 3 other rings from Colorado. Okay. So when you jerk off, it looks like, wow. You know? But if you want to go, just remember, if you want to go fucking southpaw, you flip a bill that says mom. And that's crazy. It's kind of the same thing, bro. If you kind of look at it, it looks like I'm thinking balls. You know what I mean? So it's always like my dad reminded me, like, my dick's bigger than yours. And I was like, I guess. Well, we're not doing tags, but very fair. Let's talk about it. How long have you been doing stand-up? About 8 years now, closing in on year 9. Wow. Where at? Miami for about 4 years, and then over here for about another 4 years. Okay. How's it going? Oh, yeah, it's going dope, man. I mean, I love Austin. I love maybe Texas. All of Texas has shown me a bunch of love. And I'm actually moving back to Miami next Friday. So this is my last sign up, and I got fucking moved again. I was on here like 2 years ago, but Texas must have been showing you a lot of love if you're no, that's my wife. My wife and my mom. We need the family. They live here with you now. My wife lives with me. Our families live in Miami. My mom lives in What ethnicity are you? Chilean. South American, not Mexican. Yeah. I would say you were. Yeah. The accent Tony said was a little, you know. And it looks like you're ready to play horns with that haircut. What's the wife? It's a real firecracker. Oh, yeah, absolutely. She's how many times have you worshiped your glasses? God, never that. Never the glasses. Nah, I would never. They're very pleasant. And you have kids? Not yet. We're working on it though, definitely. That's part of the reason why we're coming back to Miami. Being around family, trying to have kids. See your family's there. That's right. Especially your in-laws' house.
This is a reminder. This is what happened. Last year, exactly
we're not sharing like a small house.
And it's exactly today because I was flying back from America, so I got to go here. I got off the plane and found myself in Germany on one of my thoughts.
And the in-laws supported it. they were seeing you do a show. Yes, they're actually one of the biggest sports. It's actually got a show lined up in Miami, just a small local brewery show, nothing crazy. And they're already
sit down on a wedding and people walking around.
And so
This
they
is the middle of the
the
airport.
whole family.
Germany. It's your side.
Yeah, I think they're doing it.
Germany is still there. Fire for Korea, we're winning players around the South Africa.
Actually, a game show host. There's a place called Game Show Battle Rooms just opened up in Austin, nationwide, and I
Okay, fine.
what the fuck are you talking
Well,
about?
what I want to show you is
It's like game show.
It's just an escape room and you're ruining it for everybody.
It's like a higher version of an escape
So,
room. Yes, right in that same
you
ballpark.
live in
What a
Germany
nightmare.
for 7
Is that a
years.
tough gig for you?
No, it's fun. It's great. People have a blast. I think I've seen this before. I think I've seen it at or from. Yeah, it's all over. Yeah, it's all over. Honestly, it sounds very like.
And
Who's gonna come to this? But when people go, they like. I see people walk in very like. I don't want to fucking be here. But it's a lot of team building, and then when they leave, they're like, "Oh my god, this is amazing." So it's a fun time.
I'll take your word for it. You know what that sound means. Anyway, see that. What's another fun fact about your life before I get you out of here?
I used to be a hype man for the Miami Dolphins. I actually came out on the Miami Herald, our local newspaper, against the Cleveland Browns back in 2016. Jay Ajayi drove in the game-winning touchdown. I think it was in overtime, and I came out of the Miami Herald like high five. So that was dope, man. You know.
What's that have to do with you coming out?
I tasted the
Well,
mother.
you're married to a woman and you're gonna have
Hey, yeah.
There's no second to it.
Now what's Seabass,
It's
man? I
number
didn't know
one.
that was a name.
Spanish, Sebastian's my name, and then Sebas is what everyone calls me. Sebas. So in Miami, 95% of the people speak Spanish. And Sebas, it just stuck, and it was
No
Sebas.
reason, just to stop and how you for that every day. Beautiful, the whole place.
Well, we
MDY.
hope that you have wild
What's
success
the
in
logo, the
Miami,
whole thing was
chasing your
beautiful.
dreams and showing
Flat
them
screen, the
appreciated.
picture and screen. Hollywood, go check it out.
Yeah, here's one last
So
time.
you can sit here and rub it with the tools.
I'm excited, man. I want to see the roles of
Oh, there's a circle. You want me? Love it. Okay, beautiful. What's up? What else do you have here? Okay, we'll go to the concert. This one, everyone shots, except for ugly and ramming and leaving family. Signs dynamic, anonymous, the judge is them. The docs of Gilmo, Elliot, and Susan the Cagler, the memory of our father, Beats and Double, they were to Rugo, shows that
As
I
you're
can
leaving
feel.
your address, you realize you don't have your card anywhere near you. That's when you see that virtual name
People,
that has all your information saved. Making checkout as simple as a tap of your screen.
It's out.
Dedicated memory Shopify. It's the best business tool hands down. Get started with your own design studio with hundreds of great ideas. Shopify helps you build a great online store that matches your brand style. Shopify is your commerce expert with world-class expertise in everything from managing inventory to international shipping and processing logistics. You can stock Shopify's always around sharing advice with their award-winning 24/7 support. So see less parts go abandoned and more sales go.
And all the things to the circle in life is focused on
Shopify
spike.
and their shop pay. Sign up for your $1 per month trial today at Shopify.com/guilt to go to Shopify.com/guilt and Shopify.com/guilt.
Aaron Down Store, daily sponsor.
Go to
Aaron
Shopify.com/guilt.
Down, memory of Mendel, Ben Rubio, Michael Rollins, Rooster on the central face off at ABC, we're in most about a mother and grandma mental non-invasive photo. At a weekend, it's a weekend of $2,000. Mazel tov, at $2,000 for getting water.
And all my friends are starting families of their own, and one of my friends, his kid has Asperger's, ADHD, and autism. I can never remember the little fucker's name, so I just call him AAA.
Daily sponsors. Here we go. Elliot and
I
Tia
used to work in prison for like 3 years. We did a lot of interesting things. We worked
worked with this
Strong
one guy.
should have an
He
idea.
had his own hair.
Yeah.
You can believe he didn't version with the women.
That's really
There was reason for that. He was in child porn.
Yeah.
He got posted at his house with a computer full of child pornography. That was the last time I trusted a coworker with my laptop. I saw a homeless person outside holding a sign that said dying of AIDS. Could use that sign before the blowjob. Thank you guys on all singles.
Probably a little shorter than usual.
It's your first time on the show,
In
Austin?
terms of time.
It's been a while. What did we find out about you last time you were on the show? Not much. I bombed it.
Yeah,
Really? Can you describe it a little bit better for us, Ramon?
That ride was on. It was like one of the first times in comedy that I've had like an out-of-body experience. And it was on this fucking show stuff. It's pretty terrible.
Matt Rife does it.
Yeah, he's a handsome fella.
You're really that guy. You're out of my body.
So we're talking about sleep up. What is sleep up? You might know, I don't want it to be like a time
Speak for yourself.
you never sleep for you, Tony. You don't feel coming in.
We're in the Midwest.
You know, but you know, so you decide one way, you know.
Yeah, Downtown. All right. What is That's interesting. It's only in the Midwest. Chicago.
Peoria. Peoria is where I grew up.
I'm doing my vlogs.
Location.
We're in the Comedy Cabin. That's a great club. Yeah. Dude,
This week, right there by the
so, Austin, you really worked in a prison?
Yeah, for like 2.5 years.
and I've seen something
Like,
which
very
What
since
do with the prison
happened
correctional officer?
right before that immediately
Tell us
after
something that would,
so this is a
what was
little
going on
you
there?
could
What
actually
did you
see
learn
that
that surprised you being
that
over there?
the red line
Murder's
over
free
there
in the street right now. They're like murdering people in the 80s and they're just out.
Yeah, tell us something we don't know. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, tell us like information and stuff.
I think it's a little too
was
fuzzy.
like about to die.
It's
He was
showing
like
us
85 and they're just like,
because
you
I
can
guess
just
the
go.
artist had an
There's
issue. I've been struggling
there's
with those
nowhere.
No,
He was a great worker.
That's
But,
serious.
yeah.
A lot of them.
He told me he watched somebody sold their body on PCB. It's free now. So.
For
Okay.
instance,
Alright.
That's pretty cool.
What do you do for work now?
Door guy
it's
stuff on Rain Street.
fascinating. I'm very
Ladies, maybe
fascinated.
go one at a time.
Always trouble. I don't have a good
Walking side by side when they're knocking over everything that
One
exists.
of them said it. They both of them said it.
Fucking idiots.
When
You ever seen crazy like that?
Everything for things, ladies.
Literally. They can't even fucking hold on to each other to do anything in society. It's fucking unbelievable. Sorry that this stuff happening out there is more entertaining than you want. I mean, holy shit, I've never really seen anything like it. It
I'm
took
always
2 or 3 drinks getting knocked over for it to get my attention. And then sure enough, there they are.
There's another
Just
sequel.
holding on to each other.
Two sequels. That was like
Tight
more
alley.
for Lego back. What it was, think about it. The killer that comes out, or the difference comes in the kitchen, like, holy
You ever see a
fuck,
man get raped at
that's
your job?
really funny. To be honest, it's weird saying that
A guy in a wheelchair.
For me,
I got
that's
no
what's
answer.
true,
I'll
but
know what that.
you
No,
saw
a
coming
guy in a wheelchair was getting
from
raped by another like retarded person in
we're
healthcare.
not even
I didn't
discussing
do
that.
it. I don't know why
All
you're
the food
grounded
on the
in
side,
yeah.
you
Oh,
know,
no, yeah,
how
they
was
say he was
I
retarded.
never
He
said
was though.
He's a rapist, but you don't think I'm crazy.
that his son, the
He's a
parents of the
wheelchair
animal,
guy raped
but
him,
it
so we
doesn't
don't have
make
to cast
it
aspersions.
but from his father.
Let me ask you this. This happened in the showers or something?
The healthcare area, yeah, back in the shower areas, like they have their own little cells.
Was the guy showering in his wheelchair?
He just couldn't move, so like the retard would go in there and
I mean, now that you say it like you just watch it every day.
It's called the founder of
Look at the hose. Mikey's up to it again. We put a bell on Chad. His wheelchair's all over. Oh, they're using the stone.
I'm gonna mention it again.
Did you ever see this take place? No, never saw it.
I was in the healthcare area on first shift, and apparently this was happening on third shift, so I just think I just missed it. So
Just like the security camera outside of Epstein's cell. At least his ass is clean. The well written in.
he did get washed by people, right? It's on Sunday. He was getting washed.
Well, you maybe in the sink, right? What do you do for work now, Austin?
Work at a place conscious of radiance, like a door guy.
Maybe Marcus
Security.
Cook.
So
We
we
don't
don't
shut
be
there.
there.
I didn't tell Maybe there's something for it. I don't even know. Maybe there's something for it. I don't even know. Hope
No, I love all the Mexican. I had some Mexican restaurants, so you know the beautiful Latinas. I would love to go for those someday. Have you ever been with
One of those.
Something wrong. Right? I'm going to put you on the case of like blood. Yes, and having the names. Tiger. I want them. This for 20 years should suck me. Somebody who's a father.
So you've been with a Latino woman. What have you noticed is different being with a Latino woman than a white woman? What have you said about them that you think psychologically find satisfaction? Do you think that they're loyal? I mean, they are loyal. And the courts get off of the pussy that's done. Molly, come on, Carlos, happy birthday.
And say, oh, animal pity looks so much better than animal A with the father designated. Let me put animal P instead of animal A. No, animal P, just like animal A.
I was just hooking up with one
Doesn't
and she
work.
took it further. So, what do
So,
you mean?
Frankie Moro, it's Robert
I took my phone, I was asleep, and
yeah,
put in your Netflix password. This is an actual thing that you can go through the history of Locadia, and you will find out that Latino women that go through your phone when you're sleeping.
It was cool.
It was just fun.
My leg.
There was a Tinder matchup. I didn't think that. I thought we were both, on the same playing field. She took it further. Yeah, went through my phone.
I'm just trying to test you.
When you say Tinder matchup, this was like a first date or something. Or the inside looking up. I'm never looking up and she's already going through your phone. I never really say.
That's like our
There's a lot of buttons you can hit. Look, turn up your volume. There you go. Perfect time for that one. There you go. Jesus.
I don't know. I found that short to McDonald's. She said,
The whole night afterwards. Yeah, that's when she gets crazy on the second. You're crazy. Yeah. That's what Latino women are like. Did you eat the McDonald's before you had sex with her? No, I didn't. I didn't find out till after. That's why I was mad. Well, no longer in that situation, but Austin, many times. Here you go. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Alright, let's fun in here right now. We have one of our newest golden ticket winners who is an absolute fucking machine, ready to go. Very funny man. We love him. You're gonna love him. He's getting spots. He just recently got passed here at the mothership, being seen by the talent coordinator Adam Egan. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the great Pat O'Neill, everybody. Here he is, the very funny Pat O'Neill.
I don't know how they do it. Maybe it's
Thank you. My son just came out as trans.
Big dog. Everybody calm down. Son, how you living, pimp? What up? Dog, I found this documentary. It's deep. It's a deep cut. It's been banned from YouTube. There's only lore about it. The only thing that exists of it before I went on the trail is half of it and clips. It's because it has so much music in it that, like, basically, it was originally posted to YouTube in 2012 or so, and like YouTube wasn't as strict on music as they are now, where they're mountains for it. But I found the full version. It's on BitChute, and it's ready to be watched right effing now if you're ready for it. These warm-up games are bullshit, dog. I'm the real deal. I'm raw or nothing.
Yesterday's thing, this girl, my sister-in-law, the English was from Rothschild. Should be tragically passed away from a
How was your day?
age of 43. And here it is, scanned to the name. If anyone gets this place, I'll be very surprised because the name is super big. Question mark ID equals.
Did you know everybody's waiting on you?
That is a scam.
Oh, now we have to wait for you?
thinking about Rabbanos. Homer, just imagine it. Never saw his father. Never saw his father. So the Gemara, Rabbanon, Homer, Yomer, the rabbis is so off. So we have a review that says that Yoresh inherited the sweet of the statue.
Little bit shit.
Since there's an
And
actual
you live stream.
Homer, you do tomorrow. What's Homer Yomer? The rabbis say Yoresh.
Can you leave live stream a little earlier? I
Just
really
struck me with them. In Chicago,
doing some
Don't fuck those people. I don't like talking about people behind me. And every day I ask them why they banned me, and they won't tell me why.
They gave him the Silverado plus $500. It cost him $0 plus he got $500. Beautiful car, $650 horsepower. He's flying. And he put him super mode and it took me from Shul to my house in 1.3 seconds. And he got it for free. They're driving for free. And they're just showing a car like
The reason why they tell me that they banned me was other platform issues. I don't know why they have a streaming option for their platform if you can't stream 24/7.
I was actually offered one. I have a business in Chicago. My wife's not going to be able to drive. We're really here tonight. I don't even know how that should have taken it. Hold on. Homer Yomer. The rabbis is
fun, just like ban your income right there.
Yeah, I think it does. There's not like a lot of people who watch you. There's no like, it's not terrible, but it's just like there's something weird with the video. You can like record a video and you think you're recording, but it actually is only recording like 30 minutes of your stream when it's supposed to be like 12 hours. Just stuff like that. And it doesn't like say like stream stop. It's just you think you're still streaming.
Sure. You got to show that. Okay.
Word, dog. But I keep saying it like it's going out of style. You know how I do.
So this is what we learned.
Does this word seem familiar? Ba-bam!
The guy's carbon does not require and you are not
Incorrect.
And it's 5 partners, 25 partners. Every single one of the partners must do smicha. Rabbi Huda, the Rabbi Koval carbon the smicha unless he argues and he says, if it's 25 partners, one partner brings it to the base and it's not smicha, and that's it. Minami Islam, even if Rabbi Huda would hold that every more 25 people have to do smicha, I don't need 2 special sukim.
That's a good move.
Do not do it for your friend.
Good job.
Do not do it for another human being. What's the difference? Going after. If I don't do it for my friend, I don't do it for a guy. If I don't do it for a guy, I do it for my friend. Therefore, I have 2 extra words. Karbana is chat karbana l'karbana. That's what he's learning. That the karbana comes to say, not for your father. Another one, like we said before, with the rabbis called Bali Karbana Smicha, that all the people that are partners here have to do this. Rabbi Huda, I Homer Yomer man. Chacham learned from Homer Yomer that it says that it's that Yoresh he can do Torah. So what does it really do with it? He says Yoresh cannot do Torah. So there's extra word Yomer. Let's do it. The rabbis say that a woman can do Torah. Why would I think? The whole entire parish of Torah just talks about a man, Zachar. How could we even include a woman. We add her, we say that she could be tumor because of these actual words. The Rabbanon, how do they know that a woman could be tumor if they already used up Hamid Yomer for something else? Darshim the in from the vav of the in.
Guess how many blogs? Well,
we're doing great here, no?
I have created a lot of blogs, not blog posts, but actual blogs. I've created like over 100 blogs in the last like week. And I think that's amazing because these things are on all kinds of really interesting shit. And if I just let them sit on the internet for long enough, they'll just generate search engine results, and I'll be the most famous person in the world.
It's one of the choices I shouldn't say, but unfortunately I can't control myself. I'm going to say it. If the editors don't like it, take it out. This Shaita, his wife has this. Was macht ihr? It's like, you have your Gemara with the Kudus. So very nice. How are you? Yeah, didn't see you. Mom's came perfect in time for this stupid Torah. So this Shaita is
dude, ChatGPT 5.5, there's going to be an instant version of it. That's pretty baller.
That's why 25 people are with the show. Too bad. It's like, I can't go.
It'll provide instant results. Like it won't be like thinking and like just boom, immediate.
Bro, you couldn't check the diaper. I understand why you're so upset. On the box it says it's good for 10 pounds.
I guess, yeah. I mean, sorry.
What's a short quick? I was thinking to myself today, I just got I'm always thinking about making soon. Other than that, you are here. The guy told me yesterday he was here. This guy, his father has a giant room in the basement, hundreds, thousands of wine. You live your life, you know. It's Hummer. That's what I said. That's one of the reasons. Hummer. One of the big reasons I stopped today. I don't realize it. First of all, Amazon. Amazon is a big one. It's a Aliyah killer. Because that thing, if you go on and just click and it comes within sometimes 3 hours, 5 hours the next morning, and then I know they open up the package. You know exactly that it's a toothbrush and toothpaste, but it's such a geschmack feeling. You open it up, you know? And that's one thing. And I noticed another thing. This, and I told you I have it. Over here, I was busy making sure that they take the garbage. And they take the garbage. I don't know if you caught this. Maybe because I'm one that it was overpiled. You know, from Shabbos, and I wasn't sure if they take it, not take it. And that feeling of relief. That also, that keeps people here. I'm telling you. Okay, fine. You're not asking. You can write in. There's a lot of things you can write in there through Gatsby.com. I was involved with AMDY.com. Great. So, I was very busy. The truck comes and not comes, and when it came, they took the whole thing and it left a little bit on the floor. I just told her not to just throw it in the public thing and the cats eat it, whatever, it's not going to get done. Hakol Sankin, Chutz Mecheresh, Shoyten Kappa. These three, it's a deaf mute, right? Always. Cheresh doesn't mean deaf. Cheresh means deaf mute. So in the time of the Gemara, they were illiterate. They're considered, they don't have das. They can't have kavana. A shoyt is a shoyta, katan. When you do smicha, you have to have the kavana. You have to be able to say, I'm leaning on this. I'm doing it to shalitzah. Besuma and a blind man cannot do smicha. They're not free. And I don't work with the Eved, the Shaliach, the slave, the shliach, and a woman. Just shliach, once in a while I see this nice thing. So emphasizes shlichus. There's a Rav, like 250 years ago, I have to look it up exactly. Because when I say the name, you cop when. Let's call it 20 years ago. He goes to Chatzana, and he stays. And so we asked him, the Rav, he's in and out. The Rav never stayed at Chatzana more than 10 minutes. The Rav stayed for 2 hours with him. said because the Egger asked me to come to the Chassan as a shliach. Be my shliach to go to the Chassan. Tell them Chutim did this. So if I'm the Egger shliach, I want to be the shliach for as long as I can. So I'm staying here for 2 hours till the end. Anyway, so that's the shliach. You don't do smicha if you're a shliach. You don't do smicha if you're a woman.
Damn. How many days
I
May? I can't do that. I can't do that many
is the leftovers of the mitzvah. What does it mean it's the leftovers? It's not the ikr mitzvah. It's not ma'akiv. So if you didn't do smicha, you're okay. You don't have to bring another part. How do you do it? Ala roish b'shtei yadayim. 2 hands on the head. I'll say it over here. Why not? There's a question. How a lot of people have a minhag to give their children a bracha on Friday night. So most of you probably do with 2 hands, right? So just you should know, the thing again says you shouldn't do with 2 hands because it's saying that you berach Hashem, so it's like quickest Kohanim, and you should only do it with 1 hand. That's what it says. Throw it out there. What about what the father saying that? I don't know. I never seen anybody sit down and do it. You call your kids over, come, huh? I know the fathers they go from 2 years. No? Oh, maybe that's what Hashem punished you. Hashem showed you. You always do it too. Really? Because of this? You knew about this idea? You make them come to you, you go around the table. Okay. And they're talking while you're doing it, the whole kiss thing. Right? Okay? I'll arrange for staying down. Smichas and 2 hands. So the Mishnah in Mechor says 2 halachas. It actually pops up here as 2 halachas, but the one is going to say that's 1 halacha. Usually I just noticed now there's a sign on the test. I mean, as if it's 2 separate halachas. In the case, maybe it is. It's 1 halacha that comes up people that in the same area where you do the smicha, you do the shkita. Take it, the smicha shkita. If you notice over here in the pasuk, the somach yodeh Rothschild, that's the beginning of the pasuk, and right after it says the shachar. So smicha and shkita can go one after the other. They follow each other. And there shouldn't be any. Basically, shouldn't be a hefsek between the 2. You have also like the halacha, take the kilo bracha. Like you wash your hands, you say bracha. There's a certain the one after another. That kind of a logic. Says the Gemara, that's easy. I know, you can't do smicha. The lab b'nei daily. You need kavana. They don't have kavana. Nochinami that I could get. They show some main going service. So I'm just going to steal some places over here. And on the days, and we touch it, the Gemara says that there's no smicha by women because the Gemara doesn't bring it there in the first because it's the same person. The Bnei Yisrael. The Bnei Yisrael, not the Bnei Yisrael. Okay. Ella Suma Mekandala. Why is a blind man excluded from smicha? Machlokes. Rav Chizda, Rav Yitzchak Bar Rabbi. Chad Omar Atzu Smicha Smicha Miziknei. I learned from the Sanhedrin by the Parahel and Zava. And just like in the Sanhedrin, you can't be part of the Sanhedrin if the person is flying out of Shal, you can't be part of the Sanhedrin. That's simply people doing God, that's the sea. So too, so we learned Smicha that by Smicha also, the person can't be blind. So places on other days, I know I put it in the slides, but I can't find it now. He says, just he even says that it belongs in Amud Aleph. I'm sure. Yep. So it says, Asi Smicha Smicha Ziknei. Anyone can go in the Nukim Kolomum as places of fun question. So that you can't have anyone. You can't have a broken arm. You can't have a missing ear. So then anybody has a missing ear, broken arm, can't do smicha. There's nothing to do with blind. You're going to learn from the Sanhedrin, and the Sanhedrin can have a bone. So the blindness is not the only one. And then he says, and the other sheet that we didn't get to, and he learns from Elas Riyah, and the Mat Sum of Evam Henov, also another bottom question. So then a person that's blind in one eye should also, and in one eye should also, blind in one eye should also be farther from smicha.
Devastating.
And then he asks, and then why do you need a special positive in Israel? Say that not the nice Israel and that not women can find it. So that part alone takes care of women. Okay, a bunch of good questions. Call upon it. So we're at 2-3 lines from the bottom. I learned what's the Oilas Riyah again. We gotta get this straight. Everybody must remember this. Oilas Riyah is the Oilah when you come to see Hakadosh Baruch Hu. You come to the Beis Hamikdash. You come and you get off from Chicago on these guys that come in. I did it once. I had a deal that I closed. Yosef, you weren't involved then. It was a long time. It was during the what was it called? The 2008-9 over there. Not depression. They had a word for it. No, that
Damn.
Okay. So
That's not even a word.
they had a word for it. No, the recession. During the recession, thank you.
What is lays? What is the type of chip?
Like a mansion, one of the Twins House. I sold it. So I got on a plane. I went to the Kaisel straight from Ben Gurion Airport. Kaisel. Thank you, Hashem. Thank you, Hashem. 3 minutes. Just thank you. Got back on a plane. Went back to Chicago. If I were to do that in the time of the Mikdash, I would have to bring a carbon. Oh, let's go. You can't come into this and show me like, who are you? You come and today we bring a ripped shirt or the Kaisel shirt that you don't have to rip. Then you have to come with a carbon. Come in, say hello, bring something special to the Rabbi. It's a Oilas Riyah. The what? It says by Oilas Riyah, and obviously Oilas Riyah. See Hashem, a blind man is cut from his carbon. But no, it's really nothing more just going to do the classic. If you learn it from Oilas Riyah, how come you didn't learn it from the Sanhedrin? If you learn it from Sanhedrin, how come you didn't learn it from Oilas Riyah? My dad only is now outside of the don't even dream about saying expansion. Yeah? Because the Oilas Riyah is an individual fight. It's not a communal.
Canadian Pacific Flight 21, the largest mass murder in Canada's history.
I don't know, it might as well. You learn from the other one. It's Yochid. I don't know. I want to learn from a place that says the word smicha in the Pasuk. You don't learn from another place. This is the word Mishpat. Mishpat doesn't go. Like doesn't go. But by Osri doesn't say smicha. Even though it's smicha, great. Each one has a reason why he doesn't learn from the other pasuk. Okay. It's on the Gimel on the days. Anybody want to say? It's answer. Turn it off. By that global, we lost them. By that global, experts in cross-border payments. This is the guy I was talking about today. Since he doesn't turn it off, a lot of people. He told me. I heard from a lot of people. You use it. See, there you go. I didn't know that you use Bevers. I didn't know, but it's I can find out. I'll tell you. Shmuel uses it, but it works. Okay, it's connected to advertising price. 45,000 people see it. The special people making aliyah and buying real apartments. Do money exchange that. Do dollars to shekels. Do large amounts. Through Rabbi Simon is a very big part of the Daf and our global. So I'm big into advertising still. No, I was just talking to the Shmuel about it before Shir. I forgot. I wasn't saying I was telling. He overheard me telling somebody, but I didn't say the name. I'm like, okay, here's the name. I call upon him. Zok Gemara. Zo'eved Ashliach Vayisha. These three do not receive. It says in Torah the word Yodoi 3 times. Yodoi v'lo yadav. Yodoi v'lo yad shlichut. Yodoi v'lo yad mishtoi. So it says 3 times. Not the hand of a slave, not the hand of a shliach, not the hand of his own whites. Says the Gemara, why do you have 3? Learn one, all of them. She's saying one time you're right, and the other includes a heaven, a shliach, a wife. I wouldn't know that it comes to exclude anything but a slave. Why? Because a slave is the least connected to a full-time Jew. He has some mitzvahs, but not a regular amount of mitzvahs. So therefore, maybe that's why you can't do sneak for you. It's different than you. I'm a shliach of mitzvah. You're talking about another Jew. Another Jew could do mitzvahs just like you. So if you can do the mitzvah, he can do 40. Why? He can do your son's first milah for you. He can do a lot of things for shlichus. Why can't he do this mitzvah? So even this one, it's much like you.
Good one.
He can even bring a carbon paste for you. Everything. Yes, when I'm party, and it's the Eved, the Shliach, you like to buffet down because it's not like the body, it's not like you yourself. The famous line, Rabbi said, a wife is like you yourself. This way. Maybe she should have the ability to do something for you. 3, 4. So first of all, this is a farm kasha on the Rabbi Levin, and went to the doctor. He told the doctor, our foot hurts. She felt his wife's pain. Our foot hurts. It wasn't his foot. Our foot hurts. His foot hurts. And it's a little bit of a shite on that. Okay. But I gotta tell you this unbelievable boom is going. Mamish unbelievable. Seriously.
No.
You have to think about it 3 seconds. I'm going to give everybody 5 seconds to think about it. It's a bomb. You go home, talk to your wife, because it's beautiful. You're only going to ask, maybe other people ask as well, it's the obvious question. Why did the Rothschild create other musicians? And afterwards he realized, SLA is a connector, so he splits him and then does a whole surgery. Why don't you create him like a giraffe? The male, not female, and everything's great. Says the little boy is unbelievable. Bob wanted to make them one. One, you can't take one thing and another thing and put them together and make them one. That's 1 plus 1. If it's 1 to begin with, and you chop it in half, and you put the 2 pieces back together, that's 1. It's murder, no? Yeah, what was the murder? You never heard of it? Wow.
Are you fucking serious?
Think about it for a second. What does it mean to stick the group on? We used to be one, but this book split us. So now it's possible to get back together and become one. Different things. They were created by themselves. They can never be one. They could be 1 plus 1. You could be infused. You could try to, how do you say that? You could solder them together, and you could do it. You could try doing a lot of things. They'll never be one. No, solder.
What do you
say? What?
This could be for the win.
Mom, you mean it fits in well? Look close enough. You can't take 2 balls or
That's not a lot of words.
mush them together. That means it's literally one piece. It's interesting. Okay. Whatever that means in physical, I don't know exactly. Yeah.
We can all walk Q, last name, J,
Injection codes.
and
And it's a life. I mean, this piece of meat is not part of me. Huh?
Almost.
What did you play?
We used to have that's the one that dropped us. I guess nobody let you different to why. But now we have a new idea. You take anti rejection goes on the thing.
Warm-up game. All right. So go to bed shoot. It's called the Winged Beetle. And I don't know what to believe on this one. But it is fucking good.
Says the Mishnah, the what? This smicha is like the leftover, so it's with the mitzvah.
What happened to your boy, William Montgomery?
It says the puzzle is somehow
Hold on.
What happened to your boy William Montgomery?
Oh, this is great. I love this one.
Any true William Montgomery fan would be aware. He's not thriving. He hasn't been on the show much.
What's it called? Winged beetle.
It's called the Winged Beetle, dog. Everybody knows that. And it's deep lore. You should look up an iceberg chart. It's like 90 minutes long.
Yeah, no, there's two of them. Same thing.
Okay, all right. I like that.
On the card, but it's down on this. That's a weird one that I found.
But what happened to William Montgomery?
Not the sleeper.
He's still alive.
Why doesn't he perform on Tony
So
anymore?
what the player say? The player says it's somewhat veneered, so you get a kapara, so to speak, from the smicha. The level of myself is mitzvah. But if you had this idea as a side,
You really think he's? Do you think he's the best comedian ever?
Seems like they had an issue with the
Honestly, it's hard to think of someone else. Makes sense more.
Their name is Rabbi, and they're right fucking here.
people have issues. We start saying,
That's not actually.
Funny as fuck.
Stand-up comedian.
That's right. I'm a lay down comedian, baby.
I brought it. So I think that I brought this part. I did everything. So I don't lay down it. I don't feel like laying on it. It even says in the Mishnah that it's not the end of the world. It's a shiur, and you should know that if you do that, malo lakosu,
I don't know if it's the best. What happened? Why is that? What happened? Why would they say that?
Just to think the cause of the shaykh.
Why would? Did you do anything bad with it?
The terms of service violation of service. Disable your account or spam or platform. Sending a large amount of direct send one message. Participating in a server dedicated to spam messages. No, thank you. Spam Discord.
No.
Automated user account self-automatic to enable that. Taking other actions. Taking other actions on Discord, for example, joining conversations, didn't do that on one server, attempting to check the body activity.
Until you're banned. Wait, what do you? Don't type that.
You can have multiple Discord accounts.
Okay.
So I don't know what.
Appeal it. Isn't there like an appeal button?
Because the neck is not in the same plane as the head. But the bag is a continuation of the head. Yeah, no, it's a big deal. So you do it over
Is
here.
there an
I
opinion?
want to go next to its head. Like, I can
It might.
When it comes to you could do a sneaker there.
That
By the
is
way, just
weird.
another. I'm throwing out the Vilna Gaon story, but there's a great story with the Rebbe though, that he came to the Vilna Gaon right before his chasana. It might have been the day of his wedding, and asked the Vilna Gaon for a bracha. So he came in with a shtreimel, a triple.
You only use that account in here, basically, right?
Yeah.
How old was the account?
So when they reviewed him for whatever reason, when the Vilna Gaon came over to him to give him a bracha, he went like this. Imagine a brand new shtreimel.
Kind of like a new account that I created just so that stream and also being on call.
Right.
I can just stream it on the phone.
No.
The bottom of the rest is like we always spoke about it.
Yeah.
It says Gemara,
But that's what I do.
what if you put the hand on the side of the head?
Alright.
By the jaw.
I'm going to stream it right here.
I am ready.
Don't put it on the side of the head. So we
Put both hands on the head of the behemoth and do smicha with all your koyach. What are you doing? On the head, I said. Put on the head. On the H-E-A-D.
Now I understand. Right on the head.
You're a shortet.
If it's so hot, why would you take off your shoes?
Now this is the tzava, okay? I'm watching this for the first time with you. I guess I skipped this in the Hebrew. So he's showing the bang and the head on the same thing. Okay.
So he even admits, I'm the guy who took his place.
He says in the Gemara, where are we? 20 lines from the bottom. 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22 lines from the bottom. Not just mouse puppets. The person, I think a person doesn't want to touch the animal. It's not the cleanest thing. Maybe he wants to put a towel. Maybe he wants to wear some gloves. Toshma. But actually, double plates, it's anal. It's a problem. It's chatzitza. So we have over here our famous. Take a look.
I am like so not getting my hands dirty doing the semicha.
You can't do semicha with a chatzitza. And women don't do semicha anyway.
I'm like, yeah, okay. Stay that not in the I mean, like, hands on the truck, so I'm stay up there. Notice, Siv Yoda, it says Yoda, Siv stay. No, without the Kudus, you need Yoda. But we know, you have traditional music Yoda. So it's going to wear bread in Yoda. And later, Jesus, when it says Yoda, you down in top, it means two. Why? Because the word two comes right before it. Stay Yoda. זה בנה בכל פעם שלנו ידוי, אני שתיים. חג'יב הוא הבא, שבי, ידוי, שבי, שוב. Says the Gemara story, Lazar of Lazar, Amar was trying to crush a punk with Lazar. Then the Athenians, says, Rabbi, have a way with the Kiddush. Says, Yodoi, Shkei, Yodoi. And the neighbor, every time it says Yud Dal Vav, it means two. So I'm more on the Shnei, it didn't say that the name was sure, it's not. It's very terrible. You didn't mention my name. So I can tell you, personal note, when I hear somebody call me, at least the fancy said, it's not about the dot, it's about the other. This is the go tickles over here, you know, it's a schmuck. I don't know. I can imagine somebody, you know, pretending it's his own life. It's even hurting. What's the child of he's an Amorite. If you go on the right, from the first on the right, you care. But we learned that when you repeat something over from somebody else, it looks literally moved. In other words, there's a huge source that happens. And you mention his name. Say what? Yeah, it's a thing. So it's on that part. You can take away from a specific way. The Google is very good. So now the Shabbat says, you know what? You pretended it was your own shtick. So now you're gonna have to defend it. I'm gonna ask you questions on it. And let's see if you can defend it. If it's yours, you should know how to defend it. He's something that can relate to the seal. I can even go if you tell it above. You see now you see why he said over there, it said Yoina, that above. So when you read the Yoina, same idea. It's like a 4-letter word, which is a 3-letter word. And he wrote it Yud Nun Hey. Okay, so now Advanced reminds me of this. Yud Tal above, Yud Nun Hey. I didn't finish up. If you're convinced that Yud Tal above means 2, why is there 4-letter word? Why is there a good? Every time it says Yud Tal above, I know it's 2. It's the point of putting an extra in. Yod actually estimate our power Yod. That's 24 Yod. Now, in Bava Metzia, it says that right after the Shvakish, we have to Rabbi learn from Musa, which Rabbi Lazar. This Rabbi Lazar, Rabbi Lazar would be a riot. Every time Rabbi Lazar says, he say, oh yeah, Mamish, he's a price like that, he's a mission like that. So Rabbi Lazar got fed up with him. He says, you know, when I used to learn with Rabbi Shvakish, my brother-in-law, he used to ask me 24 questions on every thing I said. There's 24 questions. Now, they ask, if there's no 24 times, it says the other one. What? Yes, 15, I think they mentioned money. You can't even get to 24. You said 24 is more of a luxury. Original maybe 24,000. Somebody wanted to say, I don't know if that's true, though. I don't know. But it's a good one, not a good one, I'm not going there. But I saw brought down, if they threw out the slots, 24,000 coming in over here. 24 smarter. Okay, you get it. It's the idea, it says it many times, Yodov. When I'm reading it, I was thinking to myself, maybe Rothschild should actually use these particular Yodov as a symbol for what he's doing. Yodov, love life, like fighting, more like, that's what it's about. Moshe Rabbeinu is speaking about Yehuda, little brother, more like a ring. It is like a fight. Sigos Yodov. You mixed up the hands, but you got but over here, you mixed up the whole Yodov part that I said. Ishtik, everyone didn't know that because why does the Torah say Yudal Yudvav when the Torah say Yudal Yudvav? That means the same thing. It's good. It wasn't enough that day after it calmed down. I don't know. For me, it shocked me. Not shocked me. It's like, it's sluggish. It calms down. It's upset. It calms down. Yeah. You know, he thought about it a little bit. He's in a better mood. And he says, oh, my family family, he goes to sleep on. If you were, the way I answer it is that it's my part. I was only talking about smicha. In the parsha of smicha, when it says, Yud above, it means 2. The rest of the Torah, there's 24 other places that says differently. I wasn't talking about that. I'm talking about smicha. She says, yeah, I thought about that. But the smicha now makes it, Allah, Moshe put his hands on Yeshua, and he commanded it. But it says Yodov with 2 years, not 1 year. So your part doesn't work. You come, it's only by smicha, and only by smicha says Yudal. No, I have a case of smicha that says Yudal Yudal. So he says, no, smicha is the animal time. I'm talking about every time he refers to smicha on an animal, by karba, not on a human being, by Yeshua. I'm going over there, every single time it means two hands, it's only written Yudal, not Yudal. Yudal. Ooh, so the children take the smicha stuff. Oh, that was quickly over there. Only have 3 seconds. Matter of fact, my Omar, what does he say? In other words, all the Mishnah to say is Pinchas the Smicha Shkita, right after Smicha you do Shkita. And the Mela, it's in the same spot that you do that when you do Smicha, when you do Shkita. If it has to be one after the other, then it's in the same exact spot. So the whole sentence is empty. What says it? You're right. How do I know that in the same place you do Smicha you shed? Why? Because you're taking the smicha shkita, because that come one after others, that come on one after another. Therefore, in the same place that you do smicha, you do shkita. Both sides. Have a wonderful day. Thank you so much for coming, and thank you for the power of us.
Merit the Schus of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor at MDY.com.
Good morning, Rabbi. You didn't smash me in the city because I don't do it too loud because tomorrow won't be sure. All right, we're live in Lincoln. A million of people. Or some people say Swiss Eimer, and of course, I want to really shoot up a big smart and strong lay acid, which lame up. Mush strong. How did 2 years ago, the first time I completed Sefira, and the reminder was very clear, and I knew there was a number during the day, and I had used everyone's spirit reminder for a big number, and I don't remember for the next 24 hours. I found myself having a hard time this year. There was some realization that anyone just words on it, asking, the kids are. I'm reading this much from the Elam. A lot of people, it's one of the first or second times that they're doing the entire sphere with us. So you should call those behind the scenes and make the art cool. Rebelli, I had a special space to learn today's daf with Chavruso, Paris himself, with the old gold. We're both at the same Facebook program, he's about boss, and we all have a repeated speaker. What a speaker, unbelievable. On Pesach, I said over the story about the Paris. Oh, you were there? Who was there? You weren't there? See? Next year? Yeah, put you on the spot. We struggle to understand exact mitzvahs of and later, once the tag comments, pressurize, so you can watch the show and understand exactly the shot. Thank you, Gemara. Thank you, Rebellion Margaret, Team and the wife, the words of heart, post the shroom before Yontif. Torah, played them with comments best, that's probably Palchik and Yo Gold, which should play out. Morocco trip, Rabbi side, deadline to book this Tuesday. If you haven't counted you and you're eligible for $50,000, please reach out to Yossi or Mark ASAP. Trip dates, Sunday, May 10th, Sunday, May 17th. We're locking everything in, so we need to know. How much coming up?
Hello.
Wow, less than a month.
Hello.
Spotted. And NDY seeing that Hashem doing his down on his fight back from Orlando today. I was told when I showed this picture earlier today, and I did not know that this picture was taken as of this year. Miami's back on full throttle. Please meet CV. Oh, I still got a message from that.
I'm gonna
This is the number one side of our MDY perspective, full house there. And satellite location is Kriyat Hata. Benny, as I'm not there, so he goes around almost every day, goes to another satellite location. This is one of the 34 locations in Arizona that do live. His son won $2,000 in poker. $1,000, and also at the Maladonac, they won something big. I don't remember what it was. Two good ones. All right, this was anyway shots accepted by the Iranian League families, Paragonanas, Rabbi, Hashem, Sadi Bey, Isaac Cement, in honor of Kitchi and Gitti. David Salomon sponsors, he's a corporate sponsor, our only corporate sponsor, David Salomon. Should have more. Dedicated memory of Avi Meir, Shmuel Paul, for friends, those who come to Rafa. So, God's name is my father, Jackie Johnson, and I'm the God's name, God's name, is a Mishmas Rabbi Goyer, Pshon, Kaljuk, the Mishmas Ilu. Anonymous with Pushman on the Mishman Zar, anonymous with Pushman and Root, some to live, assess to be strong, Malki. Other to speak about his own festival, so cardiac and more striking. Senegalese family, can be either came out of rebellion, things are leading of life. Plenty of money, less than Benny, and all the Eastern Circle of the White, and focus on Torah. Monthly sponsor, Iris Simon, with Pushman of the Murray, Burke, Ben, Miriam. Buttons are working slow there. Weekly sponsors anonymous in honor of Eli, Mark Ashkenazi, and the entire MDY crew who do not slow down for a second. Shreya, MDY artist. For Shlomo, you'll have time to mention Rothschild, for Shlomo, Tabernacle, and the other Neil Zed, then I have this. Well, it's starting in Mississippi today. We are going through the menachas and all the performance and different things that go together. We had the Minchas Sachem that goes together with the korbanos, spoke about the oil, the flour, the wine. Now, today, all day, we're going to be speaking about smicha. What's smicha? For those of you who it's your first day with MDY, smicha means you put your full body weight on the head of the animal and say Peter. So says the Mishnah, oh, korbanos and tzibur ain't been smicha. There's only two exceptions to the rule. All communal korbanos do not require smicha. Fruits min a parabal mitzvahs, the start hamishtalah. Parabal mitzvahs in this context will have later parabal mitzvahs referring to something else, but Rashi over says parabal mitzvahs is referring to Elam Davar. What's Elam Davar? Elam Davar is when the president and Sanhedrin make a mistake, and they say that the halacha is you're allowed, for instance, to eat a type of thing, not all chayla. You see, this fat of the animal is multiple when in fact it's not. Some also find so it doesn't. That could be one fire on the. You have a video. It's above and beyond this video. Like, usually videos we only shot. This is like a little bit more. Who does the sniff on the pile of Davar? This and that. I don't know. Okay. If you know, you know. What the guy that the traffic guy, the Rothschild guy, you know, this film. Okay. So there are two higher habal. That's what's the title of Dover. The Sanhedrin has to do with Smicha. The Sayam Shtaleh. We're going to see that Halacha makes you see that there's two. So you have to choose which two. So, Rabbi is going to see this is the Matana, the Yudah that says title of Dover, and also the Sayam Shtaleh. It's the goat. And I'm going to pick these two goats. One, the blood goes into the down inside, and the other one is thrown up. I'll show you the video later on because I don't want to show video fact for fact videos like that. That one is more of a schmucky video, but it's too much videos for fact for fact. Shimon Oimer, Absoy. Retroactively remember the video that I'm going to show you for the bottom down, but I'll just break it up a little. Shimon Oimer, Absoy is very, very similar to Baal Dog. It's when the Sanhedrin make a mistake, and they say you can do that with desire. So, twice from the head and the desire, so you're breeding with the goat. So Reb Shimon switches the Sarah Mishtaleh with the Sarah from the desire. It's a different type of goat. On that goat, you have to do Smi. And we're going to say in the Gemara, I don't think anybody argues, but Smi must be done by somebody that's involved, somebody that's an owner, not some representative. And that's a thing throughout Smi. You can't do Smi for your friend, you can't do Smi for a partner. You have to be involved. So, called Rabbanos Hayyafet to Smicha. Every single carbon of an individual requires Smicha. And it's going to have a car, like a nice one. That's how these are the three that we had yesterday that don't require the Sachem. These are the three, they always put together the car, the nicer, the firstborn, the 10th animal of the newborn, and the carbon pesach. Those do not require Smicha. The Hayyar, somebody who inherited a carbon, another Shvamin. I missed this one. This is the story I wanted to tell you. I'll say it here. Yisrael Goldstein, my sister-in-law, tragically passed away from at a young age of 43. So this is a crazy story. Yisrael Goldstein, his sister-in-law was just in Paris at 43. But this comes after her husband was nifter when I think she was pregnant with her only child. You know the story? This kid was like a teenager, 17 years old. He's the only child, and he just lost his mother, Majna. She was 43. His father, he never got to know his father. Crazy story. Okay? Very heart-wrenching. Big tragedy. Okay. So how do you know the story? What's the story? The one when she nipped the mamish now? Right after Pesach. After Pesach. Crazy. One kid. Tell him what he says. One kid. And they both nifted. One was 43 and the other one must have been in his 20s. Maybe she had a lot of desire, a lot of heartache. Yeah, okay. All right, so Hayyar, son of maybe. Oh, we're talking about Yair. Yair, his father is Mr. Lead over in the oil. Shlomo. So now what does he do? That's to bring the oil of he takes over of his father, and it's the smicha that his father would have done. Well, maybe the suffering, and he has to spend no money, and he has to bring the stuff we spoke about yesterday, the oil, the flour. He also has the right to be where we all know that if he finds, let's say, better for animal, he says, my father left over I want to give a real animal. He goes out and he says, this one is instead of this, that's awesome. But he could do it. Why does it take effect? Because it's the Irish. He's instead. So I saw a very interesting Shiloh. When the father who died was blind, somebody who's blind doesn't do smicha. So now he dies. Does the son do smicha? What does that one say? Does the son do smicha? His father wouldn't have done smicha. Now that his father died, he could see, so maybe he should do smicha. Does he take of his father? Is exactly what he said his father can do smicha? Or is it like a new thing? No, what do you guys say? Let's do smicha. And if what? In the job for me. Right, but that's not like the Lashon we said yesterday that Nimsa that the Hafel is Chomer min Iker. The Yerush, the Hafel, he has a bigger Chomer than the main part, the main guy who died. He didn't have to do Shmita. What about if he yards his mother? The mother left over Shlamim, the mother wouldn't do Shmita. She's a woman. Okay? Oh, so you're saying you're making enough meaning out of it? Wow, it's a finished problem. I didn't even have that option. I said it's either yes or no on both. And you're saying yes on one, no on the other. And the mother not because it never started being, but also it never had when this guy was blind the whole time when he it's a technical thing. Very lumbish. I hear. There's a story, I don't know if it's true. I'm saying over the story because I want somebody to write in and tell me they heard this Maisa. That the Brisker Rod, as you know, Chaim, he shaved. Doesn't sound right, but okay, he shaved. And someone said, your father doesn't shave. I didn't shave. Where's the butler? She says, I go, because it was like a stuff, like, because in Brisker, everything's like the father, like the doctor. He said, I don't go by the doctor, I go by the mother. My mother doesn't shave. She does shave. She doesn't really shave. I don't know what he meant. Okay. Anyway, if anybody knows the Maisa, no, you never heard the Maisa. Well, what? He grew a beard. Yeah, you're making up a Maisa now. He wanted, they said you should be like your father and shave because your father says you're a buffer. He's like, I'm like my mother and I don't shave. That's nice. Who knows? All right, it's up to your mother. So now we're just going to go through the Mishnah we just learned. What's interesting about the sugyas is that you don't really have any like teeth lumbish stuff. It's more on the easy side of the community for bonus, you don't just make it besides two. Parallel and double. You see that Sirah with his already Rishon does the second sheet in the Mishnah. Rishon by Yechai says parallel and double and with his Like the two Averis that doesn't forgot about and they gave the wrong sock, they made a mistake. I forgot they made a mistake. On those two, you have to do Shmita. You know, Sirah with his wrong. The only one out of the two that you said I agree with, and that is the parallel. I don't agree with the Sirah with his art. Oh, if so, I'll be done. You need two. And now that I took out one out of your two, I only have one. Sorry, I'm Mishnah. It must be the Sorry Live Sazo. You know, let's show it now. Why not? Here, Sorry Live Mishnah. A beautiful piece. To do a viral. One is the Shem. One is Lazo. Smicha. And now he does the video. One of us saying, happen on the fullness. Show him a country party. I'm going to learn some more about this stuff. We haven't spoken about it. You know about the stream? This red stream? What happened to the red stream? Oh. Okay. So instead, so one is Kara and Dabar, the Smicha, and the other one is Sarah Mishtalech, the Sarah Azazel, but not the Sarah with the Sarah. As the Gemara was saying in the mile, who told Rabbi you didn't need two? He was forced to bring a second one, Sarah Mishtalech, because otherwise you don't have two. Ravina, the Mirish, they Smith is the Tzibur, yes. He was forced because we have a Kabbalah. We received it from Halach Lamesh from Sinai for generations. There's two that require Smicha. Now, which two? It can't be the one that you're saying with Shimon, the one of the Zara. So I must take another one, the Sarah Lazar. Oh, my Lord, Shimon, my Lord, Smicha B'Bailim. The one on the rock, turns out. You asked me a question. Oh, my Lord, Shimon, my Lord, Smicha Ela B'Bailim. The Zara, the one of somebody. He says, Shimon asks, I don't understand. In order for it to be smicha, considered smicha, with two, you're considering the sonir of the Zara. That's not the owner. You need an owner. It's out of the bottom, so there is smicha, but it's not the smicha we're looking for. We're looking for two smichas that are done by the owner. Not a smicha that's done for Hidu. It's not true. They are considered owners because they themselves get a kapara. Now we go through a little bit of a sugi here, like a 15, 20 line sugi, just to prove that Aaron gets what is in Chaper Aaron. So I'll just tell you the bottom line after everything. The bottom line is this machlokes is it the sword, this all of Chayis will get a kapara from regular days, from the sword Mishtaleh, or do they get a kapara from, or they split it? Chayis will get from the sword, but the Kohanim get it from the pot. Yeah? Is it? The Rebbe says everybody, Yisrael and Levim, Kohanim, they all get only from one department, from this one that you throw off the cliff. That is a part of all the Averos, regular Averos. Whereas Reb Shimon says no. The Yisraelim get it from the coat that it's thrown up by Rothschild, but the Kohanim get it a kapara on all the Averos with something else, from the pot. That's a big enough community. Because we're saying, where is the ownership? Do they have it? Who has ownership in this goat? Do the Kohanim have ownership or not? Depends if they get a card beside it. You learn the keeper is Migdash HaKodesh. So we're talking about something called Tumas Migdash HaKodesh. Tumas Migdash HaKodesh, you might not see it or understand it from this video. It's a little different, maybe. But the idea is that if let's say, straw also, is Tomei, let's say, stepped on a mouse. And he knew that he stepped on a mouse, then he forgot. And then he went into the Beis HaMikdash. So if he went into the Azara, or went into the Heichal, or went into the Kodesh Kodashim, he gets a kapara from this bull. The bull, and you give forgot to the kapara. So, well, sorry, it depends. Yisrael gets from the goat, Kohen gets from the bull. So, but he forgot about it when he went in. Yeah, he knew about it to begin with. He had the idea, the tefillah, and then he forgot about it himself. Nisanya, the Hebrew is Migdash HaKodesh, Zelef Nayim Lefnim. Oh, I did something. Oh, yeah. Stam to show that the words bigger. Migdash HaKodesh is Lefnim Lefnim Kodesh HaKodesh. He went in there. So the second part of the second line over here, Oyomar is talking about that he went in to the Heichal. The question is bad. You know, let me just show you this. The notion of this was good. Dead mouse. There's only bad. Becomes common. Heichal. But the shot is, yeah, it doesn't matter where you touch the mouse. You could touch it outside of these images also. The point is that when he went in, he forgot. He knew for a second and he forgot. This isn't crazy to us. He's already the R, he's on the side, he's proven, okay. Krieger, as mit der Schakode ist noch auf der so meine Isbeach Mashmoy. Die Chaper Elazars. Kohanim Mashmoy. Now let's go back to this passage for a second. So there's the two Chaper. There's the first Chaper is talking about the Azar. Mal Gehanim, so like Kohanim. Al Kokal, Al Kokala, Al Kol Amakohol Israel. Further Israel. The Chaper. Oh, so this is tricky. This is tricky. Chaper Edo Halavim, not this word, but Chaper is the word. Hushu Kulon Lekapara. This is where it gets tricky. Not super tricky, but now we're talking about Hushu Kulon Kapara Achas is referring to Shal Aveis. Other Aveis, not the two you just jump from the positive is pointed out. Tumas Ligazin Kedashim, and now we're talking about Hushu Kulon Kapara Achas, all the Aveis. Not two things. Also, they all get apart from one thing. So, but too much big production. If everybody agrees, there's no machlokes, not reviewed, not Rothschild. We'll see here in this chart right over here. There's no machlokes that both according to the Yehuda and the Rothschild, the Yisrael gets the kapara from the goat, and the Gehanim gets the kapara from the pot. In too much big production. Just what that machlokes, I don't know if you can see here. So if you look all the way to the left, the whole machlokes is in that circle of red, and it's in Shara. In other words, too much nigdus v'kedasha, we're going to split off. Yeah? What's too much nigdus v'kedasha? A person who's coming, when nigdus doesn't matter where, he's bad, and he doesn't know about it. He still doesn't know about it. Because when he finds out about it, he'll bring a partner. But until he finds out about it, it could be 10 years, you don't want something to happen to him. So you get the special kapara if he's applying through the full. And if he's Yisrael, you get the special kapara. It's not a kapara, it's a protection. Until he finds out that he did it. And Yisrael gets it from the goat. Yisrael realizes it. But when it comes to Yisrael and are equal. You get the kapara from the goat that flies off the mountain. Up in the Shimon knows. The same way I have an community in two things production that Yisrael gets kapara from one thing and the Kohen gets from a second thing, so too in all other areas. Lashon Hara, Netifa, whatever it is. But the Zohar, you get a kapara, Yisrael gets kapara from the goat, and the Kohen gets kapara from the goat. Now let's see inside. What you going about? Yehuda says, like on top of this chart, by Shara Averos, there's one kapara for everybody. But there's no discrimination. But you get the same kapara from the same one. No. Just like you made an afternoon when it comes to tumah. That the Kohen gets a kapara from a bull, so gets a kapara from a goat. Or the shame should be the Shisora and Shvach and Chapa, we should be shy of so too, the Vidu, when it says by the Son of Zosh, he's a part of four others, and there's a part. Now I'm going to split it up also. He doesn't get the Vidu, the part from the Zosh. It's a part from the part. It says, Shimon, by it's different than Israel and Chapa. So on. As the Gemara, Shimon, what do you mean? Everybody gets a kapara. The last, look at the puzzle. It says all the way at the end, Bichaper. And that teaches us that everybody gets a kapara. Israel. So says the Gemara, the puzzle just tells us they get a kapara. It doesn't say how to get a kapara. Everybody gets a kapara in different ways. You get a kapara with a goat. I get a kapara with a goat. Now, let's just go back there for a second. So remember, that's what he's saying. That if I get a kapara, if a Kohen gets a kapara with something, the Kohen gets a kapara with a goat, so then he's a pilot in the goats. Then he can do simcha. If he doesn't get kapara with a goat, then he can't do simcha. Now, Rabbi said, you have a freebie. You have 12 lines that are just a repetition, and Some people say that it's not even the Amoraim that wrote this. This is already later generation. The Rabbi have already stuck it in. It's just a recap of what we just did. Let's just keep this on the board for a second. According to Yehuda, according to everybody, Yehuda, Tumas means the Kedosh Yisrael, the Kabbalah, the Dam Sar, Hanas B'Tnim, the Anu Kachol. And there's a nafkamina between how you get a kapara for Tumas. The goat gives the kapara to the Yisrael, the bull gives the kapara. The Shah Rabbi is the Kabbalah, Yehuda Sar, and Yehuda says there's only one nafkamina between Reb Shimon and Rabbi. That in Shah Rabbi, Yehuda says that everybody gets kapara from the goat. Shimon, he argues, like we see in the red dotted line, and Shimon, Shabbat, it's not going to be the part of stop it is enough community between the Yisrael and the Kayim. The Yisrael gets an apartment from the boat that flies off the mountain, and according to, and the Kayanim get a kapara from the boat. Oh, the Kayanim, Echad Yisrael got the Kayanim. And what? They have a kapara from the Azazel. The Mashiach and God, Madu Yisrael, the Mashiach. What is the difference between a Chayim and a Yisrael? There's not a part of the about him giving the Kedosh. He says that the only difference is in the Tumah. Yisrael gets from the goat, and the gets from a bull. But in all of them, they all get from the goat. Sure, I know change from a sword, not in the clear. Yeah, this is all Chazar. Yeah? Reb Shimon says, just like there's an afternoon in Tuma, that the Tuma brings the heart from the pole, and it's only to come from the goat. The same should be the reason of Sam Shalea. You saw that there's a power of the okay, so that is Chazar that we just did. So too, we said in the afternoon that all there is the strongest to the heart from the goat, that it's like Honorable. There's some fools that this is the knowledge of that. This is referring to the pile of Rabbi and the Smicha. How come Smicha and Rabbi Dizar comes with the review? It says that Rabbi Dizar does not require Smicha. If Shimon Omer, Parton Smicha was Canaan, then Rabbi Dizar came Smicha was Canaan, so this is what you need to remember for the next 25 seconds. And according to Shimon, who does the Smicha on Rabbi Dizar go? Aaron. Who's Aaron? The Kohen Gadol. Okay. And you live here in Chicago? I don't see you around. What's your name? From where? You had that the old gold look. Okay, let me just turn it around. See someone later. And go and make a salad myself. Okay, I'll be going away from. So something tomorrow. So now come on. Reb Shimon says that the Avodah goat gets smicha by Aaron, meaning the Kohen Gadol. Every generation it's Aaron, the Kohen Gadol, and not who, not the Sanhedrin, not the skin. So we're gonna have a contradiction because in a second we're gonna see he says it's the skin and not Aaron. That's no contradiction. You know the contradiction says by Achai means the soil azov. There's one that you shut in the Israel. There's one that's alive for now. For the next 10 minutes, I'll put it from off a cliff. He's high. He's Azaz. Hachai told Smicha. Azaz requires Smicha. Basically, Rabbi Dizar came Smicha. The review says that the Rabbi Dizar goat doesn't get Smicha. What's Rabbi Dizar goat? We buy Yisrael, does Rabbi Dizar because it's an every told to do so. You bring it goat. No Smicha. The Shimon Oimer, here it goes. Hachai told Smicha. The Azaz requires Smicha by the Kohen Gadol. The Sorry, Rabbi Dizar told Smicha by Aaron. Ella. Contradiction. Second, you go said the Kohen Shimon. It's the skin. The Aaron. Sorry, Aaron. And now I'm saying it's skin. Which one is it? That's the division of things. Before anybody screams, I'm not gonna let you say it. Oh, turning it down. Global exclusive cross-border payment. You were supposed to go. What are you doing? Please read a shidduch today because every shidduch that happened was for shidduch. Did anybody read a shidduch in the last one? Anybody? No? Please read a shidduch. I'm young kid. See people get the thing about people. gotta do something. Right about it. No, you're not. It's not a curse. They didn't have a desire to sleep about it on the street. Oh, Rabbi. So what do we do with this contradiction? According to Shimon, who does the smicha on the Avodah? Is it either the two options? In one place it says it's Ari, another one is another. And over here it says it's this thing. It's this measure. Oh, Rabbi, this is where that takes actually the problem with you. The whole crew presses off. Well, it's off. We're just going to say that it means the skating and maybe everything lines up. It's all skating. Although Shimon smicha b'vayim. How do you say that everything's always behind it? The Shimon says you need a good owner. So it can't be Chayin, it needs an owner. Being Elatar itself. Right? Smicha, you need an owner. And if it's a Chayin Gadol, he's not the owner. So it doesn't work. Now, why is skating better? So we'll see in a second. Elatar itself. Hapar, Ton Smicha, the Ain't Have a Desire, Ton Smicha. You're reviewing. In other words, you saw it, sorry, Chai Ton Smicha Ba'arim. We're going to correct the price up and say that the first price is skating, and therefore lines with the second price is skating. Let me ask you a question. Got a problem. How can we put that play on him? The play is not an owner. Smith has to be done by an owner. You and Sanhedrin did the owner. How Sanhedrin is better than a playing Gadol? Oh, so with this, we need to see places, top places. I'm just throwing it on the screen here. Oh, it's like 3 lines down. 2 lines from the other places. The hard, the Hashiv is skating by island. Afapish, Yesh, Pirate, sort of the Bezdin, the finances. They are not Sachet, Korno Violet. This place is a big tradition. That they're considered owners because they're very involved. They were the ones that created the whole mess to begin with. They're the ones that told Faisal to do the Avera, to do the Avodah Zarah. They have to take ownership, so to speak. They have to fess up to their pet, and they're involved. They're owners. It says Gemara, like 7 lines from the top, so you have the Zorah both smicha. The Avodah don't require smicha. You should have the loy both smicha. If you ever heard that it doesn't, that the Kandano doesn't have to be smicha. You do a fine. But in fact, the skating have to do it. And he got it from the word not from the part, from the top. Rabbi Yehuda lower. Why do I need to exclude the Avodah Zarah from Apostle? So that's a little bit, that's pretty much our sugya. If we started Ramadan saying that there's a halacha which from Sinai, there's only 2 korbanos that belong to the community that require sleep. And you already established, okay, the parallel governor is a given. That's nobody argues that. So what's the argument? Is it the Sar Lazaza or the Sar Lavidazar? So you review the whole that it's the Sar Lazaza. So automatically it's not the Sar Lavidazar. So then why do you need a puzzle to say that it's not the Sar Lavidazar? It can only be 2, it can't be 3. So once I know it's parallel governor and Azazel, so I know it's not Lavidazar. So why do you need a special puzzle? This is where you're at, you don't need it. You're Shabbat. The psukim are just there for a hint, to help you along, to give you an asmachta, to make you feel good. Here's a little bit of a riot from the Torah, not to make you feel good. So here's a riot from the Torah. It's not a real riot. It's like a rebbe is in the Torah. And how does he know that Avodah Zarah needs to be done? After the time you some feel good. Who's that? Marcus Kenazi? That's in the middle. It's not such a geschmack house for anything, though. The soda on the floor and many houses, it's like a common. In some of the narration, you gotta be chill, relax. With some of the narration, is there one room that ought to go into? Oh, yeah, cool. Yeah, don't like it. Shouldn't see everybody's on the most sleeping all enough when they're dying. It says something of the rich son, the Nasi, the king. He should put his hand on the soil, and the rabbi's soil naturally is meaningful. Naturally, the Nasi, he does smicha. I didn't see him, right? We're probably seeing the broken bottles, the smicha. There's one to Rob, he got up. This is Rabbi sad. He had to be the first one to jump into things. We see from Gershon Ben and another when he jumped into the water. It's mamish. What? Gershon Ben and another, he jumped in. He jumped into the water. He jumped into the water. And what? He did by it. You're not the only one the border to it here. Yeah. I'll make it feel good. They also said, so, you hear from the English or the Hebrew? That was, how many hours ago? 9 hours ago. Okay, at the bottom, so Gershon goes into the water. He goes deep. All of a sudden, he sees his brother there. Nacho, what are you doing here? Oh, he was making the whole question. Should jump, should not jump. He's not jump. He got in. He was second. Nobody will ever know about Gershon Ben Abinadab. They only know about Nacho. The way you see the stories, everybody starts screaming, Nacho. Yeah, it's part of it. So the point is that a lot of times people make this environment. They do it, just do it. It's the right thing to do. Be the Gershon, be the Nacho, the Gershon. I say it all now, the thing that comes to my mind is, well, obviously you guys do the job, etc. Mostly, if you have that feeling, oh, should I do it? Jump in and do it. What are you going to lose? You might learn a dive, 2 dives in your life. But also, when you get opening up a satellite location, it takes quite a people who jumped in and did it. They had tremendous enough sequel, Shmaya. You jump in, you do it. Get other people to learn. The Rabbi saw an action smicha dirbi. The Rabbi see Rabbi the Zara smicha. Hey, so you ask me, how does he know? How does the Jew know that the God of the Zara requires smicha here from this person? This is something that Rosh saw. Rabbi Yehuda is learning that's referring to the Nisim, and the Nisim says no, it's referring to Rabbi Zara. Any chatas that the blood goes inside the eichel to the smicha. That's the Gemara. So if you paid attention, just I should have pointed it out. We could just read it again. Shahaya Reb Shimon Omer Kol Chatish Nichnas Damon Tznim Tuna Smicha. Right? 8 words ago. Shahaya Reb Shimon Omer. Or I don't know. 11 words ago. What's Shahaya? Well, he used to say that the flag Zogin, Reb Shimon used to say, Kol Chatish Nichnas Damon. Any Chatish blood goes into the Heichal requires Smicha. Lama the name of Shahaya. There's only 3 here. There's the Helam, Parallel Davar, the Karna Mashiach, and Avodah Zarah. All those we took care of. The Parallel Davar, the Karna Mashiach, we have Psudah. The Avodah Zarah, he has a limit. So what does he have to say? What's this? What does he do mechadish in his memory? It's basically just to say that this not like you, Rabbi Yehuda, that says that the nachshon, the sire of a nasi requires smicha. I say no. It's only those who go to the dams inside the heichal. Maybe it's referring to also the goat that's done in the kippur. No, can't be the goat in the kippur that's also done inside the heichal. Doing certain nasi in the Kabbalah very since you do it has to be something similar to the goat of the nasi, meaning it's an avera that you know, whereas the Sarah Nasa name, as we discussed before, it's called like Kimis Midas Kedusha. You don't know. That's the whole point. You need a special katara for somebody who doesn't know he's sinning. So that's different. That's not included. Where I've all my dreams, this is the keyboard, Roy, Lamaway, what I need psukim at all. When we just said, this is something I'm having this kind of question. If Smicha is halacha l'moshe Sinai, why do I require apostle? Says the Gemara, it's a cry, I need a possible that I need, halacha l'moshe Sinai. I would think that the carbon of the Shalom Tzibur, meaning what's the Shalom Tzibur? That's the carbon we bring on Shavuos. Kashia amasnisin the hapirko the kol amanovis boys. So this is super interesting. Only 2 times in the entire Shas that the Gemara brings the name of the parak. It says, but it's only asking the parak of kol amanovis boys. What do we ask there? I'm going to show you this. So anybody that did the daf with us back then will remember this. No question. This, not this one, but whatever. It's not a problem. So, does anybody remember this? So I'll explain it. What? Some of them. Yeah. So what do we have here? We have 6 things. We have 3 korbanos, 3 mitzvahs. The 3 korbanos we have are in the center. In the middle, each carbon takes up 2 circles. Only 2 circles, not 3. So we're trying to say here, the interesting way of showing it is it's not articulate. We have the Asham, Shlamim of Yachad, and the Shlamim of Tzibur. Shlamim of Yachad is everybody could be in the Gav, Shlamim of Tzibur is on Shvius. And the Asham of the Mitzvah. Now we have 3 mitzvahs. Kapreker, Smicha, mean on the animal. Knufa means to wave it like a lulav when it's alive. You lift up the whole live animal. And also Knufa after it's dead, meaning the Emurim, etc. From the 3 korbanos, each one only does 2 out of the 3 mitzvahs, and different 2 mitzvahs. No one of these 3 korbanos shares 3 of the mitzvahs, only 2. So take for instance the top one, the Asham Mitzvah was in the center. He has a blue circle and a green circle. Blue circle symbols the smicha, and the green is the knufa when it's alive. Red is dead, yeah? Red is, it's easy to remember. Red is dead, green is alive, blue is smicha. Flamin gets red and blue. What's red? You do the knufa with the shaykh and the chaza, and you do smicha. And the Shalmi Tzibur, they get green and red. They do knufa when it's alive, knufa when it's dead. But let's say, we're going to use as a raya, Shalmi Tzibur. So let's take the Shalmi Tzibur. Shalmi Tzibur has a green circle and a red circle. You do knufa when it's alive, knufa when it's dead. So if you remember back then, that sugi, I remember in the Samach somewhere, I think, the Gemara asks the Kalachayim and all 3. If you have a green circle and a red circle, you certainly should have a blue circle. Why? Because let's say, what's the right here? They bring it from Shlomo of Yachid. The Shlomo of Yachid has a blue circle and a red circle, but doesn't have a green circle. So you, the Shlomo of Tzibur, has a green circle, certainly should have a blue circle. Every 2, you do the same exact thing. If I have these 2 circles, I should definitely have the 3rd circle. Because there's somebody out there that has the 3rd circle, but he doesn't have my circle. He doesn't have the Shlomo of Yachid doesn't have the green circle, but I have the green circle. So I certainly should have what he has, the blue. Okay, for that the Gemara answers. You don't have to know that circle. The point is, what's the bottom line? The point is, halacha which we see now. Each one of these mitzvahs, each one of these korbanos gets 2 mitzvahs. That's it. So let's just do it this time. What was the question they had over here? Omer and Shimon, Shloisha meaning 3 and Shalosh mitzvahs. There are 3 types of korbanos that require 3 mitzvahs, and each carbon only gets 2 out of the 3, and 2 different 3, two different ones. And the Gemara asks, so there, let's go. Omer, we should make it relevant. For instance, one of the 3 kalafayim is on. Why do you say that the Shlomi bring on Shavuos doesn't require smicha, only requires knufa when it's alive, green, and knufa when it's dead, red. But not the blue circle. It should have a blue circle in the Kalafayim. What's the Kalafayim? If the Shlomi is an individual green, he does have he has the green circle, but he does not have. No, sorry. What does he have? He has smicha. Which one? It doesn't require people. It doesn't have a green circle, but it requires smicha. So certainly the shlomim of the tzibur, which requires smicha. So that's why it's a hilchos. And by us also, we have halacha in Sinai, and only parallel government of the Zohar, but not the Shaman tzibur. That's the halacha in Sinai. So I need halacha in Sinai. He chose these two and not the third. You know, but if I only had halacha in Sinai, I wouldn't know which one. Actually, I'm doing the Sardasi. The process says that it has to be similar to the Nasi. Have various mitzvahs. Just like the Nasi, it's a non-aveira. It can't be something that doesn't have. It can't be, let's say, they don't know the aveira. Okay, and that's pretty much it for today. We have another 2 minutes, but this is super easy city. Otherwise, they all have to speak with the car or mice. Stop talking about. Basically, the Gemara says the word karbanim 3 times, and that's going to exclude a card based on mice. Each carbon is going to exclude one. Carbon karbanim, the word karbana is not a b'chashiyot, or a shlamim is just a regular animal. I look at my whole pen and said, that one over there is going to be shlamim. It doesn't have his dushman in its board. Nevertheless, the smicha, the hard, the chasim, the rechem, hard that's born kadash. Certainly, in addition to smicha, you should have to do smicha. That because it says, so one karbana comes to tell us, not a b'char. The bells were told me 4 years ago, so I might have said it 4 years ago. I don't remember saying it. I don't remember when I said it. I remember saying it a long time ago. Told me the bells are wrong. Told the Zainab once, he says, you better start learning Stein. Because if you don't start learning Stein, you have to show be a Rebbe Shem. Well, you're okay. So, an animal also, with the college, but it remains an animal. You want to remain a behemoth. Start learning Torah. So he said, I'm serious. I don't know that he said, after the camp, you'll be a behemoth, but he says, you're going to remain a Rebbe Shem. That's all you're going to be. Zero Shem. Start learning Torah, you'll be a Talmid Chacham. So, exactly what do you say? You're speaking of saying, no. You saying that somebody over there is upset at me? No. You can't walk around the whole day if you know something there. I'm Rabbi saying it. You got it come to. You can't do this world with the wife. It's never said, oh, okay, you're smart. The guy's Rabbi saying, and he's done complex. Now he has a mile over the other guys, he's done a complex. What's that matter? Because you were born, it's not a melucha. It is. What? Yes. I'm pushing the buttons again. No. Okay, so that's one korban. We have 2 more korbanos. And what are we missing now? Meiser korban basic. Korban with the meiser. The meiser does not require smicha. Shlomim doesn't have any power on animals next to it, before it, after it. But it requires smicha. Meiser should have this component of lachar. Saw the whole video yesterday. I'm not going to show it again. The meiser, as you come out of the pen, and the guy gets mixed up, and he says that the 9th one is the pen, or he says the 11th one is the pen. All of it become kaddish. So it has power. But it did, you don't smicha, certainly should be required. Smicha, on the memory, that's the second korban. Eloi meiser, meiser does not get smicha. Korbanoi, Eloi pesach. It says, what's smicha, Rabbi? It means to lean on the animal, call your might. Korban, Eloi pesach, Eloi didu. So that's how that explains it, no? Korban, the guy can go the whole entire shears like 5. Got the shears, a beautiful shear. I just don't know what smicha is. Korban, Eloi pesach, Eloi didu. I know, but maybe somebody missed that and came in. The zombie came late. You can see. Korban really pesach sheyach really dinu umashlam imshini ba'amui v'avei kumislicha shlomim. You don't have to do shlomim. On your own will, you decide to bring a korban for korban. Pesach shlamim ba'amui v'avei. You b'chuy to bring a korban for korban. You should slicha. Perhaps you should have to lean on it with all your might. Amaloi korbanoi really pesach. It's hard to remember these things. So if somebody asks you in Shasi, you go to Shasi, what private korbanos do not require smicha? Pesach, Meiser, and Bechor. I'm a little korban, but that's a fine. I got all 3. Now, this is more great because but I could still argue. What if you need a raya and a shlamim? That's special shlamim because It requires flour, oil, wine. You have to lift the chazashoik and wave it everywhere. The Bechar, Meiser, Pesach, and this one, there's no law. There's no proof. So we're talk about these three korbanos are not to teach us that Pesach, Bechar, and Meiser do not require smicha. It's like a little bit of a thing. Why do I need this? Why does the Pharisee have to say the word korbanos? It's really extra. It doesn't even say it 3 times. So the words have 3 different meanings in korbanos. Who does smicha? The owner, not a friend. You cannot appoint somebody to do smicha for you. I guess I'm just throwing this out there. I just thought about it now. The smicha, not really. Maybe I shouldn't say. But anyway, smicha comes together with vidu. So you're not going to do vidu for your friend. Okay. The one really coming right, and a guy who sends a carbon to his leaders does not require smicha. But normally the rabbis call valid carbon and smicha that when you have 5 partners, well, you know, you go to try. Can I give you $2 to be a partner in the every single one of the partners has to do smicha. Rabbi, have a wonderful day. Thank you for coming to our boss.
Merry Christmas is spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com and sponsor MDY.com.
Agud v'avra poisai. Light in Inglewood. What is it you want to come to this year? Let's get to Shmuley. Those who don't know, it's for private home, and it's by invitation only. Hayoim, sorry, Yom Shem Shavua, Echol Yishlesh Yom and Boim, we want people to come, but please be in touch with them. Because it's limited amount of people there. Again, I had a little bit of a problem with Spira. I think I started off on the left front. We told people to do Spira before Spira started. Also, last night in Shul, I forgot we're in America, and they dive in before this man, and they make an announcement. Please remember, say Krishma. No, I remember. I'm not going to lie to them. But it's not so smart over here. So that's why they marked it like knocked it down before that early. This is in Tom's River voice side. We're getting back to schedule here. There's a brand new screen. Look at the size. Look at the screen. The voice side. It's unbelievable. Oh. I did. I forgot. Thank you. Okay, we're going to jump right in. Sirius Oimer is sponsored the Full More Revisions Shlita Pagishas More Yisrael than Leah Esther Shlema. Tonight's pizza is sponsored by Shalom Ran, who wanted to bring the pizza, but he thought that we don't do pizza in the shir. We're sponsored by the Iranian Levy families, Perek Anonymous, with gratitude to that chef. Dafin Sadi, Frank Levy, for good health, Arika Syaman, and the Shid of Hogwarts. Declared for Frank Ben Gittel leaving on May. Dav Tzadikat, Michael Say, in honor of Dalia Finkel. The second sponsor, Megan Town, dedicated memory of a very small bottle of British time to be good for the Rabbi. The second sponsor is over down to the Tristan College Jacket House. Name is Hassan Brooklyn, the guys from Chicago Town, and the Nation was Harala Goy, the Tristan College in the Nation City. And by anonymous with Bushnemo much Benizal, anonymous with Bushnemo and Arizona, the layoff ancestor, the strong mouth, the Kotos, the Mafis of Oppressive. We are so proud of Yakimon Paki Steiging, sending us to family, Candy Island, UK, in honor of rebellion to change my meaning of life. Plenty of money, Mark and Benny, and all the Eastern so can be wise. Focus on Skara, Harry Simon, there's a monthly sponsor with Bushnemo of the Murray Farm for Miriam. Weekly sponsors, anonymous, in honor of rebellion, Mark and Skanaji, and Kari MDY Crew. Do not slow down for a second, not doing Kalamoni, especially back down from their Yonkin. Just constant, non-stop, always pushing. This guy's better paid per word over there. This is what makes MDY special. This is why people love learning the daf. Hashtag MDY Feast. Shkoya. Shorty walks with you. He lives with her father, his brothers, their show, her Rocha, Afrin, Shal Pesa. Anonymous New Nishmas, Shlomo Ramosha, Sheldon Kirchner of Chicago. Sheldon Kirchner. Sounds very familiar. Oh, that's really okay. Dr. Mark Bergson, in honor of my son Yechiel Mechel, on the occasion of his 9th birthday. Michael and Cheryl Katz, the yards out of Loven, Piffin, Katz, Ben, Piffus, and that's my father, Mr. Shama Ben Aliyah. Vladislav Zakharov, the murder, which name of myself, Yitzhak Ben Avrov, all made. The Reginald C. Huge thank you for rallying the whole NY team with insane Herculean strength, barely sleeping, and running on fumes. Managed to make sure the early of this year were completely foreign, so everyone could regain, watch it up, fall behind, Ashriacho, Yishkoyach, Mark, Yishkoyach, and the Reginald C. Anyway, we're sending on a Nathan Bebishem Rocha, we're sending on more Kabinesti. So Yellow, Daniel said, then I'll test it. Question: does anybody know what a palgus is? A palgus. It's a word in Shabbos. Huh? For what? Yeah, very good. Well, you learned today's not right. Back in the day, you did. Wow. No wonder you learned the science. Yeah, so we're going to learn about a palgus. Palgus, it's one of the things we're going to learn about. Is a ram that is almost a ram, but it's not a sheep, it's not a ram. It's in the 13th month. A sheep is called up to 12 months. A ram is the second year, and a palgus is in the 13th month. So, we have it's an easier daf today, but a lot of them move it. Omar Ma, Toy Dominai, huh? Tzadik Aleph Aleph, which is 90 daf into the Sefes Menachos. It's the Sefes Menachos. And we're holding 6-7 lines from the top. Toy Dominai, you have it? No. Rabbi said, what's a curse of Toy? Think about it for a second. What's a curse of Toy? Is it being polite? You knock the Toy, somebody did a Toy with you. Somebody brought you to the daf. You knock the Toy. So you have to be nice to them. You have to, what is it? So the Vinogard talks about it also when it comes to Sonam Matfanik Sifya. Or the Ruchen says it over here on the union of Toido. He says that a curse of Toy is not being polite. It's when somebody does a favor to you, you owe them. You mishubit them like a slave is mishubit for a master. And the greater the favor, the more you mishubit. You have a shibur. Hear this? You have a shibur. That's what the Vilna says, that you shouldn't take a present. If someone comes to you, you can't take a present of someone. Why? Because then you owe them. But you physically owe them. It's not like you owe him a theoretical thing. You owe him. Give you a bottle of wine. Now you show up and say, we should go to this people. You buy that? Come on back. 29. So the code is a person who comes to the budget. So thank you for saving me. How do you know? We're talking about the suffering. The whole suit is suffering. In general, when the person talks about a suffering, it talks about the flour, the oil, and the wine. I'm going to try to point out where we're talking about only the wine. So this we had yesterday. I did this chart, supposed to remember. From this puzzle, we learned all sorts of things. The red is a mir, the green is a riboy, and from the words, oy, zeba, those two words. So from the oy, I learned title. In the song of my face. The zeba teaches us shlam. So the word says, But does not. Why can't we keep putting the word zevach? Why do you need a special word? Oy. But oy do not zevach. Says the Gemara, it's the something that I mean, how many breads comes to Paida? Boy, say 40. There's so many breads, so that's instead of the Nesafim. Aishna Meil Nazir. See if we can find the Nazir. Here, it's Nazir. He also comes, he has 3 korbanos and has to bring, plus he has to bring bread. Now, you still have to bring wine with the Nazir. Says the Gemara, so over there by the Nazir, he says only holding 2 types, Chalis and Rikika. But by the Paida, between the comments, from college, Rikika, and Vucha, there are 4 types. Kamashallah tells us with all the types of bread, you can't get away with it. You still have to bring this up. Says the Gemara, why, if you go back over here, it's possible. Let's see about another one. Oh no. Back from before, okay. Why oil is a type of a medava, so isn't it included in the Fali Neder? The second line from the top from the Pasuk. The Fali Neder should oil medava, it should include oil. The Fali Neder, he did a good job there. Oh, he does a great job. From the Kal because we're very worried that people will have trauma from Kal. Only because I had personal experience in shooting with her. Right? Kal was a little scary. Not anymore, you mean? Once you did the done. Anyways, check this out. If you look, you have to look closely though. Each one of these is like a character between us. You see. There's 2 big. Yeah, but you know, there's controversy. Never. Oh, I didn't have. I'm looking together with you. I didn't have a result. You guys have what's going on with this nether? No, not. What? Israel? You should have had this in the Garden Plus. You probably have it in America also, but that's also called Garden Plus. And you go, you could be smudgers, you could look up different tests and all sorts of stuff. Okay, in the dog, I'm not sure what this is. It's a woman with a whole entrance. Bukhar is number 1. Meiser gets a red with a paintbrush every 10th animal. This guy's devolved. I love this guy. The typical guy, Pesach. Only in America, I think they wear the black hat in the whole Seder. And Hasidim, of course. It's a whole thing. You know, in America, it's unbelievable with the black hat. I don't want to say anything. But people drive with the black hat. And even if it hits the ceiling of the car, you're sitting there like this. They don't take it off. The whole costume, they don't take it off. And it's sort of much more relaxed. How many they can't drive with the costume? What? You do 5 times for that. But they wear the stripper that they're travel whole savings their side. Yeah, the whole in the class is so easy. Yeah, it's a big thing. So also you see their shtickle Davis. That's controversial. This also in the okay, so anyway. Clock. Now that we saw all the characters there, bring a carbon. All these are included. They have to do what? We're talking about the supper. Our boys, the whole day today is all about the supper. All these guys, the Netherlands government, takes up the card. They all need Musaf. So that's a clock. The family never going to go on. So now we're going to go to the next one. Oh, oops. The family never. Oh, so it says in the first response only in the Dogma. So knocks out all the other guys. Comes a cloud. Because if we stop over here, cloud is generalization, includes everything. Prat, ain't the cloud of master of prat. Cloud in a prat, and the Torah is telling you exactly what I want. But once the Torah adds another cloud, it becomes a sandwich, then it's not everything, and it's not only the prat, it's something in between, right? A cloud means everything. A prat means only these two. When we have a cloud, and then a prat, and then a cloud, so then the generalized, but it has to be similar to the prat. Other than the double, prat. The ref and choyach, boom. This is the ref and choyach. Slow moving today. Oh, so I add some stuff, but I just took off some stuff. So I added the Meiser in place, huh? Chazav and color. And the cloud is, well, by the way, we're not doing a lot of cloud by the clouds, don't have any trauma, we're done. Cloud, we got the cloud, eat out the dog, and it's enough time. It's very similar to this guy. And what's the similarity? Not a problem for you, double table, al-khet. It doesn't come for a sin, so that will take off the context. No. I think al-khet, oitzi, had the origin, saying, boy, al-khet, I'll be before my surprisal, but I'll include before my surprisal, saying, boy, al-khet. So, so what do we have here? So I want to show you. I just redid the initial chart for a second. First of all, oila includes the nether cover, and then what do we have? So oila takes everything out. Let's continue for a second. Hashdus of oila, that the oila takes out the bar and the meiser and the pesach. Flower problem. So what does it get include? If I take out the core meiser pesach, so what's included? Ma problem for you should include ba'omer. Afkol should include ba'omer. It's something that you're not mechuyev right now to do. Lahavi, when this comes to include, love is touching, the offspring of touching. Look more awesome. So if you look over here, you did a whole example. Shmura means if you find a nicer, bigger animal and say, I want this to be instead of the original, that's awesome, but it becomes just like the original. And that also requires the suffering. The offspring over here, this little baby here, this little baby, Vlad Shlomo, the Vlad, also requires the suffering. How do you do that? See? I don't see it. Okay. The oil that comes, that's what we learned yesterday. We have extra. We had a machlokes, one extra, but you have extra funds when they send or extra wine that goes over the top. So you sell it, you buy an oil for the kids in the staff. But also Shemitah Korea, that's the famous one, but we'll show it anyways for those names. So anytime Chatos must die, because let's say the owner died, this might be a different one. Maybe it's improved. Yeah, it's improved. It's different. Kevis land. So anytime the Chatos must die, the Osham goes to Kevis land, you try to get it removed, and what happened? What understand what you said? For white oil, okay? Oh, you sell it, then you buy another. Okay. What's the area? The call as the bottom line is, at the end of the day, it tells us that all these things require something besides the Chatas and Osham. So let me just see. Okay, here. So it comes out like this, a little bit of a change than what we had before. The bottom line is, Vasisa Yisrael Hashem Oila, we learned, not, the red means it's a meal, not a B'chor mindset. Oi comes to include, that's how we started the Sugi Oikari. Zeba comes to exclude the Mincha. The Kali Neder Nedava comes to, if you, anything that comes to a Kapara, like a Chatos, and then the rest I just left in the Shama Kagiga, that's not from today's Sugi, but the top changes slightly. Okay. That's like the maskonas asugis. So in other words, I'll show you this just to remind you what it looked like when we started this year. It looked like this. The Gemara changes basically through the limudim based on the cloud, traffic cloud. Okay. So the Gemara, Ashdam is the drasha. I'm learning the drasha of Chali Neder Double. So now we have to discuss every single time we have an oil. So what I did real quick, I don't know if it's gonna help or just here. So our four, the Gemara is just gonna say there's 4 oils. There's oil zevach in the same concept as 3. Oil zevach, this puzzle that I just showed you, yeah? Let's look over here. This puzzle. You see it says 3 times oil zevach, oil nedava, oil. So I just put them together like this. And basically it gives you the 4 options. If you have 2 different chiyuvim, but it's the same type of carbon, let's say it's an oila, but there's a nether and a dava. So it's 2 different things that I learned from oil zera. Oil, the oil, and that teaches us a new something like this. What do I do? The following nether oil and a dava, when the carbon, the type of carbon and the type of avera, the type of thing. And then you have Oibin Ma'adechem says it's the same field, but 2 different types of carbonates. Let's say it's in a dava of an oil and a shlamim. So it's the same, with different carbons, oil and shlamim. And finally, you have the same field and the same oil, the same type of carbon, like an oil when it comes to nether and shlamim. That's what I learned. So let's just see it inside. The 4, what do I do the 4 oils? The hashto, that was oil and drasha, we just do that to be money. Why do I need to split it up? It's something that have a nice nether with double already burn this up, and maybe I have to bring both a nether and a double. So to remind the oil, why not? What's a nether? You remember what a nether is? What's in a double? How do you know? But how do you remember? Oh, you said beer. Who else remember the beer? Kid. So we do zoo. I raise zoo because a beer is a dog and it belongs in the zoo. Okay, but you remember that. I wouldn't be able to know that. What, you remember that? Dive zoo. Yeah, no, it's an older video. Usually don't show that. It's not accurate. When he does the dive, he doesn't like flip his whole entire body and dive. He just dive. Whatever. Kumash Malone. The what? What's nice in Nedel Kudelu by yourself? You guys in Nedel Kudelu listen to something. You don't need both the Nedel and the Nedel. Only the Yoshi. So yesterday we had this whole thing with the Vav. Remember with Trump? He said kebab, Vav. Did anybody see that video? Saw it? Hey, man was holding, man was up to date on the videos. You're saying good. Yeah. So, Rabbi Yoshua holds that the Vav connects them and says that if you have 2 things in the same process, you have to do both of them. They're both together, let's say. So that's why it says oy separates. You don't need to do both. The Vav Achibur, the Vav that connects them, in this case, is not connected. Why? Because it's the oy in between. That's according to Rabbi Yoshua that they get connected even without the word Yaakov. Remember, we had this whole thing. You need Yaakov, you don't need Yaakov. By this have to show the Chamor Yaakov, so the Torah says that together. By Mikal Lavim, it doesn't say Yaakov, it doesn't need to be together. The Vav Achibur puts it together. That's why it's straight up removed, whatever. it's good news. Right? So I'm in good mood because they walked away. Maybe do you guys say? You don't like it? Oh, reasons to it. You don't think I spoke to them. He said that during the ceasefire, they started opening up the thing, they put the missiles in, they're watching them, and they know where all the guys are going now. That's what they called it. I don't know. Sure, we'll see. Another mention, we're in the sun, lovely. Why do I need this fight? So, the Camino, I used to put the sun. Ice in the double. What if ice in the double? What if you bring two providers together? Hurry a lion, hurry a suit together. Maybe one would be good for both. You need to bring two. Or you can bring what I mean. Then comes the Camino, I mean, I see oil, but then it's not good. Let's say I bring two hyper bonds, oil and a shlumber. One is a nether with a double. You know, I mean, it costs a nether. The shlumber is a nether. Our heads are oil shlumber. The two type bonds, yeah, but oil and shlumber, two different, but they're both the nether. Oil shlumber with a double. They're both in the same nether effort. They're both one that. This is going to solve one is suffering for both. A match one, open nether. The kids here, we have four different possibilities. That's why you need four different origins. Different types of another order. Always like long it's actually in the beginning. It's real something related to icy or something. Maybe we're talking when one oil, one slump, but it's another. You know, the oil slump is double. So they're both in the double. I ain't gonna stay oilers. But what if it's not oil and slump? It's two oilers, it's called another one in the double. But they come for two different reasons. You know, I'm just showing that for the double. Each one is another double. Hey, we're just showing that for the mindset at the end of the day. It's oil. I'm telling you, it's easy to mark, right? You give me a lot of know. You told me to show that what did you tell me? Did you learn with somebody else? Who was it? So they're discussing the share. Remember, there's three stages in the oil and three types of olives and three stages in the oil. And he in the session said, what do you tell me? 1 and a 3 and a 3 and 1 is the same as 2 2. That means that you and other people that watch that you got it. You don't go watch. So 2 2. What's a 2 2? Remember what's a 2 2? Hold on. Yeah, the what? Whoa, he even knows the details. That's all the McGregor, yeah. And so what's equal to a 2 2? Yeah. Kids, you know better than me, so this is the problem. Yeah. Okay, no, you're involved. Wow. That's it. No, 1 3. A 1 3 and a 3 1 is equal to 3 3. Okay, good. That's different too. There's no one right there. Oh, I don't know. Some man in the house. Some man is a super. Over in Chicago, come. Look at him. So, Abishim Shlomo Achasi, but Lamaisa, two Shlomim and two oilers are one. So maybe you can want something. This is going to be something. Come on, Shalom. The father of Shlomim, why say, Oy Shlomim? Loving and talking about Hamina Hanimina to the Maisa Shni oilers. I think that's when you bring two oilers. One is another one is a double, so they're very different. You know, Shlomim called the double. Shlomim did the Maisa Shni oilers. Benedict, Shni oilers, the double. I said this way. It's one, sorry, one more one is done. Something like what is always
Nasef is ready.
Wait, you're Netter? I'm Neater.
Me too.
But it says Netter Oila. There is Oila. I'm Oila.
Me too.
Okay, so you're Neater Ola? So this is your order. Excuse me, no. Absolutely not. What's the problem? It's just one Nessus. We do have the same name. But each of us needs a Nessus in his own. No problem. But next time, write your full name so there won't be confusion. What are your names? Shlomo Zalman ben Gedalia Tzvi.
Me too.
Now, the Rabbi said, if he says, Harei Olai Oila, one is enough. Why? He learns it from the Oila Korban. But he doesn't learn the Oil. Now the Gemara focuses on the word Oil. What does he do with Oil? If he already learns it from Oila Korban, what does he do with Oil? There's two types of animals. Mamish, literally two types of animals. How do you have two types of animals? Cow and a sheep, two types. You have two sheep. So you go to something else. Maybe one is something enough. Come on, right. What do I do with the apostle? So they're like, how many bizarre okay, they come different days, so they come at the same time. So it's okay, come on. We learned in the Mishnah, Rabbi and we did look up. It's a giant number, but it's all like we moved it. It says in the Mishnah, I pointed out, I don't have the whole list, but remember, we have a list of 10 different korbanos. Kachin Kawan and Kachin. And it says the 5 of the korbanos need the sachem, 5 don't. And the korbanos that don't need the sachem, you have on the right side, on the Kachin, we have the chatos and the asham. But the chatos and the asham also have a situation where they do need the sachem when by the mitzayra. The chatos and the asham were in the mitzayra. Let's see here. This is the mitzayra, right? He brings 3 korbanos, chatos and the oila, and he also has to bring a mincha. Not immediately. How do you know that the mitzayra has to bring a mincha? The Torah Rabbanan says by mitzayra, u'shloisha esronim soilos mincha. 3 esronim of flour. The mincha b'amar zelach ha'kos medaber. Oh, nobody answers question. Let's see if this teenager knows. What's the difference between a mincha? It's very important. I don't know if you know this. I don't know if you learned it. What's the difference between, maybe you have it in the middle. What's the difference between a mincha that you just bring by itself or a mincha that comes with a carbon? It's the same flour, the same oil. But one you bring on its own and one comes together with a carbon. You know the difference? What? No. By the way, the sachem could be this also. The flour and oil is called the sachem also. Sometimes it's called wine. Sometimes refers to wine, sometimes not. It's a little confusing. When the Mishnah says the sachem, it actually means even the flour and the oil.
Riser.
Okay, it's a very simple thing. No, I'm saying they're identical to what they look like. The ingredients are identical. There's one major difference. But when you bring a mincha on its own, so you put the kmitz on the mizbech, the rest goes with the kehana. Whereas the one that comes together, you do this? The one that comes together with the carbon, it all goes on the mizbech. So that's why I'm just trying to get out of here because the Gemara says the mincha boy mazevach because of the it's the type that comes together with the carbon, so it all goes on the mizbech. It's very different when it comes by itself. You can't get the evil. That's what I'm already talking about the minute that comes with the carbon. Oh, so here the word Nisaka means wine. I don't know if it means wine. The yain, it means wine. And the Gemara says, oh, and the word oilo zu oilo sitzor. Zeva zu chavis sitzor. Oilo zeva zu shamat sitzor. So kids, we have in this pasuk three limudim that teach us these three korbanos. As the Gemara of David, Rabbi, is about two of them. The Chatas and the Asham, why don't they learn those two from the Zebach?
Riser.
Understand it's very simple, but we learned this a number of times. We're learning, especially. I'm saying because I found the old one I didn't have. It's unbelievable. It takes to here. Which are what? They take the whole middle. The whole shlomim water. And you put it underneath the shlomim. Wow. Let's just stand with the water now. Shlufa. Okay. Let's get involved. At a time. You know what side. Sprinkles this side. You got that? I found this. I just put it in with the Shabbos. This is, you see how technology, and this back then, remember this? This was considered, wow, top of the line. Remind me of your name, I'm very bad with that. Label. Little mascots. Change the side, just the difference. Cider. Just the, I think. It's not all, that's by a Mitzayra, you shave everything. By a Nazir, it's just the, I think it's just the head. Okay, so why am I showing you this? Because you're supposed to put the hair underneath the shlamim. Now, it says the Gemara, now we understand what it means. Chatas v'asham inayim, what if you put the hair under the wrong time?
There he is.
By the chatas or by the asham, they don't go together.
What did you think?
One is when he finishes his nazir.
Yeah, it was. I'm in agreement with you. I was not a fan. I saw it a long time ago, and it was just underwhelming. So it just was like you said, edited poorly and no narrative. There are other ones though that are better, but it just wasn't poor narrative, I should say. Yeah, and it just didn't to me. I need facts, and I don't need well, this sounds like this. All that is speculative. All of that is subjective. There's a lot more evidence for it though that I've seen in other works that go into the plastic surgery that was done, rhinoplasty that was done, scarring that was done, why he grew a beard, why they never went on tour again, the fact that he's left-handed, and that or the fact that the way that they found this guy was there was a lookalike contest. They used to do lookalike contests. In fact, if you've ever seen it, you should look at the Adele lookalike contest that they do. And Adele's lookalike contest is all these people are like, wow, you look like Adele, you look like Adele. And she's like, oh, you look like Adele, you look like Adele. And they all go up, and then Adele sings, and she fucking floors them all. It's pretty interesting. Those things aren't really. What'd you say? Yeah, it's pretty interesting. But I swung and missed on that documentary, in the fact that It had been a long time since I'd seen it.
I liked it.
Okay. Well, I didn't, and just because I've seen much better ones, and that are filled with facts, and not number nine, number nine, number nine, number nine. But I agree. I agree. I have to use them. There are a lot of it. There are a lot more. That's why I found it to be relatively poor in how it told that story. Just from the, I have to use this. Is that all right? It better because I have to do it.
When a woman gives birth, she has to bring two korbanos. She brings a sheep for an oila and a bird for a chatas. If she's poor, then she brings two birds. Instead of the sheep for the oila, she brings a bird oila. But a regular woman brings a sheep and a chatas. By the way, when this English comes, you have to line up a bunch of sheep for our wives. No? When the sheep comes, and this is in English, our wives, based on how many children they have to bring all the sheep. Sheep, and a bird. And we're going to have to take care of the Lashon Hara. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Turn to the daf. Nissan, Adar Global, exclusive cross-border payments, shop.com, and read a ship today. Every ship that happened, first, bet. Tomorrow, how do you know oil? Means they have to bring wine with the oil of a mitzvah. Maybe it's the oil of a woman who gave birth. Omar Abaya, oil, you let this mistake for the chronafta. Yeah, I learned from the end of the part of the time with Loima, oil, like Kevis, Zoo, oil, you let it. Oh, I thought the Hadas of Shemais, Karm Shlom. Okay, so let me see. 42 minutes. Ooh, really? Oh, shit. First of all, let's do this. When a person has a bunch of newborn animals, that's a give the 10th one as a meiser behavior. Kishma. And then when he gets all the way to number 10, what does he do? Rabbi, you remember? He gave him a red dot, and that becomes meiser. Okay. And now for the old technology thing. So every 10th one, he's supposed to say, he's supposed to take a red thing. What happened was, on number 10, he said it's 9. And number 11, he said it's 10. And number 9, he said 10. Because you got all mixed up. So what do you do with number 11? You're all Kaddish. What do you do with number 11?
Alrighty. There are better documentaries out there than that one. I couldn't remember why that one was seen as so taboo, and it's I think because they just play a lot of music in it, and like there are a lot of copyright infringements on it, but I'm not exactly sure. Okay. Yeah, no, for sure. It's like of any video that if you could show it to like somebody who had been like pre-programmed, that one fucking would make them go bonkers.
Needs the succum, which is more cover than
Yeah,
when it came to
they're using
Right. Would you like to lose? Dude, I'm down for it.
Some of the backwards songs are
I agree with you. I've never really been too into that backmasking. I just think it can sound like so much stuff. What I am into is the fact that they had a Beatles look-alike contest in the early 1960s that this guy named Billy Shears won, William Shears, and then when Paul McCartney died allegedly, apparently what happened, I don't know if this is true, this is just the story, that there's always been something weird about this, that the Beatles manager was Brian Epstein, and they were heavily influenced and by a secret group allegedly run by Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell's father, and that Brian Epstein and Jeffrey Epstein don't have anything to do with each other. That's always been curious to me. I mean, there are like 10,000 Epsteins in the United States, so I'm not saying but it's curious to me. And what had allegedly happened is that Paul McCartney said, I'm not going to do something. Let me see if I can look it up. And what the story is. Like, I don't even know if they'll tell me what the story is. Yo, what's the story about the alleged death of Paul McCartney and his Aston Martin? And it related to Ghislaine Maxwell's dad, Robert Maxwell, and Maxwell's Silver Hammer, that McCartney didn't want to do something, and they wanted him to, and he said no. And then he got into an accident in his Aston Martin. He had picked up a woman, something like that.
It's its own thing. What we're going to discuss is it a career between the
So I don't know. Okay, so all right. The story gained traction in 1969, particularly after the radio DJ Rothschild aired a segment discussing supposed backward messages in the Beatles song. Okay.
So we have is in its own category.
Despite the elaborate theories, Paul McCartney was not in a fatal accident in 1966. He did have a minor car accident in 1965 and 1966. Let's see here.
A 1 month category. It's not. If you didn't bring a poundus as a carbon,
some speculation, particularly on Reddit, has attempted to link Maxwell and the Beatles, suggesting that the song Maxwell Silver Hammer was inspired by him, but played a role in covering McCartney's death.
Versus a canvas on the right only means 1 and 3. He has double the amount of flour and 1 extra look.
So
when
let me see if I can find this other documentary. And I'm not saying we have to
the flour and the oil,
but there's more credence to this than that. Okay, so I think it's called Paul is
you have to bring another carbon.
I mean, there are just like videos of this. Let me just see if it's
just that the poundus, even though it's its own individual category, bring the suffering. And when we find the Omar, he argues on Rabbi from Omar, he brings this, so sorry. According to Rabbi, something that makes
Okay, I'm gonna ask. I wouldn't normally do this. Can you please? This is 30 minutes, but it'll be worth it. Can you? This will be like fact after fact after fact. Can you please type in Paul is dead by Quentin Reviews, and let's see what he has to say.
And you make a condition. It's fake, but it's only a suffix. And what's the condition you say?
Thank you so much. And then somebody wrote 4 years ago, there used to be some interesting videos on YouTube explaining how Paul may have died and was replaced. The last few years, all such videos have been deleted or banned. And I absolutely agree with that.
That if there's a suffix animal, you bring, that's not how it works. Where's that? The Rabbi Kash. Next.
Yeah.
I am not.
Oh, I know. There are literally 6 people who do it. Like, it's because it's really difficult to do. You have to there are a bunch of buttons that you have to do to be able to do it. It's not like just. I said 30 minutes. No, just put it in it. It'll be worth it. Like after you watch this, you'll be like, okay, there's a lot more evidence to it, not just a bunch of random songs.
Kalgus is different. Is Nesachim or like Ayil? Look at the Shorah Ayil, Echol Nasir B'Fosim. Oy B'Yizim. Shorah Echol Matam Loy Ma'al Tishim Yishtzim 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 Yishtzim. So this is simple Gemara. There's a difference here. I showed it again. There's a difference between the Nesachim of the ram all the way on the left and the Nesachim of a sheep. So then, that also when it comes to bulls, there's a bull and there's a calf. The calf is a year old, and everything above a year, they also this is how they do it, right? What's a calf? You know what year is a calf? Anything below a year is a short calf. 2 years.
Riser, if you can hear me, let me know when you start streaming.
Okay, the Gemara does, and it says, listen, it's like a sheep. Once it's 13 months old, 13, 14 months old, it's already a power. So maybe it should have different type of nisachim. One, all bulls are in the same category.
Dog, I have to pay attention. I'm doing my best to pay attention. Oh, there you go. Okay. Perfect. I didn't know if my phone was still or something. I apologize. I sincerely appreciate you sharing this.
Maybe it has even more to suffer. Tomorrow, maybe also by the female, she should make a community between a 1-year-old and a 2-year-old. No, it's only by the males. Oh, if it isn't, you know, in Chadadia, we have an 8. So I think I'm sorry for that. That's the question. If the cat is really bad and an 8, the goat, so that means the dog is good. Cat is bad, the goat. Goat is good, cat's bad. So the one that punishes the cat is good, and the one that punishes the dog is bad. So you make the cheshbon all the way to the Rothschild, it comes out not good. What? Right. But if you do the cheshbon, it comes out not good. Because the Rothschild, it doesn't work out. The cheshbon doesn't work. So they say, I forgot who says it, this is just for Hasidim. Cats, he says, Yeah, but that's something else. Veal, I think veal is from 200. With cattle under 11 months old, they're classified as calves. Okay. So they say because the goat has a beard and the cat has a mustache. So they're fighting whatever, but the dog who's completely shaven, what chutzpah does he have to mix in?
Stop this.
Yeah.
Stop
But I
this.
can see the Rabbi there.
Stop it.
Don't give me more.
Stop it. Can you hear me?
Maybe I should make a difference between a gold and
Yeah, okay, I fucked up. I need somebody who goes into this without just a like.
So, they asked the question over here.
Okay, here's one.
He only asked for Papa, no?
Just read out the top.
He asked the whole shear of what I'm saying over.
Well, they're like pictures. They're like pictures of his mouth and stuff.
What are you?
So like here's some other stuff. He goes to Liverpool to where he lived, and he goes into the house, and the people don't know who he is, or something like that. Like, or no, he doesn't know. No, he doesn't know the house layout, where like he wrote like, "Hey Jew."
So it says over here, what if love? I don't know if Rabbi was saying Lush and us, even though it's only him. Basically.
Okay,
In this game,
let me.
How much wine you bring when you
So
bring
shears
a
off.
female?
That's nothing. That's nothing.
That's
That's
the
nothing.
question. It was a test. How much wine do you bring?
So what is she doing?
What do you think? What do you think the reason of that?
Okay, if you want to go with the theory, it's when you die, they put a toe tag on you, and there's also some kind of argument that you're to make him different. Like in all of their art, they made him different. Okay, so
smaller, large, small, not older.
Let me see if I can find just a short video that, because like I can be like, oh well, here's why I don't like the whole like look at this like look at this one picture. I like to look at like the faces that they have, and they don't look the same. Like if you put their faces side by side and have an AI go over. I have that.
I think the easiest way to tell is like the voice. I don't know if there's recording his voice before and after, but I don't think you can. I mean, apparently this both is done double can still sing.
Yeah, no, but that guy was in a band and played bass. Like he knew he looked like Paul McCartney, and so he did everything that he could to just play it up a little bit more. He even won this contest. I'm trying to find something that's not super long because I don't want to put you through something really. So just bear with me, and I also don't want something super short. Like 15 minutes would be great, just to show the evidence. Oh yeah, there's
I'll tell you the truth. It's either
let me go back to BitChute, and because like everything on YouTube is just on this is an interesting thing. Why they chose this to go after him.
Okay. Be a sponsor to Swiss Imer.
We don't want something super. We want something.
We have a very special message.
We drink it, right?
Oops.
Sort by. Not, they don't have reading.
You touch good stuff. Maybe one day we should collaborate on about Lipa in English. Take the juicy stories and give it out in the songs.
Rabbi, do you do the daf? I can only collaborate with those who do the daf.
Oh yeah. I can
Wow,
think
all of these are so long.
keep
I
on
don't
spreading
want
the
to
light.
put you through that. And it's not like there's a whole lot to go through. There are just some pictures, the timeline.
It's a picture, perfect picture. Beautiful smile going on. All right, this is the I spoke to him once about doing that. Yeah, I'll do it. Jump on the bandwagon. We'll see the real light. Thank you, Dobie Spiegelman, for arranging. Pesach is over. Here's
Okay.
a chance. No,
Let's try this one.
problem.
It's 17 minutes.
Just want to eat some chill.
Go
Matzi
to
Shabbos and plus pizza night. Where this? Where is this? But where? Doesn't say the place. Mark, where are we? Yeah, it's on Peterson Road. I get it. So what city is that?
Okay, yeah, this is something. Okay, go to BitChute and type in Paul is Dead, Symbolism and More. It's not that long. It's 17 minutes, and I'll just feel better about this subject if you get another taste of it than just what we went through, because what we went through was not, in my opinion, the best view at it. But it's like whenever anybody gets a really good one of these videos that has everything, their account gets nuked. Paul is Dead, Symbolism and More. SYMBOLISM. Paul is Dead. Just type in Paul is Dead and it's darkness to light.
No weekly, no daily. Everybody's on a different schedule. It's strong guys. They're here. We're here. And Esther.
You're the man. Riser's the man, folks.
Stuff today. I'm going to yell at Yoshi on a white background with flower in the tree. But other than that, it's beautiful. This is garbage. It's piled up. This is not. This is muffled. All the measuring devices, the mix of English, you tell them as a side note. Why is it called Midas? Midas Titus. People work on the Midas. Why is it called Midas? So the artist, I think himself explained because we're born with all these attributes. You have you're stubborn, you have cast, you have gaiva, you have all sorts of things, and we work on them. But everything that we have is with a midah. Because sometimes being stubborn is very, very important. When it's learning prayer, stubborn. Different things that you have to have a little cast in your life. You have to have a little gaiva sometimes. It depends on what, but with the midah. Everything's the midah. And we work on the midah. In other words, we lower that one. I once heard a story which I connected to. I don't think everyone's going to connect to so much, and I was thinking maybe not to say it. And anyway, the guy was looking into a shidduch for his daughter. He's a wealthy fellow, and decided to send a private investigator because he's an older guy, let's say a 30-year-old guy, introduce him. So he sends a private investigator to the guy's office, and the private investigator comes back and says that he tries to touch him. So he doesn't know what to do. You heard such great things about the guy, but he has a cast, he's an English. So he goes to meet the guy. He says, listen, I gotta be over with you. I want to do for your daughter, but you're an angry guy. So he says, how do you know I'm angry? How do you know? Answer the question. So he says, because I sent a private investigator. The size and said, "You what? You said the fire has to do all this? How dare you?" And then like this. Yeah, what just happened? He says, "I'm messing with you. This is what I do at work. I need to get my employees in line. I'm not really angry. You see, look, I'm not even. I connected to a little bit because I used it a few times also, this kind of trick, but it's not good. I don't advise it because in every cast, there's a little cast, and every joke is a little bit different. But you understand this myself? Have you ever done it to your employees? It's a play, it's a show. Yeah. Anyway, call me this about English for you It's also the Yoga. I haven't quoted in a long time, so I got to quote it. He says, what's the idea behind piling it up? It's basically showing Rabbi, so I'm trying to give you as much as I can. That's it. It's already, I can't do more than this. If you give it like muffled, it's like you kind of cheap. You know what I mean? It's like, up to here. Look, I'm giving you full. That of the Kohen Gadol, which we discussed, he starts off in the morning with one Isar, he divides it in half, and he gives half of the Isar in the morning, half in the evening. That is flat. No, explain. There's a number of reasons. Because he's walking with it, you don't want it to spill over. It's hard to divide in half. Okay. Midei Salah, Berutzayim Kodesh, Midei Salah, Berutzayim is the overflow. The overflow, so this thing or not. This, that, ooh, this is a great class. Let me finish this up maybe. I'm holding a cup of coffee, and I'm looking at Berutzim. I saw a sign there to show Meiser Jaya. It says, coffee here is free up until like this area, like 3/4. Anything above that has to be 2 shekels. The idea is, I don't know if you ever noticed how they make coffee and the shows on it. You go all the way to the top, always to the top, and the milk always down, and then they take for it. You know what happens? Drip on the counter. So we'll give it to you for free, but if you're gonna mess around and try to drip on our floor, then you have to pay money for that. That costs money. They would say it. So Rabbi Kiva Oimer, sorry, let's go back. Chodz, Mishal Koingoldre, no, I said, Midas Halach, Berutzim Kodesh, Midas Hayovish, Berutzim Chodz. So the Tanakama, we're going to see this 3 sheets here, very similar in a way, slightly off, each one is slightly different. Midas Halach, Berutzim Kodesh. The measuring devices of the liquid is Kodesh. After Moshe Rabbeinu put oil, is Moshe, this kli, so it has Gusha. Midas Hayovish, if you're trying to measure for flour, those measuring cups did not have Gusha. What's the difference? We'll see, because if it has Gusha, so everything that above it also has Gusha on it. And you have to explain why. But if it doesn't have Gusha, so everything above does not have Gusha. So that's why piled up flour doesn't have Gusha. Piled up wine doesn't have Gusha. But we keep on Midas Halach Kodesh. The FIFA very same Kodesh. What's he adding here? Midas Hayovish Choy, the FIFA very same Choy. So he argues with the Tanakama. We'll see in the Gemara exactly how and where. This makes a lot of sense. Think about it. How in the world? And I'm just having trouble in the whole city understanding how exactly they're going to deal with this Berutzim. But how did it get there? How did it overflow? You pour in wine, because you pour in wine and it becomes like this. So what stays on top exactly? The stuff that you just poured now? It doesn't make sense. The stuff that you just poured goes to the bottom, pushes up the bottom, and then it becomes on top. The stuff that you're pouring on top, it's not a solid, it's a liquid. Liquid usually drops down and pushes the rest up. Enough because the rest that got pushed up was already inside the kli. It's inside the kli and has Gusha, and now it popped up on top. Okay, so it's already covered. If you're taking a bottle of Cristal, you pour it up to here, and then you pour a little bit more, and it goes like this. So if it doesn't go into the kli, I can hear. But that's if it's flour So yeah, the new stuff that goes on top never went inside the clean. But when it comes to liquid, usually it gets all mixed in, and it's all like, how are you putting this big into? I'm not just going to understand this. I'm having trouble here. But okay, but that's what we're saying, because people would say, the liquid, it's uprooted from the bottom, just the top. But the dry is not. So when I first have to deal with this liquid over here. Beginning of the Mishnah, the first words of the Mishnah, all the measurements. How many measurements were there? Mani, here, the mayor, Chad Goshad. According to the mayor, there wasn't more than one. It says all the Godish, there 20 of them. There's only one. It's either, he said there's two started. Rabbi said there's only one. But according to the mayor, there's two. One is a flat, one is a full. It's slightly lower than the flat one, but there's only one that goes above the rim. And that's only one. So what do you call me this? There's only one measurement period for the flour, and it was a flat one. It wasn't even a heat one. Or here's the answer that you're all thinking. Loilam Rabbi Meir. It's Rabbi Meir who says there's one heat one and one flat one. Well, my kolmidas, what does the Mishnah mean by all the measurements? Kolmidas doesn't mean that there's 10 different kelim to be something. It means 10 different measurements that I use this one kli. This one is starting to use, even if I need 3 Israel of flour, I use the one starting measurement. I do 3 types. Well, there's not 5 different measurements. There's not a kli that holds 3, a kli that holds 2, a kli that holds 1. It's one kli that holds 1 Isarim, and it's one that you overload. But it contains all the shiurim of the Beis Hamikdash. Sometimes when you need 2 Israel, 3 Israel, you use that food. Now we're going to explain all 3 shittas in the Mishnah. It is a lot of everything. Mike and Nicky, who is my father? Kind of Savar, Midas Allah, Nimshacham, Aim, Different David. Moshe Rabbeinu gave Kedusha to the clean on the inside and on the outside. Put oil. Remember how you put the oil? Kamin key. You do a C, a U, a S, a X. You have a lot of sheets. How many sheets? Like 7 or 9 or 7. What are the other ones? U. Close. How was closed? I just remember X. There's a place for somewhere. Yeah. Okay, this is the. Oh. Okay. Because you can make key. In other words, you don't have to paint the whole thing. You just go like this. On the outside, you like a chaf or a U. On the inside, and so on. So Mela, this kli has the kedusha on the inside and the outside. And then what? Oh, so this is very important. So this, the problem is this right over here. Is the rim. Is that what it's called in English? The rim. Is this a kedusha? If it does, so when the wine piles up and touches this, it gets kedusha from it. Midas. And the dry good one, the one for the flour, only has kedusha inside and not outside. That's why the overflow is not. He argues and he says, dry good has any kedusha whatsoever. Let me ask you a question. If this cup has 0 kedusha and it's filled up with flour, how is the flour going to be punished? The answer is, Rashi says, my mouth. You're right, the kli doesn't give it any kedusha, but my mouth does. I say it should become covered. Yoisi Salvar, third sheet is both the dry and even the liquid does not have kedusha on the outside. And he explains the reason why the berutzim of the liquid become kaddish. Why is the overflow kaddish? Because it comes from the inside. It already had the kedusha when it's inside the cup, and then it popped out, so it remains kaddish. And dry goods like flour stays on the top. As you pour it, that's where it stays. It doesn't go down and up. So what if this wine is on the bottom of the cup? It came up and is now above. But where's the das of the owner? The guy had kavana to give kedusha to whatever's in the cup, not what's above the cup. So what if it started in the bottom and came to the top? But the fact is, he only said it should be kosher whatever remains in the cup. Yeah, it's interesting. Maybe we had a bunch of one-time names. This is one more time in Shas. This is the name of Rabbi. I don't need the das of the owner. I don't need his machshava. It becomes kadosh just by being in the kisharis, even on the bottom, not from the top, but it was on the bottom ones, and that itself gives you kedusha. Perhaps you could say the pshat is the kisharis doesn't have any kedusha, and only kedusha when you have the right mindset. And therefore, the fact is the top wine should not be cut. I'm just concerned that people will say, look, here, you had wine in a kisharis, and you made it not kaddish. Well, so after the big zera, and say that what? That it's kaddish. The question is, most of Rabbi Zera are very similar. See them happens at the Zikadas. Look at this. So this is the famous Shulchan. Oops. And let's do it again because the island missed it on the other one. On the other one. 12 lechem aparim. When do we put it on the Shulchan? On Shabbos. When do you get to eat it? On Shabbos. Interesting situation happens. What happens if you forget to put the bread on Shabbos? Whatever you could, there's no bread available. You put it on Sunday. We know. Listen to this. Carbon, if it stays overnight, is possible. Why is it possible? Lino. Overnight is possible, Lino. How come the lechem aparim is not possible, Lino? Because it goes from Shabbos to Shabbos. So it can't be possible after one day. But what happens if it's on? Listen to this. It's tricky. Not tricky. It's a gishmak is out. What happens if the bread is on the table for 8 days, from Sunday to Monday, from Sunday to Sunday, 8 days? Lino or not Lino? The answer is no Lino. Why? Because it needs to be on the table for two Shabbosim. When does this bread start being Lino? After the second Shabbos. So says the Gemara, if that's the case, Siddur Salechem is Sabbazikim Lachar Shabbos. You put it on the table on Sunday, Vikru Sabbazikim to Shabbos, and then 6 days later on Shabbos, you put the levaina, the 2 spoonfuls of levaina on the mizbeah, sula is possible. Kids and guys, so what you do that it should be, you're going to come to Shabbos about. Wait for the second Shabbos, 13 days later. Shafilu hu al shulchan yom rabbi, and we got close. There's no lina if the bread is on the table for many days. Why? Also, now in the exero, people are going to say that all you need to do, oh look, over here it didn't become lina because it's on a shulchan. So if I want to take a carbon and save it from becoming puzzle overnight, I just put it in a nice plea that has kedusha, and it won't become possible lina. I should make it exero. It should be possible lina. Says Gemara, you don't have nothing upon him that nobody sees, nobody knows about, nobody's going to say anything. Those who know better than to ask questions. But in over here, we say, over here people get confused and say that you can just take off the one from the top and make it, or from within a kli and make it not cut. So we have to make it zero. Not awesome. Moisar Nisachim locates on his book. What is Moisar Nisachim? That we're going to have a little, it's almost the same. Little Shiloh, what is Moisar Nisachim? In other words, I'll just throw out something. When you have extra Nisachim.
All right, that's a little better. That's a little better.
Because those people who sell stuff to me, somebody else have to sell always with a little.
Thank you so much for watching additional stuff.
when you sell like a pie or something, that to add a little tiny bread, especially.
All right. My question to you is this: are you ready to lose a real game?
So what do you do with the extras? That's one way of looking at that.
Yeah.
It goes with Kate Sammy's back. What's the dessert of them is that?
1 month.
Try figs. The wedding's back has a down period. Kate Sammy's back. So my what is this moisa? What is supposed to be tube shop? Okay,
What are you saying?
This extra stuff that we saw on the top of
the last documentary, there's like a scene where he went, man, I'm getting
Yeah, so that has to do with him being Billy Shears, like a shepherd. And a shepherd has like sheep, so he just made a sheep sound.
He has to provide the Bisamigdash with the cheaper price. In other words,
yeah, dude, it's like his real name.
The guy said, I'll provide.
He just adopted this starting in like 1967. So like all his friends growing up would do that to him because his last name is Shepherd.
He paid $11 wholesale per lamb chop. I'm assuming
It would be like
8 years ago. What's the lamb chop today?
I don't know. Like let's say your last name was
just a little bit more.
Jordan. And everybody, there you go, yeah. And everybody would be like, Jordan, like Michael Jordan. There's an argument to be made there that it would be similar to that. Yours is a better example. Yeah, I mean, so let's say your last name is Barker, and everybody just go to you because that was like a thing that kids do.
And then the dino rig.
And let me see if I can find it very quickly. It's McCartney, Home, Liverpool.
He gets double time for buying Romanian movies. No, not a good choice. The song's over my Arba. It's something my Arba. If the guy said, I'm going to provide the business, I want to be the music.
So he did this in carpool karaoke,
flour and oil and all this
but
so I'm going to, the price is very high. I'm providing it. Then the price drop. So yeah, but something that's the new price. Without getting into it, just our regular house. This Amigdash has a special thing.
Oh yeah, is this it?
Wire things with money. Jews cannot buy with money. They need a kingdom. They have to do chalipin, they have to do agba, they have to do a kingdom. But Amigdash could do like a guy. Kind of a test.
No, that's deleted.
If money's not good for it,
okay.
On a higher price than the drop.
It's an interesting one. If anything, they covered it up really well.
Actually, you do. It's close, but you're all.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he's been in a California prison for like 45 years or so, more than that. But I think he's bonkers, but I think he's innocent. If you go into that whole story, the people, there were a lot of people who were being hypnotized by the CIA. It's called Laurel Canyon. It's a part of LA. It's not the nicest area, but it's a nice area that was populated with like artists and musicians, specifically like this group of musicians, and basically Charles Manson was like kind of a ringleader of people. But there's all kinds of weird shit that happened with that. Like the lady who died, one of the four people, her name's Sharon Tate. Her husband was Roman Polanski, who made a movie called Rosemary's Baby, which is like an abortion or something. And then he ended up raping a young girl. And that when the state of California is going to prosecute him, he moved to France and has lived in France for like 40 years, 50 years, avoiding prosecution. And the Academy Awards like have like not taken accountability for this. They've like given him awards since then, which people think is really bad. But that whole Manson story is really wild. Well, so how does it tie into the Beatles? Allegedly, the song Helter Skelter. I'm not gonna mess it up. I'm gonna just look up what they say. Yo, how did Helter Skelter tie into Charles Manson? Which is an amazing song. I fucking love the song. Helter Skelter refers to the apocalyptic race war that Charles Manson believed was imminent, a scenario he attempted to incite through the 1969 murders committed by his followers, the Manson family. Manson twisted lyrics from the Beatles' 1968 album, The Beatles, the White Album, particularly the song Helter Skelter, to justify his actions and convince his followers that the killings would spark a conflict between black and white people. The connection unfolded through several key elements. Misinterpreted lyrics. Manson believed the Beatles encoded messages in their music predicting the end times. He interpreted Helter Skelter as a signal for black people to rise up and violently overthrow white society, while also linking other tracks like Blackbird and Piggies to racial conflict. The prophecy Manson preached that he and his family would hide in a bottomless pit, referencing the book of Revelation, until the race war wiped out the white population, after which he would emerge to rule over survivors. The catalyst, when the predicted race war did not immediately begin, Manson ordered his followers to commit brutal murders, including those of Sharon Tate and the LaBiancas, to frame the Black Panthers and accelerate the chaos. The word Helter Skelter was even known as Helter Skelter in blood in the LaBianca home's refrigerator. Prosecutional strategy. Prosecutor Vincent Bugliosi used the Helter Skelter theory in court to prove Manson's guilt and motive, arguing that tended to trigger the racial Manson process, thereby tying Manson to the crimes despite his physical absence from most scenes. The Beatles themselves denied any involvement or subliminal intent. Paul McCartney stated the song was inspired by a desire to make the loudest, raucous track possible, comparing it to a playground slide and calling Manson's interpretation frightening and
So Manson, you're saying, was
That's correct. Yeah. So like Manson was in jail. He was in a program. Yo, what's the program that Charles Manson was in jail? That was some kind of CIA program.
Even from the two on the right that are no-go, there are two. There is a Chattas that yes, and there's a Usher that yes.
There's no confirmed program. Hold on a second. That Charles Manson was part of in jail. That was run by the CIA. Hold on. The idea of the connection stems from a theory most notably exposed by journalist Tom O'Neill in his book Chaos, Charles Manson, the CIA, and the Secret History of the 60s, and the Netflix documentary Chaos, the Manson murders. These theories suggest Manson may have unknowingly been influenced or exposed to CIA program Operation Chaos, his imprisonment, not during. The alleged link is based on Manson received parole supervision at the Haight Ashbury Free Clinic San Francisco psychiatrist. Oh yeah, that's this. That's it. Dr. Louis Jolly West, who had reported ties to CIA's MK Mind program, also worked at that clinic. So basically, like the guy who ran the CIA's mind control clinic was also at the same place that Charles Manson was. The theory posits that Manson could have been exposed to mind control techniques or LSD research there, potentially explaining his ability to manipulate his followers. That's a good question. How did Charles Manson brainwash the Manson family?
You must bring it. It's not up to you. You didn't decide to bring it. You had to bring it because it's the first board. It's on Pesach. It's Hashem. You did it over. And finally,
Like a weird answer. Like it gave me like a bunch of Charles Manson brainwashed the Manson family using a calculated blend of psychological manipulation techniques exploiting the vulnerability of young people seeking belonging. His methods included love bombing. He initially showered followers with intense affection, attention, and acceptance, making them feel special and loved, which created a powerful emotional dependency. Isolation, he cut his followers off from their families, friends, and outside world, moving them to remote locations like Spa and Ranch. This eliminated outside perspectives and made the family their only source of reality and support. Drug use, he used LSD and other psychedelics to break down their sense of self and perception of reality. During these altered states, he positioned himself as the sole interpreter of their visions and a messianic figure, reinforcing authority. Apocalyptic fear. He preached an imminent race-based apocalypse called Helter Skelter, convincing followers they were chosen ones who would survive and rule. This created a sense of urgency and made the violent acts seem like necessary steps to fulfill a divine prophecy. Identity destruction. He dismissed former identity, their possessions, and control aspects of their lives, placing their sense of self with complete dependence on him. Us versus them mentality. He fostered paranoia and a belief that the outside world was corrupt and dangerous, strengthening the group's internal bond and loyalty to him as their protector. Does that answer your question?
So that's why you see on the screen.
Yeah. Did the Manson family people go to prison for the murders of Sharon Tate and those people?
Because I gave it a dava, I gave it another. By the way, I want to remind
yes, several members of the Manson family were convicted and sentenced to prison for the murders of Sharon Tate and the other victims. Charles Manson, Susan Atkins, Patricia Krenwinkel, and Leslie Van Houten were found guilty of the Tate and Lobby murders in January 1971. Charles Tex Watson was tried separately and also convicted later in 1971. All were initially sentenced to death, but their sentences were commuted to life in prison after California abolished the death penalty in 1972. Susan Atkins died in prison in 2009. Charles Manson died in prison in 2017. Leslie Van Houten was released on parole in 2023 after 20 attempts. Hold on a second. Hold on. I thought California did not abolish the death penalty formally.
Don't forget, you're making a dove on you. So just a reminder. That's why I personally, almost every time
you are correct to question that California did not formally and permanently abolish the death penalty. In February 1972, the California Supreme Court ruled in People v. Anderson that the state's death penalty was unconstitutional, effectively abolishing it. At the time, this decision commuted the 700 death row inmates, including Charles Manson. However, this abolition was short-lived. 7 months later, in 1972, California voters passed Proposition 17, a constitutional amendment that reinstated the death penalty. Therefore, while the death penalty was abolished by courts in 1972, it was quickly reinstated by the voters later that year. The death sentences for Manson and his followers were carried out under the reinstated law.
I'm going to come back and then go to Vienna because it $1,000.
Hold on a second. So then why weren't they put to death if the law was reinstated?
It's only when it comes.
Although California voters reinstated the death penalty in late 1972, Charles Manson and his followers were not executed because of a critical intervening event. In February 1972, the California Supreme Court ruled in People versus Anderson that the state's death penalty was unconstitutional, commuting all existing death sentences to life imprisonment. Manson and his followers were sentenced to death in 1971, so their sentences were automatically commuted under the ruling. While California voters reinstituted the death penalty with Proposition 17 later in 1972, the U.S. Supreme Court's decision in Furman v. Georgia had already halted all executions nationwide. The federal ruling meant no state, including California, could carry out executions with new constitutional procedures until new constitutional procedures were established. By the time California created a new death penalty system in 1978, Manson and his followers had already been serving life sentences for 6 years. Sentences cannot be retroactively increased, so their commuted life sentence. They remained eligible for parole, but were never executed. What a weird thing. And then something else happened in 2020. Yo, what happened in 2020? It was like fall of 2021, actually, something like that, where the law was again addressed by Newsom or something.
Like a heel.
Let's see here. The key event you're thinking of occurred in 2019. On March 13, 2019, California Governor Gavin Newsom signed Executive Order N-919, which instituted a moratorium on the death penalty in California. The order granted reprieves, temporary stays of death for all 737 inmates on death row, withdrew the state's lethal injection protocol, closed the execution chamber at San Quentin State Prison. The moratorium is in effect for the duration of Newsom's time in office, meaning no executions can be carried out while he is governor. A future governor could reverse the order. While the moratorium was announced in 2019, related developments continued afterward. For example, in December 2020, Los Angeles County prosecutors announced that they would no longer seek the death penalty in new cases. Hold on, something happened in 2021. Yo, what happened in 2021? It was like September 2021. Something happened.
And one sheep.
In September 2021, the key events related to California's death penalty was the California Supreme Court's decision to uphold the state's death sentencing rules. On September 10, 2021, the court ruled against the legal challenge brought by death row inmate Richard McDaniel. He argued that the jury instructions used in death penalty sentencing phases were unconstitutional, a decision that could have potentially overturned hundreds of existing death sentences. The court's ruling preserved the current system, meaning juries do not have to unanimously agree beyond a reasonable doubt. That aggravating factors outweigh mitigating ones before imposing a death sentence. The decision maintained the status quo of California's capital punishment laws, which remain in place under Governor Newsom's moratorium on actual executions. No. All right, are you ready to lose?
Maybe at the church, the father and mother. No, can't be. Why? Because it says the apostle. Maybe
yeah, no, I do. A big thing is if you look in 2009, they talked about it. They had side-by-side facial evaluation by experts, and his earlobe in one, his earlobes in one of them don't connect, but in others they do. The area around his mouth is different. His teeth are different. There's I agree. And so the first time they put Paul McCartney on television after his car accident and after he hadn't performed with the Beatles for a while, just before we start, we'll watch this together. We'll do a 3, 2, 1. This is a really interesting thing. go to YouTube and we're going to type in Hey Jude, which is a great song.
That's why I
And
decided on a ceasefire from now on.
it's 8 minutes long, but it's important because here's why it's important.
I said in Hebrew kebab.
This is the first time that the Beatles have been together on camera in like over a year for some weird reason. Additionally, they show Paul's face directly on the camera, like very up close, very close, closer than you ever see any other Beatles face ever. So it's almost like a psychological thing that it's like, this is Paul, like this is the Paul you're gonna be used to seeing. However, they cover up part of his mouth with the microphone. Now, if let's just say you, Zoot, and I hadn't seen each other, hadn't talked on, like, let alone even seen each other in real life, but hadn't been together on Discord, and we had a big audience, and we hadn't talked in a year. Once we talked, we'd be happy, right? We would be like jazzed. Look at John Lennon's face when this is all going on. He's literally singing the song chewing gum. It's almost like he's being forced to do this. And all of them look sad except Paul. Paul looks giddy as fuck. And of course he is, because he's the new Paul. But everybody else looks really sad. So I'm ready when you are. It should be just the Beatles official music video. It's from 10 years ago. It's 8 minutes long. And there's another interesting thing about this. They show Paul from the side at first or something like that. Just think of all of the videos that you've ever seen of the Beatles. This is the one that they show Paul so up close that it's like they're forcing him down your throat. Like they're not obscuring him at all. They are forcing him so that you take on whatever this new person is. Okay, well that's not even the thing. You want to look at Lennon. He's singing the song about chewing gum. Like anybody who sings knows that you don't do that, and he looks pissed off. We don't have to watch the whole thing, but just watch the first like 2 minutes. Yeah, he's pissed. Yeah, in 1981. Yeah. It is. Or, pardon me, 1980. December 8th, 1980. Okay. Are you ready to lose?
Yeah.
That's what I like to hear, baby. I'm gonna dominate you.
I hope everybody in America had a great young
Yeah, well, this is a real game, and it's over. I can already tell you right now, this game is over.
Since I am today was just like one of the biggest people that wanted to stroke away. I said, anybody can jump in, grab a week. So Buddy said these are still videos. I did not see this one or any of them. I'm going to show you tonight. These are all surprises. This is by the Josie Green. Some of the best songs that Price will sing. Beautiful. Let's see what else is on.
Riverboat's open soil. First of all, I want to prevent you from helping people go that huge and certainly they hate the names. You might mention millions, 5 times. Mayo River, exactly Mayo River, right? Mayo River, 5 times it's mentioned. So you should have more than Mayo River, you know, like you must have once in a while some he sent me a video of something that you said in the song that Rothschild wants to help out. It's clear for. So I really appreciate that. It means a lot to me when I get one of those videos that you like, college. That's you need to have a great example. And I hope one of these days you'll meet the person and I'll be able to thank you in person for all the good stuff. Keep you up.
Wow, beautiful. Shklet from Yossi. Very much looking forward. Maybe you'll compose a song for anything you want. Very clever. I took yours to that alley. Ah!
Crazy what?
Crazy what?
I mean, didn't you steal my spot?
Very well. Ellie, good morning. Nancy Marcus. We gotta teach these guys.
Right, because I understand that no one owns this shit. It's first come, first served, baby.
So Vile is the guy right now in charge of all self applications. He is located in the facility. Powerhouse of the guy is struggling to this role. Official additionally one shot from the sector by the Iranian family. Alright? And not anonymous gratitude to Hashem. That because he's broken the law and he wants several Azak Behemat, spoke up. David Salmon sponsors the sector is important fans to dedicated memory of all the money for them and results from the Rothschild. George Dallas, Zealand, from the Foreign Traffic Dallas, Anonymous, from the Rivers, Big Guys, from the House of Foundation. The living is a lawyer, external politics, and Mississippi. Anonymous, first name is Michigan, Anonymous, for the people for Stemmer, and Lucas Young, for Rails, Tester. His role in multi-20 girls, people out his role, especially so fighting that work of steiging. Sending rules of family can be ardent, paid, and honor, rebellion, truth, and meaning of life, sponsored and fired and scepter. Loyalty, Almighty, Yosemite, and Benny, and all those circle of the wife, Portland Trumps, Arab, only at the Republic of UK. Irish Simon, and Christina, and Corey Clark, and Miriam, Daily Spencer, Shaw, Shaul, Spin, Yiddish, Masayel, Yosef, Shaw, Abram, and Rocha Esther. Everyone mother.
Big one. Guys, he uses the S in an interesting spot.
Everyone are month before Sunday. That there's a half a milk oil for 30 breads and that 10 of them are from it's finally coming back to Israel. So people here in the time, not everyone is familiar with that day because kind of I asked them about it. He said, yeah, I know. Actually, no. Sorry. I don't think anybody doesn't know. So we have a few people who didn't know. Yeah, sorry. So the reason why we don't say Israel Soita exactly because the Bible discussed has a bunch of comments. We don't do 10 of the breads are comments, and therefore we can say Israel Soita. There, Pesach is a different story, but also we don't say the It says in our lesson, by the way, that the same Mizmor Soda, I don't do it, but I hope you guys do it. You should sing it, the nigga. It's a shira, the Mizmor Soda. It's a Mizmor Soda. It's a special Mizmor that we say to thank Hashem. Hangir b'kivoim, not Hallelujah with Hashem and Hashem and Shnei Pamim. It says in the pasuk Hashem and Shnei Pamim. In fact, we see the pasuk has 3 times Hashem and Hashem. So we're looking at the first one. Why does the pasuk say the word Hashem twice? Even never Elo Hashem. We don't say that. So it's not very you can follow them up to look. I would say just like any other movement. Milk or oil. So the kind of exactly why actually she goes up Hashem and how they ribui achar ribui. You have a cloud, you have a rule. Two positives make a negative. A ribui achar ribui, when it comes to include twice, it comes to remind us the rule is that it says the word twice. Twice is actually a move. The apostle has to take it down. Once that we go from a full look with a typical move to that one, take it down. Reboot has to be more. Reboot after reboot is how do we do it? Why tell me it's we need the first one to come as Zoya. And even we remember Hashem for replays. No, it's a long lesson, but the point is simple. If we would have said the first one out of us, it's not area to call it up to the road. Automatically, I can assume every minute, that's the full load. So we try to get the full load. I don't need the first 7 tell me that get a boom shot. That's obvious. Every minute gets a look. So, why does it say Hashem? Why? It must be the idea of equal after equal, and the couple positives, negative, feel that person with possibility takes down that. They have to use them as how the social meaning, the follows you. Now, the not part, I mean, comes from the head on the right. We're going about the 3, the matzah and the repeater. The challah, the repeater and the repeater. I have a half a loaf. So perhaps divide the half into thirds. Each one, the repeater gets a third. The challah gets a third. Now we're going to discuss the final word Bashaman at the end of the puzzle. We say Bashaman again, the Rabbi. It doesn't need to be said at all. Why? Because it says before in this puzzle, it says that there's oil Bashaman in the Murugah. So I don't need the puzzle to tell me again, right over here, that the Murugah has everyone at the end of the puzzle. I already have a puzzle. I'm just explaining why these words, these 3 words, Bibo, Shemen, what are you saying? No, I already said it once, right? I'm saying it again. How do you look at the word card? 3 times, well, the Kikin, the college, the book that's more than the other. Okay, so how do you do it? This is it. Maybe Chatziluk Shemen B'Chutzeyu. You take a half a look of the oil, that's the radio. And what do you do to the half? Divide it in half, each one is a quarter of it. That's it. With challah, you can get the 2 types. The challah and the root, you can get a quarter of it. In other words, they both. You can get the 8 and the 8. Challah is the 8, you can get it, which is a half of each one is take the chatzi, divide it into quarters. So it's a half of a quarter. And the other one, the Rebbe gets quarter. Yeah, it's a quarter. He gets a quarter, and the other one gets it. Yeah. And the father gives him the Rebbe gets a quarter, and the followers gets eight, and the Rebbe gets it. All my Lord is Zagi. Akiva. What was his name? Akiva. It doesn't matter that you're making these brushes. Hashem and twice, 3 times. I'm not being wrong. You should know is halacha l'mishmus. Moshe Rabbeinu receives from the Rothschild. It's not a possible point. Not only that, there's only 2 other things. Chatzi and Shem and the Torah. The fact that there's a Chatzi look that goes to the Torah is halacha l'mishmus. Not because it's extra Shem. A woman who sees down comes a leader for 7 days. After the 7 days, it doesn't matter if she sees 2 days, 3 days, 5 days. After 7 days, she goes to the mikvah, table, and the 11 days after that time, Allah Sinai tells us that these are the days of Ziva. And Ziva is a different type of dying. Maybe because of Hana, or as a Doila, she sees 3 times, then she's a Doila, she's 3 times, but as you can see here in the chart, 4, 5, 6, so let's say, so just an example, there's 4, 5, 6, and she comes to the Doila. Now, today, Noise Yisrael accepted upon themselves that they, no matter what, let me just go back a second. She keeps Shemeres Yom K'neged, so she just has to eat 1 clean day. And if she's Zamdana, then she has to keep 7 days of Tahara. And then go through. So today, there's no such thing as Ziva days or Nida days. They them all one. Because it becomes very complicated to figure out was it just down the Ziva days. Everything, you're mafir, you have to keep 7 days of Tahara. This idea that there's 11 days of Ziva, that's halacha l'mishmus. Okay, so Rabbi Zaria argues on Ziva, and he says it's not a puzzle. This thing that a Torah gets a half a lug of oil, another lug, that's halacha l'mishmus. But who you might do? So it says in the Mishnah that the Rabbi basically they hold, this is my mama hold, that even you have a machlokes here, whether or not a mincha that's a huge mincha of 60 sorim of flour instead of 1 sorim, 60 sorim, do you add 60 lug of oil or 1 lug of oil for all 60? The mitzvah on each seed. When a person is a mitzvah, he has tzaras. The Kohen says you have an infliction of tzaras. If he can't afford the typical abundance of a wealthy person who's being an asham or oilam happens, so the Torah is lenient with them and says you bring. Just these 3 words, sorry. For 1 sorrow, leaving sorrow, so I'm saying, each and every sorrow requires 1 word. And the funny thing is, you guys are only not going to shoot straight in the email. Argue, say, maybe something to say, but even 60 straight requires
Hattie, that was great.
Iron mincha, 1 midget. A baby. they are going to have to explain what do we do with the first pasuk, Yisrael Barim Lu. That for every Yisrael is a one light. And it didn't have time to happen. How are we going to have to explain what do we do with this pasuk? When we look for a light shaman, how does it fit in that no matter how large the mitzvah is, light shaman, you get one light shaman? Says the Marvel, some of you we have the high Yisrael Barim of the light, which seems like every Yisrael means a little. What do we do with it? What do we do with that? This isn't a Mitzvah, fourth person's Mitzvah. To teach us, however, Achmana, Lacey Chad Yisrael, says this should bring one Yisrael of fire. There you go. You feel like Yisrael? I don't need a pasuk to tell me that. But the guy on the phone got Mitzvah also. They should talk about Yisrael. But a regular Mitzvah, you have to bring the Chapter. How many has to bring the reed? Yisraelis, you see? He didn't see. He's holding on to the flower. So since he has flour, how much? It's right. Also, the hot carbon. So like a 4 mitzvah, he brings 1 carbon, 4 he brings. So if you bring 3 carbonates like the regular mitzvah, you bring 3 measurements of flour, 3 strings of flour. 1 carbon, you bring 1 measurement. Get out of it completely. It's something that coming off of the first half of my leg. I see the dollars, the third half of my it's 4, you know, to bring every carbonos, able to way in the top, that's too much to bring. We have to just think why everything that the rich person has to bring, the rich person has to bring in another form. But to get out of it completely, that we don't find. Now we have to go to what are Rabbi going to do with the essence possible? This is the mincha, but the chum that for the entire mincha, even 60 Israelim, all you need is 1 light. We're going to stop with mincha. Any person who decides to give a dava of a mincha, should leave place in the dava home, but really, he has to give a minimum of something that requires 1 little bit, which means 1 Isar. That is the mincha. You know, if you just want to give that Baruch Hu gift, the dava, don't bring a half inside. You need a fully sun, which is 1 year. I'm trying to you can learn from this passage both things that it has to be a minimum as well. She showed a higher calling the Irish very, very simple. Look, it says over in the passage, the scale, see that in here, the bull gets a half of it. Shlish is at him. These are famous psukim. A third of it for the right, we wrote. He's saying a quarter of it is for the sheep. Now, if I tell you this is 12 years. 12 years. This is very easy. Math is very easy. Half of 12 is 6. A third of 12 is 4. A quarter of 12 is 3. Therefore, when I say chatzia,
how many tiles are left?
Half of 12 is 6 moves. Four shlishes are in, but it does a third of it, and a third of 12 for the iron, you 4. When the V is in, quarter of 12, for the Kevis, it's 3. Good out, I got it all. Sells the more than 6. But this game had to get near the corner, which is a long, which is a face right. Again, you should know, again, this face are Lugi out. Again, this 12, look, the Siv Shem Zaysin. Siv Shem Shaspoish Ye Zem, you do it. Zem, we can match your trace out. Since it says the word Zem, Zem is 12. I don't know what. You know, for most people, gematria is like, they're going to think, gematria are things that you say, Shem Rock has the power of the same name as the person's last name with the philo, plus how much she weighs, and etc. When you get to the, it's always like this interesting gematria. Over here, you have a gematria that's a limit, it's a halacha. Over here, you can say, like the Litvax will say, that Ein Adam Dam It's one of these things that, let's face it, where you get this from? ChatGPT. You get it from your Rabbi. Got from your Rabbi, okay, great. But it's weird, but we do have it a number of times in shops where we learn our law from a gematria. That would be different. So, begin morning. Close your to the menorah. That's low, you call there. It's 3.5 low for the menorah every day. That means each cup gets a half a loaf per light. See? Ooh. I missed this one. Wow. It's good. This thing, ribui, acha, ribui, ella, lemon. One second. What happens is less oil, no? Less oil. That's the offices of the artists of WI. I don't know what they did here. Okay, get all that. Here we go.
Dominance.
Absolutely.
Baby, I planned that motherfucker. I planned that motherfucker. I planned that. Scoreboard, big man. Okay. Here's what I want to know. Now, on what day and on what time do you want to learn 30 minutes about the fighter and the kid? You know you love it. I mean, it's interesting. It's history. You don't know. Okay, well, what are we watching tomorrow night? All right, well, I'm just want to plant something in your head. It's a very long documentary, but it's one of the best of all time. It's called Everything's a Rich Man's Trick, something like that. All right, big dog. Sweet dreams to you, my friend. Peace. Dude has not been in today, but I shall do so. Was I here? Was I here?
Tonight, when the younger guy got
I know. How didn't I hear him?
I heard him screaming my name like 10 times and just left.
Okay.
When
A good impression. Impressive impression. Nair! Chance.
Like I say, during what time of the day?
Peace!
No. I'm not trying to save money here. I'm trying to make it comfortable and nice. I'm saying to doctor because I have a child of somebody that's probably that might be listening to the show right now. Who is not supposed to. But anyway, he's a most supposed pain and kneels the walking my shoes. You don't act like an oni in a place, in a rubbish place, in the Rebbe, everything is gold and silver. You're gonna start to just try to save on a hot little oil because really good. Yeshiva and these are specifically. Reading lamb chops for you. Jesus, after the consolation, electrics on the wall. Going to this is 10-inch mattress. And you also love it, you see. Develop it. All right. Adka and a coffee hour. Says the Mishnah, we have a coffee here. Well, let's do the Mishnah first. Marvin, Miskay, Porin, Miskay. If you look at the left, the part of the idol have the same I'll say the word that you'll know. For every 3 discernment of flour, there's 6 luchas. In other words, 2 to 1. The ratio. Same ratio. The ratio is 2 to 1. You look at the ram over on the left, 4 luchas for 2 discernment cells. So 2 to 1 for every 1 discernment of flour is 2 luchas. So the ratio of the ram and the oil are identical. Therefore, if you mix them up, we'll talk about it roughly when, but to get mixed up, now, look at the word. It seems like almost in the Russian, try to ask you the meaning. After the fact or before the fact, is it well, I saw it, if I feel like it, what it means. If you already did it, it's okay. Seems like, just from reading it, you got any depth over here. But I really make part of this video. It seems like you do it. If you feel like it's not after the fact, it's not a big deal, but it's a little feeling. To get those words straight. What the feeling means, go ahead and you do it. There's nothing stopping you, you're not doing anything wrong. The other means you shouldn't do it. If you did, in fact, it's okay. So again, 2 guys in the lab, they are a 2 to 1 ratio. Oh, a chemist, a sheep. There's a 3 to 1 ratio. See, he has 3. If I was Yoshi, I would have done. See why you did it. Okay. He has 3 loads for every southern of flour. The ratio is different. Therefore, you cannot mix a sheep with a cow. You can't mix a sheep with a rat. Mistake, Boston, mistake, Boston. You could mix two sheep together, because they're both 3 ml of oil for 1 ml. So you're not going to have any carbon that's missing oil or has too much oil. It's exact. The ratio is the same. So I can mix that of an individual and the community together. That's the day. So let's say I want to bring to the Sultan 5 days later, I could do so. I drop my carbon on Sunday, I could bring my Sultan on Tuesday, and they mix. I cannot mix these. I cannot mix a guy on the right, or a sheep on the right, with a bull on the left, or with a ram on the left. Why? The ratio is going to be somehow that if I do mix it, then the sheep on the right is going to have too little oil for his meat. And the bull on the left is going to have too much oil, and that's both those are shots. We follow along. Now, pay attention. This is the third part of the mission. I skipped the second mistake I didn't show you. On top line, if we go back 1 line. That's part 2 of the mission. It's called Ein Ma'arvin part. And now we're doing part 3 of the mission. The In Balala is called the In Balala part 3. Hey, look at Neyaz. You know, let me just show you this right after. You see, part 1 is Ma'arvin, part 2 is Ein Ma'arvin, and part 3 that we're reading right now is Balala. Part 2 is the line right above. It's Ein Ma'arvin. You're not permitted to mix in the soften of a sheep with the soften of a bull. That's simple enough. Ein Ma'arvin. The In Balala, and if you did, this part 3. I'm going to go with this.
What's this? What?
Just wanted to introduce you to it so it's not
Purity blockers are pedophiles called preservatives.
the oil and the oil if I know the guy on the right and by himself. Oh, it's mixed it up. So you got everything. And I mix the bowl. It's 3 with 6 million shallow.
Thank you. My son just came out as trans. Well, shouldn't call my son anymore. Now that he's dead to me, thinking about purity blockers or pedophiles called preservatives. Miracle medicine. The other day, my job, I was explaining purity blockers to one of the midgets. I work in a circus, and he goes, "There's people choosing to do that to me." Calm down, Tyrion. Bigot. You there, sir. Let me ask you, what do you call a little person with ADHD? That's right, a fidget. Good answer. Speaking of little people, I'm going to switch up school shootings. The ultimate puberty blocker. And, these shootings are often done by the same race. I'm looking at you, honkies. White kids need to learn from their black classmates and save the shootings for after school. That was an extracurricular activity. Okay, thank you. Every fucking line was a punchline, bro. No waste fucking opportunity to get a laugh out of these people, bro. You're respecting their time. That got me fired up, dude. That was fucking sick. And beyond, me too. I forgot how good it can be. That is like not only the set of the night so far, but I mean, it's like some of the best material I've heard, period, in a long time. Fucking love you. Preservatives.
preservatives is sick, and then you call back to it like 3 jokes later in a 1-minute set. Like, dude, just you made it come across. It's the end. I think it's a good crowd, too. Who wants some candy? You want one, too? Oh, my goodness. And the rest is got a cannon on them. Yeah, what's your, like, writing process? Like, how much material do you think you have if you were to do the longest set possible? And it's, yeah, I'll follow that up with another question. I mean, I can do, like, there's only so many black and trans jokes you can do in one set, right? So, like, I've been out on this show quite a lot, but, like, I've done, like, 40 minutes before when actually this would be, like, different topics. Guess so how many minutes that you like do you think you're writing? I do like 15 new jokes a week and then like 5 you know what I'm gonna do right now is something that I've never done in the show's history right now. If you want it, you can have it. You're the first person ever, I do believe, elevated from a golden ticket winner to a full-time regular. Pretty amazing. We're gonna reward that shit. Yeah, dude. I want to see it. I want to see it every week. Dude, I have like hosts on the road who do like the same amount of jokes you do in like a 10-minute set, bro. Yeah, like keep this shit coming. Yeah, you could be one of the true greats. How old are you? 30 now. Fuck yeah, man. 30. They almost laugh. It's unbelievable. You are so filled for this. I've said it every time since the first time I saw you. I mean, you are just a true comedian, and now we're going to get to see you every week on the show. Welcome. Your life is a little bit crazier. Welcome to the family one more time for Pat O'Neill, everybody. That's how you do it. It's that easy. You fucking absolutely destroy, you get rewarded. If you just do okay, you don't. If you do bad, you get made fun of, and then you're embarrassed, and then you leave. It's very simple shit. If you're unbelievable, I want to see more of you. It's like common sense. Anything happen? You guys still have fun out there? Make some noise for your next fucking one. I mean, again, this could be the future. Anything can happen. Make some noise for Action. And doing a lot of drugs and dwelling on my traumas. And mushrooms showed me that my biggest trauma was learning that Santa Claus was not real. Here's the thing, when you think about Santa, when you're on mushrooms, you realize that you're talking about Santa for thousands of years. And they're going to keep talking about Santa for thousands of years. And I'm only going to live for like 80 years. So in a way, isn't Santa more real than me? So here's my question. If Santa's not real, and I'm less real than Santa, then why did it feel real when he molested me at the mall? Our trauma is grounded in physical reality. Okay. What a spooky final one. Spooky is a good adjective for these styles of act-shaping. Welcome. Thank you. Welcome. Actually, we met your black wife earlier. How's being a father going for you? She was so lovely. Actually, how long have you been on stand-up? I've been on it since COVID, but it's been around a decade. Okay, where have you been doing it at? I started in New York City. When I left Wall Street, I moved to LA. Then I moved my band from LA to Austin. Your band? That's the name of your band? The Ancient Asses. Wow, I'm surprised I haven't heard of them.
That is amazing. The ancient
What kind of music are you guys do?
we're going with pop psychedelic, Mr. John. Okay. Yeah. And it says here on your website that you were a drummer. Is that
I am the drummer, yes.
It's amazing. You know, actually, and I don't even think. I don't know if you know this, Justin. I don't know if you know this. Do you know about this? There's a part of the show every once in a great while, once every 10 episodes or so, when we find out someone's a drummer, they've been drumming solo off. Are you down to do this? All right, Justin. Put the mic in the mic stand there. We're going to hear a little drum solo from Akshay, who I'm guessing is going to play the drums with his bare hands. Oh, there's no Mexican here, so this is our first ever non-Mexican drum off. This is our first ever Indian black drum off ever done. Here we go. It's very exciting. Very good, Red Man. Very good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the first ever Indian black drum off. Here he is, Akshay.
You can mix the wine of the feathers in the pipe. Therefore, I gotta go away from what we wrote on number one that we're talking about mixing it.
Wow. All right, yeah, no, let's do it. Sam, you know what, Justin, before you get back there, because I believe, here, come this way real quick. We're going to get to you in just a second, because I do believe that in this crazy world we live in, I'm betting that Sam Talon can actually beat Akshay Bidman in this drum off. Ladies and gentlemen, it's our first ever Indian white black drum off. That's right. It's the first time you've ever heard that sound effect before. That's Terrorist with the Burns theme and baking soda. Ladies and gentlemen, here to meet Akshay, step back here with Justin so the cameras can get Sam Talon defeating you in your own thing that you do, supposedly. Ladies and gentlemen, Sam Talon on the drums. Oh, shit. Unbelievable. We're mixing on the king, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise for the great Justin Heights. Justin, let's bring this party home. Even though, without a doubt, Sam Talon just beat Akshay. Akshay, we're going to bury Sam Talon in his last name. We're going to bury it one more time, ladies and gentlemen. This is Justin Heights. Everybody won except for you, Akshay. I'm just happy to be here. I love it. Akshay, what were you doing on Wall Street? Traditional investment banking. And that, you didn't like that, right? I got my solid decade in. You make good money? I did okay. You save it? I did save it. You still have some. Yes, so you get to live your dreams. You get to play music, you get to do comedy. I wear cool outfits. Thank you. Yeah, pursuing comedy and music is pretty much all I do. Trying to get off the ground. I love that. What else, actually? Do you have a job now, or are you just going off your savings? I'm just going off savings. Nice. Very cool. Thank you. How much do you have left? Enough to be present right now. Can I guess? And you tell me higher or lower? You're gonna be shit. That would not be a fun game for me. Yeah, but it's fun. Millions of viewers and all. You already had 2 drummers being banned. Easy out there. Actually, I'm just gonna guess guess $550,000 is it higher? Oh, damn. 545,000. But I don't need much more to be happy. That is true. That's a good point. What makes you happy? What brings you great joy other than comedy and playing music? Give us one fun fact about action. I've been taking shepherding lessons with my dog, learning to never talk in that. Should have lived with those. Okay. You're nomadic. What kind of things are you going to shepherd? Well, goat is all. Sorry, not goat. Sheep is all. The training facility. I got too excited for this. What kind of dog is it? He's a blue heeler. Oh, yeah. Her name is Wiley. Well, once had a friend that had a blue heeler. This was an area and I actually just bought a shotgun. It's a dog name, so what were you saying? I'm very sorry. You killed the moment. Move on. No, we can work. I don't think I did. Do you know why they call them healers? I actually found a thing in your heel. Yes. Yeah, that's what I do. You knew that, right? I did know that, and I actually bought him the shot collar. No kidding. That was inspiring. The Timmy Hendrix performance. Yeah. Legendaries are making that happen, too. We're going to get the nip out. I live with my bandmates. And one of the dog is not one of my bandmates and said, what do you think it is about that bandmate and the dog? I don't know, I think is he trying to hit me to see into his past life and doesn't approve? I don't know. That's not all I can think. You should look up his son. Sean Father, you might like that. Is that a weird kink I don't know about? Sure. Okie dokie. There's Red Band again on the mic. Actually, anything else we should know about you? You have a girlfriend? No girlfriend. I am into it. What type of woman? You could have any with it. Well, apparently black. Alright, okay. So why do you have this affection for the anything else? Because it was bestowed upon me by your parents. Actually, there's a little brown sugar, just like you, a little brown sugar. Actually, they gave it to Tony debut. And the show just keeps moving on. Thank you. You're welcome, actually. There he goes. Time for action, everyone. Alright, your next bucket full of easy to say name. Actually, Min. It's very hard. This one's easy. Joe Jacks. Everyone makes a noise for Joe Jacks. What's up, dogs? Plot of the movie, it's a guy that goes through history, he's like slow, he doesn't know what's going on. I thought you were really funny at first, got this involved, you don't you really raise the shit, had no idea. You know? It's like, oh, we do the world for friends. All of a sudden, interest this ghost. They started burning big tea, and I left until I got hot. It's like in Vietnam. Lieutenant Dash is like waterboarding Vietnamese villagers. Forced in the water like, I think it was Thursday.
You should actually be required to bring.
Yeah, Joe Jacks, welcome to the show. It's your first time on, right? Yes, sir. Welcome. How long you been on stand-up? Like 7 years-ish? Where at? Starting Orlando? Yeah, so we're in Orlando. I'm 26. Okay, 26. I know I look like a lesbian. I can't grow. Like Tig Notaro. That's not cool, man.
I thought you were very nervous when you came out, but you totally landed it, you know?
Yeah, very comfortable, very cozy. It makes sense. You started at 19. Yeah. I was even cuter back then. Saying curse words on stage. They loved it. Very chill. What do you think we're looking for? I'm like blue collar-esque. I hang lines like job sites. You hang lines? Yeah, I think D Madness is in here right now. That would be terrible. That'd be horrendous. Wait, he chose the right time to go pee. How long have you been hanging lines for? Only a few months. I'm still earning my man status. How do you get into the hanging lines business? You just get up for the school? It's gonna work. 4-foot ladder. I think your dog just bit you too many times. I mean, I am an alpha man. You're rubbing off on me. With the lines, are you in the smokes quite often? Not really. It's just like construction sites. We're the finishers. Air conditioning shit is pretty tight. I mean, it is blue collar, and I feel like a man when I say that. But really, it's like things you shouldn't be doing. That's great. It's good that you found a job like that. How often are you going on dates? I mean, I was in a little bit of a non-pussy getting era. Now I'm back. Okay, let's talk about the difference between a non-pussy era and a pussy getting era. You know, like swooning. It's an expert. Swooning your pillow, thinking about your ex, and then the non-pussy getting era is like, you know, every couple of weeks. It's like something new. So, you're on like dating apps and stuff like that? Yeah, I use Hinge. That's not great. You know, I want to meet someone in real life.
Go to a bowling alley with $100. Yeah, you walk in there with the cool chain, maybe a swinging pair of sunglasses, you know? Yeah, maybe you're black and good at drums too. That'd be a little rhythm.
I can't imagine going up to a stranger.
Why? You went up to a bunch of strangers and you did the job.
And being 42, though, it's like, I want to see what it's. I want to see you talk to him, and I want to see what it's like when you talk to him. You're so comfortable on stage. I can't believe. Seriously, Heidi, can we get Heidi up here? Let's see what happens if he tries to look Heidi right in her eyes. Where we all look when Heidi's around. Right in her eyeballs. You're supposed to look at me. Tony, why are you doing a little spotlight key now?
We are on a sort of a marathon.
Other social media. Do everything that they can to get more engagement, like have ... or read more when there isn't anything to click on it, and the comments are a mess. There's no way to filter them or organize them, and it's unrelated things, and it's like Twitter in particular is just fine with this. They want as much interaction as possible, when in reality they're killing their platform because the interaction is fake. People asking questions like, what do you see that's weird here? And then expecting a bunch of people to type comments instead of saying what it really is. This type of interaction should not be rewarded by platforms.
It's really coming out of his shell.
Sponsors Day, all of the Wow. This is nice. This is a nice surprise. Let's see.
Right now, I'm on Kill Tony. I don't drink.
I'm gonna hold you to it. Listen, I don't allow people to go and start from the start. But you insist. That's it. You know, we hold you to it.
Fun fact for those of you that get to linger during the end of the show. You mean madness comes floating through the curtains like a cartoon smelling of pie? This guy hangs the lines. This guy says he hangs blinds, D-Madness. What do you think about that?
Wow. Get out of here. Thank you, Oscar Werner from KMI.
Very amazing interview. Everything went absolutely perfect. You're 19.
Listen, there's a lot of surprises this day.
You started at 19. I don't think anything can stop you. You just keep fucking keep at it. Your next bucket full goes by the name of Tyrion and Oathfear.
It's not about the doubt. When that person comes back, very
What he's saying to solve it. What do we have here? Oh! I haven't seen him in a while.
That's what we wish you, your family, and thousands and thousands of listeners from Luda listening to the doc every single day to continue to have a small mission to tell you many more happy, healthy years, not just in the family and the children. The grandchildren, it's a great grandchildren, as always on Luda for contact with us.
With no hesitation when he came out, Rabbi called him Fat Kanye.
You haven't been by the last time I called. You missed it. What? It's more. These are surprises.
Pretty amazing, right, man?
What is this?
Welcome to the show, Aaron. I have so many questions for you. Let's start here. We're at Detroit, Jackson.
And see it starting. There's no all of us. It's great work. But now I have to go because I'm unsure.
I can't. That's where I was born, shit.
Very good. Very good. Okay, let's just, as long as you really study it. This is Dr. Chocolate. He wrote me a few things in the past. He's a great writer. I like him a lot. I felt I couldn't go on without writing to it. How many military was it? We really got to hustle it.
Okay, so, Aaron,
every single day connected in the States, this is the way behind that. When you have enough effort to make this asking for you for the hours, the effort, the constant adjustment, the training, the everything, for making so many people trust in the hours, something that can't be understood from the outside.
you've been in Southern Austin. How long have you been here?
And yes, we're trying to do more. It's not just
In
the
Austin.
effort.
Okay, and you go to your local country bars and you find big white
Something incredibly, I was up Tuesdays, around Pesach, when the world, scattered with people on different places.
Artists out of the state of Ohio that
schedule somehow the third being learned at some places in all times.
New article how the United States men's soccer team winning the World Cup Sunday may be the biggest event in sports of its century whenever it happens.
On a personal level, the shape has changed me. Be able to hold on onto daily learning, even simple moments of being your face on, and moments to be played with. That is a gift, a real gift. And I'll be honest, seeing that long out look, without looking in your eyes, saying both exhaustion and saying, what? I need to see. Both exhaustion and what? It sounds so much deeper. It doesn't weaken the message. It doesn't weaken the message. It literally strengthens. It shows your player looks like good attendance. Inspires more than words that it could. The closing the past is how you say over and over. The humble and honest privilege to be part of it. To learn through something that goes with experience, sacrifice. The voice said, such a big team, it's a team, and I showed them the other team, and your team working before, so in the morning, Shlomo working, Mark Ashkenazi online, it's a team, it's a whole team, unbelievable, okay, may you continue, playoff, drop up, and Simchas Harei, and all of you are great, and we continue to go together, to have a life, and that,
You're selling chicken and ribs?
beautiful. All right, now
where are you selling this chicken out of exactly? You're making chicken and selling it tonight out of the back of a bar?
Actually, we're homelanders.
You sold out of chicken tonight. You made chicken out of the back of a bar?
Oh, you have to do
Grilled it at home. Come here to be on Kill Tony or to sell chicken outside of Kill Tony.
we'll have to maybe have a group for this. You are, we go back. We go to the boy side, today's that special batch. It's not fake test. It's the one and only, the paradigm beast.
Stereotype.
It's that. They class for paradigm. That's how you treat the world. Rabbi and Rabbi, the every people
fried chicken. Tell us about
a lot of surprises.
why
Just to stop and get out of getting many of them. So you're sticking with
wow. That's interesting. How many times have you ever been arrested? And all chicken license. Can you walk us through a bit of like your chicken preparation process?
Article Israel needs to avoid stairs at all costs and make everything ramps. There needs to be a ramp revolution in Israel. Everything is like old school, and it needs to be accessible for people in wheelchairs. And it's just better to do long term, less injuries, less people falling.
I said, please visit me. I haven't seen you for a while, but since I'm going,
Canvas with the difference between famous Dave's and Sweet Baby Reasons. Exactly. Can you describe it?
Seven measurements.
I always think Sweet Baby
Just finished talking about the 2 or 3 measurements for solids. flour. Now I'm talking about the different measurements for the larger colors that you need each and every one. So we start off, it kind of starts off with the largest one. In the factory. So then, according to the Chazon, it's about 7 liters. That's it. We'll be 3.5 liters. So that's also some of the shears. Now, within 7 liters, and it goes all the way down to a quarter of a liter. We call today a Rabbi. So on Pesach night, we're supposed to do punch these or Rabbi's. That's the smallest thing. And according to what it is, that's approximately 150 milliliters. A quarter is 22 times off, it's 86. And according to Moshe Feinstein, I want to be matched on 100 milliliters. It's easier to remember. The way people remember is and the thought is 86 milliliters according to and according to Chazon, place pogrom, which equals 1/5. And somewhere between, it's too bad to do 100. Okay. So we start off with the largest measurement. We should start off, but then we'll see that because you really start off with the lowest measurement, with enough liters you might have said, but I'll really start. The largest measurement is about 7 liters according to this, much less, about 4 liters according to milk. The Chatzin, there was a measuring cup that was a half a day. Half of that measurement. And the dishes that is were refused in Young, right? Look, the Chatzin look. The refused have no device. These are the 7.
Which makes sense if you think about it.
The first month of Shabbos after the dinner registered so he asked for some from Napa, California. It's a very beautiful place, filled with beautiful people. And he said, no. Okay. A lot of people know Napa is a wine country. Explained that they don't know that it's not. His wife insisted on that he should use this cup because she got it from neutral. Now that she's not around anymore, he doesn't take to use it and wants to be knocked on the street. In other words, that's something different. I know you want to be knocked on the street. When we get to Pesach,
a reasonable person would not trust the very first time anymore, considering all of the times that they've been caught lying and had to years or decades later apologize. Going back to like the founding of the country, and you could get into the broken contracts with indigenous people, the fact that the country enslaved people, the fact that the country treated people as 3/5, the fact that Jim Crow laws existed, the fact that there have been perhaps like improper reasons to go to wars. All of these reasons to a reasonable person should mean that they just shouldn't trust what is being told to them by their leaders in the United States. Zoot. Riser says, "What's up, son?" What up, baby?
7 different measuring cups.
I can see that. I knew something like like 50 to 60 million people in the last like 40 years or something.
lasted forever. But there's no purpose for it afterwards.
Okay, how many is it? Well, that's in the United States. I don't know about the United States.
And the media is serious a little bit, but you have to have 7.
Why do you have to have 7?
Something like that. Yeah.
Why do you have it?
Yeah, that's great. That's great.
Hello, media is serious a little bit.
Yeah, but I mean, like a lot of those might not even be like real people, like real kids. Might be just like a collection of cells.
That's what they the oil
It's subjective. It's up to the person. I have a very interesting argument on the matter, and I feel that this is it's kind of like argument ad absurdum, but like basically, imagine you have a woman who is gonna live forever. Does she have the right to take her kid out of, like, prevent their birth even after the child has been born? If she's gonna be living forever, why should she have to have this annoying thing if she doesn't want it?
What do you need it for?
I think
Within reason.
do you know why you want to live forever?
Why is that, big man?
So in fact,
Because you're streaming. And NFL is things that are not considered moral today could be considered really moral.
Mark, this is
We don't really treat things that way. Like, look at like a book from a few hundred years ago. We don't hold the author of it necessarily accountable. We understand that that was the world in which they were living.
You just think the half movie measure. Yeah,
Yeah. I guess.
Are you ready to lose? Are you sure?
Small battles. Why? Because there's an idea.
All right, dude. I'm gonna beat you,
So
and I'm gonna choose the games at which I'm gonna beat you. You haven't beaten me while I've been focused on Dice Party in years. Are you ready?
Yep.
Are you sure? You're positive? It's on, baby.
You know what? He says the reason why you need one enough movies.
Dude, you're already down 40 points.
You cannot use one measuring device for something else. It has one purpose. You can't try to measure one and a half.
Dangerous play. Dangerous play, dude.
We learned in the Mishnah there was different demarcations, marks, like your wife's measuring cup. It says a cup, a half a cup, a quarter cup. So two, there's one measurement, but it has different markings. Why? Because the Mishnah said that according to review that goes from the smallest amount that
I know, big man. You gotta calm down. I gotta see how you're in the lead. Because you're not.
When you fill up the cup and
Yeah, big dog.
wine
Dude, you're down 40 points. You haven't gotten a 5x in a long time.
He started off the small shear and went up and climbed up.
What are you doing? Hey, did your girl show up?
Gave one measurement to Moshe Rabbeinu, the Revius.
Excellent. Did you get to hang out?
You should measure it.
Yeah.
There you go.
And you'll see that there'll be like a.
All right.
You're going to try to take the two. I gave you reviews. Take two reviews. Take two of those, and you'll make.
Look at you, son.
It didn't become touch. Why?
I don't know. What did you write her? You said I wrote her.
So when we start,
yeah, she said she's coming next year. And then you said I wrote her.
The larger one, that's not how it works. It's going to fall to the side. Explain a little bit more.
And I asked, what did you did?
Yes, you did. So let's see what we did. First of all, this is the over. When it goes over the rim.
Zoot, you're down 61 points. But that's big. That is big, son. Zoot. I know what I play. I'm not telling.
So when it goes above, it reminds me, this made a big impression on me. If some Zaman Rabbi asks, he talks about making kosher bracha, and it says that what's the lashon? Basically, he brings him back. The Gemara says that that to have drops of the wine on the outside of the cup is not common. So ask your friends, if you're supposed to fill up kiddush above the ribs, what do you mean it's not shy? Every time you do that, it's going to be on the side. And the fact that the Gemara says that it's not common, you think that you're going to go over. And it's actually slightly below the rim. And I took that to heart when I read what he said. And I don't go above. I go up to, a little bit below maybe. My guest looking at what's going on. I said you shouldn't go. You shouldn't have the maybe I shouldn't. It's made a big impression when I was learning the subject. Like, wow.
You get no thoughts on it.
Yes, sir.
Rabbi Omar, the Kule Alma Beruzah Amido is Ikila Meimar Niskachu. Vikila Meimar Niskachu. Says Abaya. When it comes
Chance. It's not chance, it's chance.
Overflow, whatever you want to call it. You can go both ways. You could say that according to everybody, it's Kadosh. It has Dusha B'Kli according to everybody. It doesn't have Dusha whatever.
You need a 4, son.
The famous pasuk Shneihem Milayim. So the word Milayim, what does it mean? Mando Omar Milamalo Lamata. According to your mayor, that he started with the hinge, the largest measurement went downward. Because Sabar Milayim Shlei Chaser Shleios. The word Milayim means it has to be exact. It should be full, not too much, not below the level. Mando Omar Milamalo Lamalo. According to the review, that they go from the smallest shul, go from the reveals all the way up to the head. The lame shlei chaser means that it should be full, meaning that
one more, baby.
Below,
Garbage.
If you go too much, it's fine. Why? Because, and this L'chari could explain it before as well. When you go from a smaller vessel to a larger vessel, you're going to have that foam, have those bubbles. And that always, even though you had the right amount to start out with,
But when you start pouring it into the kli, into a larger kli, it's going to foam up and it's going to create more. Like when you pour soda, obviously when you pour soda, but even with wine, similar, it has certain bubbles, and that's why it's okay to have more. If you get smaller kli from larger, it's okay to have more. But according to Rabbi, from the larger kli, the smaller kli, you don't have those bubbles that much, and therefore that's the exact. Okay. Reb Shimon asked the bottom question. It's not necessary to have this giant tin. What do you need it for? Shapir called on Reb Shimon. He said, well, you're right. We don't use it now. But once once upon a time, used it. The sentimental value.
Give me 5.
Garbage,
dude.
Since for generations you don't need it, but we show that the famous Ignaz, sometimes Chacham took something and made it gniza, put it away forever. So they took this hin and they buried it because it doesn't serve any purpose. And the other man says, once we have that measuring cup stays in the closet, in the Mikdash, and stays there forever.
Yes, sir.
It says, since I don't have the hin, I got rid of it, so now I'm left with 6 kelim, 6 measurements. So what am I going to do instead? I said, so you won't have 7. What happens if you don't have 7? Nothing happens. You have 6. No. We'll learn the few days that there's a halacha l'mosh Gemira means halacha l'mosh Sinai, that you have to learn two korbanos.
All right.
You know, when a person brings an individual korban,
Last game.
When Tzibur brings a korban, you learn the leaning reel.
I'm playing just this game. That's it. And then I've got other shit. 3, 2, 1, go.
Those 7 measuring cups. Now you have to figure it out. You have to know. We have to break our heads. Come up with the 7. What is it?
Did you expect that?
It's not the hin. We're not using the hin anymore.
Yeah,
so it must be
easier.
1.5 loaf. No, there's only one measuring device and it had a mark. Asking, he doesn't. What about the halacha l'mosh? We just blessed it. No, he doesn't have the halacha l'mosh. We might say my sheva midos. Sheva midos. It does, but halacha l'mosh didn't say 7 measuring cups. It said 7 shiurim, 7 measurements. You can use all. You can use the 1 cup. All you need to do is make marks in it. Now the mission is going to go through all the measures. What do you do with each one? I'm going to help it out a little bit. Rabbi is my hoy some. What do you do? Rabbi is my limit sorry. No, we don't really talk about this part of the mitzvah. We're very familiar. The blood on the thumb and on the toe, big toe, and on his ear, and on the whole thing, oil, blood. But there's one part where we ask 2 birds, and you shuffle 1 bird, and you put the blood of that bird into the water. It came from a live stream, a maga. These are things that grew in. We have newer and better, but whatever. This is what I found. So, Rabbi is mine limit tzara. He means Rabbi is mine. Or Rabbi is shemen lim nasir. So the nasir is Rabbi Turjuman.
What up? Yeah.
And he brings chalos, and you need a Rabbi is oil in the chalos.
Whatever that guy plays, we have to say bullshit.
What do you do to have a load? Chatziluk mine was soita. You know, the soita, she brings her and they take the Megillah with her son's name, they put it into the sword. What does that happen with the water? The Chatziluk shaman looks like matzah bread. It's 10.
Okay, well, how about you go?
Matzah bread together. I have a little bit more.
Do you think that guy gave up?
Every mincha gets a lotion. Every Yisrael gets one lotion. Every Yisrael of a mincha gets one load. So if you're going to make one giant mincha, which is 60 that's the largest one, it says that's the roy the bila, color roy the bila, color roy the bila, ain't bila makeves. If you can mix it, the largest amount that you can mix is 60, right? It requires 60 loaves. The mincha shishim Yisrael, no, it's not shishim.
What up, baby?
Even a lot he's trying to flower. Not 60 shaman. Shenemar is that there's a possible mincha of luksha. For any mincha, you get one luksha. Says the Mishnah. Shisha the pie. 6 loaves. In other words, a half a hin. Because the Mishnah talks about a full hin, half a hin, a quarter of a hin, a third of a hin. So what do you do with the half a hin? That's for the pie, which is 6 loaves. Arbal ayil, which is a shlish zayin, goes for the red. Shlosh lekevas, a revis zayin, goes for the shlosh metzel menorah. 3.5 loaves for the menorah. Chatzilum we call that each candle gets a half a loaf. Got to Rabbi. Oh, that's a lot of oil. Think about it. If a revius is 150 milliliters, so you're talking about 300 milliliters. It's a lot, like 2 kiddush cups. Whatever it is, if you're cutting off, it's 86, so you still have 2 kiddush cups. Yosef Rabbi why do you need to? Why did Moshe Rabbeinu have to be mekadesh the revius hagul? Why didn't we do so? If it's also to give the kedusha to the water of the mitzvah, like the Mishnah says, it's outside of the azara or outside of this. I mean, Rashi says outside of the azara.
Zoo.
And if it's smart for the oil,
you got bullshit.
The bread becomes published through the shkita, we say. Yep. All the Shaboya Moida the Chaviti going on. The Yishem and the Kochal of the Chal. It's in order to measure one revius, 1 kiddush cup's worth of oil for each and every challah. And there's 6 challahs in the morning, we said 6 challahs in the afternoon. Each challah got a revius. Hurry alei. So and it's interesting. We're gonna have the Gemara a few sukkim that I'm so excited. Hurry alei. Hurry alei eretz merch ishatzos. He comes from a far out country from Bava. Ishatzos. He's a man who gives 80s. It's like Rabbi Yogish Satmarov said, when I'm in Chutz La'aretz, so people come and they give me money. When I go to Israel, people come and they ask me for money and they give me 80s and 80s. Meretz Mechot Isha Tzasi, he comes from a far place and he gives me an 80. He told me good pshat. The turning of the today because every shidduch that happened was first read. Okay, what do we got? Okay. Chatzilog me po yom nishamsh. Those are Rabbi Mikokashile. Chatzilog lo nishamsh. So it says in the Mishnah, what do you do with that? It's for the Saita or for the Torah. Yosef Rabbi Mikokashile. Chatzilog lo nishamsh. He's Saita. The water. Where's the water? This is the best I could do. I know we have much better. Our stuff. This I got from. Rothschild. What I do is already a Yoshi. He did whatever he could do, and that was it. water comes from the kiyah. And the kiyah itself has a kedusha and it gives and infuses kedusha into the water. So why do you have to do Kaddish again?
Wait, what?
If you're willing to do the kedusha, mind the doishim sit. She comes straight out of the hole, nothing to cause it. The toida gives to the oil of the toida. Nachmi toida b'shkita.
You got your
bread and the toida become kaddish, like you said before. The same idea from the shkita of the carbon. You don't need a special food in the kaddish. Rabbi, we just had him earlier. Shimon, the son of God, said, with this half a load, this is how we divided the oil for the menorah. And once again, we have a new pasuk, very strong. We called him a very strong. I guess that's where the yeshiva got its name. Very strong, it's a great name.
Rabbi,
Okay.
I can tell you that. I can tell you one thing, Rabbi.
What's that, Zoo?
I don't see it.
How exactly called?
Full story.
Maybe this is all word. Interesting.
Bullshit.
I don't see it. Very strong.
Dude, you guys weren't paying attention. I almost let him win.
That's exactly what it is. Oh.
I can't.
Okay, new places here. Omer good. There she comes up. What happens if the menorah extinguishes itself in the middle of the night? Now what happens? You know, like your menorah on Hanukkah, the wick, the black wick falls into the oil. It muddies up the oil. The wick itself becomes terrible. Okay, so that's what you do. You should clean it out. First you clean it out, then you redo the whole thing. Add the oil, add a wick, and you light it at the roof. Those are Rabbi Zrika was going to violate, so Zrika asks, when you fill it up with oil, can you give a half a loaf, start all over with the whole half a loaf. Okay, so perhaps, let's say, from half a loaf, half of that went down, so now you left with the revias. You're missing a revia. So pour in the revias. Why start off with the full amount? It's already lit for 3-4 hours. I'll tell you what. She did the community Rishonim. Obviously, you have to start all over again with the full amount. Because if you have to add whatever's missing, how are you gonna know what's missing? Now, if you pay with the Mishayr, maybe you're gonna measure with one of your measuring cups. You're gonna take whatever's left over and put it in the measuring cup.
This game is so long.
And now you see the measuring cup that it's let's say you have a reviews. You're missing a reviews.
Yeah.
Let's say you have a half a reviews. So you know you have to put 3/4 of a loaf, whatever it is. But you have to measure it in a special measuring cup. That's only good. You have 30, 40 different measuring devices because every time it extinguishes at different periods of the night, you have to measure exactly. So that's the Gemara. That can't be. It can't be that you're taking the leftover oil and putting it into measuring device. It can't shed a midah. Navishno midas tupas. Many measuring devices. That's my raya that we don't have to measure. And just start all over from the beginning. Just put it in half a load and shalom.
28 cards, dude.
28 cards. So, Rashi explains that Dorcha, let's go and it's a lotion of Kedusha.
What's that, dude?
Sharpness. Because you're so sharp, you set a great shot. Nami and the Mamish with Furush, freebie, Omer of Omer bit. Amir Omer of Ab Omer bit. Halil Omer bit. There's so one of the candles of the nerve goes out, and Dashan Hashem and Dashan Psila, the oil got discolored, and the wick is no longer. Okay, so those are what should be do. Mekiva, he cleans it, and those are shaman. Can me dog be showing the original look?
Right.
Or it is, because Omar Rabbi Brenner of Yudo Omar Abshish. Says Gemara, Mordecai Kiddush that nobody knows. The Lord the Adaf knows.
You gotta help me.
That the menorah is flexible. The gold is very flexible. And in order to clean out, perfect. This is the glass that holds the oil. How are you going to clean it out? If it's stationary, how are you ever going to clean it out?
I'm the one bullshit.
The only way to do it is if you but how do you turn it over? You take the stem of the menorah and you bend it down. Boom. Upside down like this. And then you bend it out. Beautiful. Let's take a look.
That's right. So can I just put 4 cards down every time?
These are, you have like a tweezer device, you have a fork, you have like a shovel. And take a look over here. It's bent downwards. The boy said it's bent.
So then I basically no matter what win.
Interesting fork he has over there. I would be tweezer and that's okay. Comes out the whip. But once it's bent downwards, Kosovar keeps it. It says it's made out of block, mixture, and it's a hard piece. I'm a nerve in there itself. It was one piece. It didn't come apart. You can't unscrew it. It wasn't made out of different pieces. Even the boyat, since you have to clean it out, you love the talking about it. It's not for the fact that it was flexible. But having the type of you wouldn't be able to clean it out ever. Basically, I'll ask you a question.
Champion.
How do you champion.
I had all the cards, but the thing is, nobody could stop me, so I was just putting down anything.
Wipe it down, the sponge with the sponge.
It's like a little. Yeah, you should. Get some sleep, dog.
Then there, the top part never moved. Didn't move. This part stayed stationary. Says, how do you clean it? So I asked Yoshi to do something, and look what he did. Last minute. If this is the top of the menorah, the cup of the menorah, so I had I remember them selling something like this, like a metal piece. That a piece made out of gold that sat on top. And they would slide it open, take the wick, clean it, pouring the oil through that hole, and put the wick right back into that hole. Now, I do want to say, I asked you to do it in another shape instead. It was too difficult at that point to do it. It was more like, the shape was more like a canoe, like a boat. It wasn't a round shape. That's okay. This is for illustrative purposes only. What does it mean? I said, people are not going to understand me. The third piece of oil on top. And when he moves, they're not going to feel it. Why is it for? And then he puts the oil in, then he closes it up. He puts the oil through the oil. Or it wasn't that I know the Sanya, the Mahoigas, the Sanya, and the Poison Akiko. the menorah and the top right, the part two with the oil in, all comes from that one piece of gold which weighed about, 50 pounds, I think we said it was. They ain't not compelled not to sell it. These guys, the tools that remove the wick and the oil and cleans it out, that was not part of it. The lawyer itself on the front side. They on the front of the finger. That lawyer, again, this is a new one. The lawyer is talking about people. The whole lawyer came from the big block of gold. The lawyer itself on the front of himself. Mark, how many people on YouTube? I'm curious. 3, 5, they're young.
In 2026, man, you a bitch, okay? Listen, let me tell y'all something. Money's picture. And life is perspective.
And then it says it's
If I pull my bank account up right now,
wow.
and I cover up that little hyphen,
in New York,
man, I'm rich as
and
fuck.
almost 50 people on
Hey,
49
shit, you can
people
tell
on
me.
YouTube. Oh, that's unbelievable.
Yeah, I'm broke.
That's it.
And I'm not broke because I go to the strip club. But I do go to the strip club, even though I'm broke, you know?
2 hours.
When I
You
go
have
to
to
the
finish
strip
up
club, I
here,
go
upload
for
the shit, you do another shit real quick and ready for young
yeah,
people.
but it's $20 to get in. So when I go to the strip club, I got $20.
Says, let me stick to one more thing. Says
It's
the
about
actual
$40.
cup that's
So when
on
I go to the
the
strip club,
oil
I'm
is
looking for a
not
bargain.
made
Yeah,
out
I'm
of
walking that
that
bitch like
people.
I'm Indian. I'm looking for a very good deal.
But you see, the lawyer is someone who's going to sell version of people.
Yeah.
Like, one says that the cup is coming, the other one says not. They've all agreed that the fools. I thought the sign here was the argument part. The sign here is all for Yasha.
I have 25, not me 26.
Okay, I'll leave it on stand up to
The
you.
lawyer had a one
Years
people
over here in
resolved.
Austin.
I started in Columbia, South Carolina.
How do you know that it's
The
food?
scene out there real small.
I'm
So I was like, fuck yeah, I decided I was going through some things that time. I was broke, some big shots, landscaping. I was like, fuck yeah, I decided I was going to live in my car. I was driving a 2001 Ford Focus as a two-door, tiny fucking car. I was living in the shit. I went to Orlando, Florida. I lived in my car out there for like a month, just like tested out. And then I came out here, and I was having a blast in Florida, you know, but then when I came out here, I was like, yeah, this shit, you know, out here, the market is saturated.
So can you tell us the difference between, can you explain it to people because they don't all know what the difference between being homeless in Orlando and homeless in Austin is like?
Orlando's right in the middle of Florida, so like, I was living in my car, so I could go anywhere. I was living on the beach, man, going to Daytona, going to Tampa, Orlando's fun, and you know, there's people in Orlando, they're out for people in general having so much fun, and everyone's kind of nice out there. And it's great, everyone's spiritually more blessed in Florida. Nobody goes to Florida to find themselves, you know? Am I sister lived out there, so it's a median shout out. My sister's name is
My sister's name is Sophie. My name's Sam.
oh, right there. Oh, okay. You hate her too? Oh, I
Wait, your sister? Mine.
oh, I hate yours now. Hey, I'll fuck yours and fuck mine, bro.
Wow. That's a good deal. She does. You are her style. I'll say that. Yeah, your skin is the right tone. She's halfway there. You do like that. But you change that. Come on, man. I'm just
From the athlete. I tell you if I got my money, you throw out a kid that you pay your son, listen, he's going to come back. You have to go with both of you. If you want to go use the top quality, use gold. You want to use gold, but nothing top quality. It's going to get
Sandy,
better.
you're a very naturally funny young man. Tell us more
That's why
about
I need
your
a puzzle
life.
to tell you no. You make it for the kid, it's pure. The police are like, job
I'm
good.
very young,
Thank
but
you for being
I've
here.
lived a lot
You
of
should
places.
respect for all the
I've had a
other
lot of
the
jobs.
artists, the ocean, the stop.
I didn't go to college because that's retarded. Yeah,
What jobs have you done? What have you been doing?
well, when I first moved to I moved to America when I was 16. I'm from England.
What?
Yeah.
These people say anything nowadays to not get.
This isn't like I had a weird childhood.
How'd you end up being born in England?
I wasn't born in England. I was born in Malaysia.
Oh, Okay. So you went from Malaysia to England, and then England to America. What was the?
Yeah, kind of. So these memories were in Atlanta, Georgia. I was like, yeah. I think I was like conscious of like 4 years old. Because I don't remember anything before then, but I was in Atlanta.
Thank
And
you
then
for
my family, we lost our green card. So we moved to
Thank
Trinidad.
you for being a part of it. Thank you for not falling off
Trinidad,
the top.
Tobago. It was a
All
good
you
time.
guys out
Yeah.
there in the face of
Lived there for
programs all
like
over
3
the
years.
world.
Parents got divorced. I moved to England.
But
My
keep on sending
brother,
these pictures. Keep
mom,
on
my
sending these
sister, they moved to
emails.
South Carolina.
I
When I
want
was
to remind all
16,
of
I moved to
to say
South
skills
Carolina.
in
Yeah,
Kutz
South Carolina.
Maretz
So
is
I'm
5 days now. Ayom Kamisha Yomim Ra'im or
What made you
Ra'im
move at 16 to South Carolina?
So I was living with a teacher
the
because
sponsor
the
of
boarding
today's
school I was going to
Swiss
closed
and
down.
sponsor of Swiss if you want. We're forced out to more than Street or more than Stop and later the rest of the course
And the boarding school
can
closed down.
go on mdytop.com and sponsor. The boy said, check this out. You saw Mr. smack in the middle. Wasn't able to get to the actual place, so it's closed down for most people, but we try to get as close as possible. He goes every single week on Friday.
She had a family and shit.
Okay, she was
She had
ENT.
Yeah, she
Now I know where the other people are.
and she
Okay, I
knew that I
got it.
had to finish like
This is
secondary school out
brother-in-law
there,
to
so she was like,
his
you
left,
finish your last year.
second from the left,
I never finished
and
it,
it's
so
what's the
it would have been nice.
Oh, Joey, the boy said, check this out.
It wasn't.
I can work in the
So 16, you're in South Carolina. What was it like getting to like hang out with your mom for the first time?
Ramos.
I mean, it wasn't the first time, but it was it was nice, but it's like, I was away from her for a while, so it's like, you go away from your parents, you go back, they think you're still like, you're like traumatized now.
From Pace Rebellious Defense Street,
Naturally.
beautiful young peculiar family,
So Sam,
and
there you
had
are,
fun
and
with
now
them.
you've moved here. How
Just
long have you
the
been in
photo of Levine. Love you. Just follow the stuff, okay? Just that was a surprise, brother. Thank you. Whoever arranged all the stuff, the consortium, maybe Mark, it's the consortium. Just try out. The official edition of One Shot for both sides. I just have to say that it's everybody right now, and I do the sheer, it's like 1 o'clock in the morning, Mark is on 2 o'clock. And now we have to before nothing so that everybody's all caught up, especially those living in a show. Don't have something like this, and they're going to be wanting to share. So we're hustling it out as quickly as possible. Sleeping very little, and then son and uncle will catch up on the Z's. So we trust everybody for understanding. Here goes the official edition of Your Class, exception of the random movie families, prepared by anonymous with gratitude by Sean. Official edition shots for docs, design, gathering family gratitude for success and good outcomes homemade. The second sponsor is our dedicated memory of our lady, the small foreign, Zmi, Roy. The second sponsor by Joe Gallus, the minister for college, Dr. Gallus, and I'm the professor of the food platform. Our family is a little bit for our great politicians. I'm not going to say more. The most of them is wrong, I'm not going to people who are going to be responsible for this. It's wrong. All these other student officers of the festival, how do you recommend that? Tagging, sending those to families on the island, staying out of the belly, and meaning of life. Many are money, yes, and marketing daddy. And all the East Coast trucking UI have been broken down to part. How you sign with 4? Wait on. Ordinary folk, the mirror, these are multi-sponsors. We can sponsor. We're not going to market them. Thank you for constant generosity and giving of your time, particularly today. On there at Youngton, your efforts are greatly appreciated by all who want to share the consortium. It's not understood by itself to say it is a little family life. In other words, a person will sit here and long issue on an air Youngton, and it doesn't get much out of it. There's no Mark nationality, it's different behind the scenes. The MDY art for the month, before came out, the other time people went to the Rothschild. I said, came to visit me, I didn't see him for a while, but he was on board, and he just wanted to hug, and he was so hug. That, and playing on the pool, playing on work at the next day, he loved work on the next day. That was the thing with the color. But please, of course, I yelled at him, then I yelled Esther. Boyside, here we go. We're holding a brand new mission. Again, after both my Rahmanis on the Shir of the Flame.
Alright,
This
Sammy
year,
Smith, I think you're really funny guy. I thought you've been going and signing up. You might want to keep writing. You're doing everything right.
And they just showing that another easy time.
Okay, this guy has been
Stop, I
signified
wanna
that he is on the inside representing you, the audience. A rare inside bucket pool. So this should be interesting. Normally this is half right, and they say I didn't think I was going to get pulled. Anything can happen. Big space for Caleb Andrews. Everybody wants Caleb. Is that Caleb?
Hearing different voices coming out of my voice. Change the setting. The setting is the change, and it won't happen anymore. Something to listen to the Hebrew Shir is going to be unbelievable. Because we like trying to do it's not very successful. Not very much.
The rare insight bucket.
Now, I use them even for
visiting. They don't
there's
live here.
wine, like big shit, you can even bring a carton of wine, just wine, but bring it together with fun and I don't know, where you get this stuff? If you're fighting about uniting two places, how fun is that? It actually rhymes. If you're fighting about uniting,
Not just universal basic income, but whatever the calculation of that is.
the alpha male, the alpha, the number one. Shneil Lahan is Rimo's Love on the Heart, second on the list is Rimo Love on the Heart. It's like Signal by Big Dog and a place called Signal in the bag. All I wrote is a church. All lads. We once had all lads, as I said before. All lads in the first mission was essentially their left hand in the Ignorant was only from American Soul. So all I wrote is all lads, you need all six. Now you get Poland, you get French wine, you get Italian wine, Spanish wine. It's all good. Oh, I love this church. I mean, you kind of it's better to be green. And maybe when you base as long as you're not green from fertilized vineyards. It doesn't taste good. Or in Winterschlafen, or vineyard that needs irrigation and cannot depend solely on the rain. Whatever not to live on the rain. And there are vineyards that simply things are planted between the vines. That not relying on parents, but that's a you might use that. You're paying if you did do it for such a vineyard, it's possible. And the vineyard now remember, I used to is going to be raised that were completely ripened by the sun. So they're super sweet, not good enough. The main problem is if you brought it, if you have it as fun. The beginning of this is going to throw everybody's food. We all know that this wine is better than regular wine. It's not going to be something good. If it's more than a year old, no good. My father not sure you know this. And when people make up, sorry. This is more of an African picture we said before. I used to make muscle. You don't bring sweet wine and any root wine and not smoke wine. But it was very good at smoking a lot of the guys that understand meat, like Fabianski and they have smokers. Smoking meat. That's great for me. Also, the yayin. Not wine rice. The lemon bushel are not cooked wines. Today, the bushel is a big thing. You cook the wine, you bring it up to some ingredients, bring it down so that it's a big problem again. The bushel is familiar. The baby, and it is the bushel. The wine, you can smoke like really some dogs, also with this, even the very sweet wine. They may be in Avalon, you don't bring wine, you know, first of all, this, and I go back. And this means Indian wine, Indian drink. You want them to be hello, man, I like Leo is the foot. Ones are touching the ground. I'll just show you this for a second.
The dog, the mayor. Close. No, man, honestly. You're seeing anybody like eat a sandwich while having chewing tobacco in their mouth? Absolutely, that's common. You can think of. Man,
It's too old.
the gas station is not red enough. That's pretty white trash. Like we have a little Shell station. People just go up and hang out.
Very beautiful.
Yeah.
This is what a young wine looks like.
You see, like the average kind of guy, the fellow guy can't afford it and fucking new red wine. That costs $30. And the wealthy guy that comes with the gift, and I have to say, the rest it's a great time to meet the thing. This year, I received over 25 bottles, but really expensive bottles. I'm talking bottles with $200 rates. And 25 bottles. So I opened up a bottle basically every season. And it's all my little news. If you want to have simple sales that you come to my table, I went around and did, I was generous around 25 bottles. But especially the Herzog family for sending a whole case of very expensive wine, excellent intro wine best. I particularly like
I'm married into a dog, or dated into a dog. It's my wife's dog. Previously.
No, it's a big size.
Dogs like children, so he was her great child. And basically,
to major issues, and the way that this is done is in a similar way to how Los Angeles has like a strip of land that's basically just like 710 freeway or something like that that goes into the Long Beach area. A similar strip for landlocked countries in Africa. And then there could be a bridge that goes over that could continue to be the country that is preventing the other country from getting to the bottom. Like a land bridge.
So we gave him to my mom. Well, my mom just happened to.
All right. And then somebody sent me, who was it? Do you remember? Oh, yeah. Arnold gave me the Stone Magnet.
Funny fact, at my bank,
and Stuart Watson, the Stone,
we did a 2004, and so I was over the bank last year, did that goes, and this girl at the bank posted that dog. So
I just say there, I'm not going to say which houses, I don't want to tell anybody, but say there
so
I
we now
have
know the
people
owners of the dog, and she's like, very, I was like, oh, it's Cheryl's dog. It's like,
basically every place we did a different house.
You actually answered the most white trash thing I've
Okay.
had.
Thank you.
While simultaneously answering the fun fact question about your life. It was you. You were the white trash guy.
Yes, this is a
serious dog that is obviously the life of what's going. With a million, I was eating Cheetos off kids' faces one day. Next thing you know, the house is on fire. I'm just a simple dog, and then I had a new owner, and then.
Most people should
I've always been attracted to arsonists. Yeah, that's where I was going next.
But
The one's
also
house on fire. We kind of glazed over that pretty quickly. Were they in an argument or something?
cultivate them
He was just
twice a
on
year.
that. Fulton, Mississippi. I almost forgot.
Twice a year.
Actually, Fulton County is the
Wait,
county, and
let's
they're
like
actually
put
like
the
things
something
like
you don't put them in
like
large
a
barrels.
meth spot during the Civil War. In the Civil War? What are you talking about?
Those magnum, large barrels.
Civil War was
That
in
was
like
the Sophia
1861,
smaller
1865, that one.
dog.
Yeah.
When the mountains are
As
public,
you call it,
I
right?
feel you
Yeah.
don't, you ever notice it's always
I
we
feel
on the
like
top, you don't fill up the
the
wine
traditional
all the way to
crystal
the top.
methamphetamine was
You
synthesized
that
until
you
much
want
later. But
you
possibly
want
it's
it
just
to have some ear space
that's
in
their
the
claim
mouth
to
that
fame
has
in your
some
shithole town.
aroma when you open it up, it pops out. And look at it, you know,
Yeah, I'm sure
you don't
whatever it
take it to the
was
top.
gave some
It
pretty
may have
powerful
muffin
effects.
because of it looks like flour.
I mean, you smoked
Means
crack.
mold.
You
There it is, mold on the top.
1893.
Love this
1893
well.
by
Don't take
Japanese
the
chemist
bottom of the barrel.
Nagayoshi.
It's more
So you know your
important.
history.
It's the sediments. settle on the bottom. Everybody knows when you pour some bottles, I didn't really have it over here at my youngster, but sometimes you pour a bottle and set them on the bottom, it gets into the wine, and you don't really like it. That's what you put it in clear. Well, maybe for man, so you have like a faucet in the center of the barrel, shot exactly where it is, but in the third of the barrel, that's where you pop it over because it has
Okay, so last year, it's my wife's birthday tonight.
the mold. The bottom is no longer there as a settle.
Saturday night, that's native siren.
Basically, how do we check the quiet of the one? I think so. The Rabbi, you should have come to the other a really once the bubbles are coming off the mold and that sort of stuff. If you have hard, it makes a sound with his stick. Stop pouring. Enough. No, why did you say stop pouring? You'll say because sound of the board is the one, not just the one. The other thing of the argument, you explain the muffin toss. Any of this stuff on the top,
So last year,
get rid of the whole barrel. You don't want any
I
of it.
surprised her with Kill Tony tickets.
And
I
then
didn't tell her we were going anywhere. We picked her up. Like her mom called work on Friday. I was like, "Hey, your cat got out. You got to come home."
What is this thing with your family losing animals?
And the third is scale.
It was the one thing that we
They
kept
want
home
you
for.
to
So
every wine that
she
has
runs
mold.
home.
You want to drink?
To meet her friend there.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's just
back
on the
there.
top. It's not there.
She's like,
I'm not
okay,
interested.
so we're going. I'm like, Nashville. She's like, yeah,
It's a nice
take me to
dinner
Nashville.
bottle.
I'm like, okay, come on. So we get to
That design of the house was
Nashville,
already
hanging
mother.
out Saturday
Hey, maybe
morning.
you
I'm
know,
sitting
something
in the
to
switch
do
going,
with
and I'm
the
like,
neighbor
hey,
boss.
let's
Not
go back to the
me.
room. We're gonna get something to eat. She's sitting in there. I'm getting ready. She's like, what are we getting ready for? And I'm throwing the shirt. It's a Kill Tony shirt. I'm like, hey,
Wine,
Kill
and if
Tony.
you
She
do
starts
drink,
fucking
it's
balling.
cost. That's more of a funny ratio. It says the ratio that comes in now. And the views are used to be on, you know, I bring this to this watching this young to this sweet. Maybe caution. But after this, I
Storm, Michaela. How does it feel up
here?
here? You're a
You
diehard
just said
fan.
you
You would
drink
suck
wine
the
after the
chrome off
test.
of a
Caution.
tail pack pitch or
Omar,
whatever.
you know,
Can you get off that microphone?
both ranches have found that you
What do
take
you do for work?
the two and you put them together and you say, this
Oh
and
my
sweet
God!
wine
Look at this. One in the bank,
is
two in
no
the
good.
steak.
You must say, this is no good business. And you listen to the other. You're going to put both and say, no, both of them are not good.
There you go. Two
So
in the
that's the
steak. Very
let
good.
me try to
Okay,
fix
Tony,
the
your farts.
those type
I
of
read donuts on red pants.
No,
I don't know if you
in
heard, but
fact,
he
you're not
did
both.
two farts on the night.
One is kosher and one is not kosher after the fact.
What
Who
exactly
the
are you
sweets
doing
are,
at the bank?
when it's sweetness to the
I was
sun,
doing what
learn
he's
more.
doing.
There's
I
nothing
was
wrong
on
with
the
that. It's not a
home
disgusting
now,
grape. It's a great grape.
Oh,
They make the best wines in the world from it. Just that, so happens to be, it sat in the sun a little bit too much. The sun hit it in a different direction. The sun is what gave it extra sweetness. It's not a disgusting wine. Who do you say though? Going to see
We work at different locations.
Oh,
this
did you
actual
make it work?
species. What's the one I'm looking for? Variety of grape. The entire variety is sweet variety. That's low. That's disgusting for you. You don't want that type of grape. You want a nice red grape.
We're the same for all other countries outside Africa.
You give me some chocolate grape.
What Croatia has done to
Some nose grape.
Bosnia, they usually make an argument that all countries deserve access to water. And perhaps it needs to be an exclave, but something. And give examples.
What is it? Two vaginas or something? You have like a crazy vagina or something? What is it?
No,
Okay. Thank you. And maybe you have to be
I was
ready.
born early and my
Maybe says it's not being older. Let's get into it. Why not? Come on, sister. My time is ready. Why not? Come on, bro. Like two very quick. Like heavens together. It says those two words together. The sheep and the one. Not that it's also a sheep. And it's also a sheep is a year old. I always feel that. A sheep is a year old. The guy in trouble. Those two want us to be a year old. That's the Gemara. Compared to Steve, you might tell this to Southern Culture or Steve
What did they have to do? They had to
talk
cut
about
the
that
whole one out or something?
Yeah, basically, but this was in the 90s, so they actually sent me home, and my mom kept calling the hospital like, my baby has it. And they're like, that's,
But if you have one to
and it was like 2 weeks later.
maybe cautious.
They
Not
took me
fucking
back, and
cautious.
yeah,
But
they
you
just,
compare it to sheep to be cautious.
I mean, the mom
My
didn't
time is like all the way
notice
up.
that.
And
I
who
was her
says
first
it's
kid,
in
and
the
she was
advantage? We
my
got
mom.
one really
Wow.
cautious.
How's it doing
Ela
now?
morou lá em Cabo Verde do Sul, altura de Yain,
That is
the
disgusting.
second process,
That
don't
is
see
insulting
the
of all
wine when
women
it is
everywhere.
red. When is
You're out
it
of
red?
control, Red Band.
It's red
How is it
when
doing
it's
now?
yellow. As soon as it switches aging, it starts becoming less and less red, more and more grass.
And here's the big one for you. You guys got it all tonight.
When it's red, the first year, that's when it's
There
the
you guys
most
go.
desirable, it's the
Kayla
most
and Caleb, newly married, it's their
has the best
birthday. Make some
taste.
noise
And
for
when
them,
you're
everybody.
concerned that you're gonna lose too much, and you're not gonna know how to differentiate between right and wrong. You might do some
Sometimes the show can be very wholesome.
because of this process. I'll tell you the reality is because of this process.
Tag us in it.
This is the reason why on the state of night, I'm not drinking red wine, I'm not white.
Yeah.
Now what about on the chocolate? So I had an argument with the company. So
What's up?
I couldn't believe it because this guy knows his stuff. He's a very, very good. He's a fellow who knows a lot of things about art. You know, and he's making Friday night.
Dates are available on
Friday night.
punchupfly.com/Sam Talent. That's 2 L's in talent. Buffalo, Chicago,
I
Madison,
asked him,
Wisconsin, a bunch of fun things
so
happening.
we hear a lot of the same stuff. He's also running,
Ladies
etc.
and
So,
gentlemen, your final
you know,
comedian of the night
it
is, of
comes from
course,
a different background, whatever. It comes from a very similar background.
is absolutely
So I asked him, he says, he doesn't
we are
think
watching him
that
take off in
you
a
have to
great,
do red wine
unbelievable
on
way. At one
Friday
point
night.
in his life, he was the
So I
dark
sent him this
storm of
morning, I
Atlanta,
sent him
Georgia.
the
Now he's the dark
couple of
storm
days.
of Texas. Make some
Because
noise.
my father
Closing
says
it out
you do on
tonight.
what you want. Use the Ramban that says keep it possible, that one. You do it possible. But we have to calculate. It says in Shiguro that it is better to use red wine on the regular Shabbos. And basically, this is the process of Hated Yain Shabbos. And not surprisingly, I was a little shocked because it's pretty touching somebody on Shiguro like that. Yeah, but that's how it goes. And that, and my focus is this way, that way.
Single men, because we're using your hair
I
care
didn't realize that.
products.
Okay, I'm going to start doing it on the spot.
In and out the shower.
Something you like.
Like single dudes.
Levine
And smell like what happens after years of keeping
but
ice
hey,
cubes
I
underneath
was
the
raised there.
refrigerator.
We don't think born before. My mind is on
And then the radiating refrigerator melts the ice cubes, makes a certain mold. It makes the human body, and it's like picking at meats and
the
not
mind twice a year. Aerated, give it a little ear, whatever, you know, these winemakers, you know what they're doing. It's a lot of ear, a lot of salt. There's not, I don't know how they sell. But this had a corner of a orchard. The Rothschild they tell you this, that he cultivated the ground more than everybody. The other common fact is he made each wine the golden Nile of Had. Speaking, I'm the Gemara, but he is Ziga. Ziga is to dilute the wine. The wine is really strong. So they typically put 3 parts water, 1 part wine.
It looks like Gordon Ramsay's seasoning cabinet mixed with 2 southern black ladies. You can do whatever you. They got all kinds of shampoos. They got all kinds of. Do you know they got a shampoo and conditioners called purple shampoo? It's just
there's also another way to drink it.
Or nigga, they got free
water, because the water wasn't sanitized for alcohol. But the Yosef's wine is so strong because the cultivated red double that it produced double amount of wine. How? By being able to add double amount of water. However, comes the Golden Nile of Had, so double the medium. Usually, we know now 6 quarts.
You don't know, you're trying to fit in. This nigga's a liar. This nigga's a liar. They got a jail that just got cleared. And nigga, I used to look like a cheerleader. Bring it on, nigga. I used to look like Gabrielle Union.
Gather the wine in larger barrels. Oh no, really, small barrels of beer you really the same as a pot of drum in lids, a medium-sized drum. And even though it's sometimes you wouldn't put the two next to each other like this, because if this one is oiled, the aroma from this one will go and find the other. So they'll distance from one trend. A lot of times they still them one not next to each other. They talk about this. He said, I think
That's something
trying
new.
to check the light. He's been mentioning some younger designs for years. When the light when it started bubbling, the phone, he was saying to stop phone. He wouldn't say it, that's what it stop phone. Oh no, it's like he was so smart. When the settings started pointing out, he was stuck on it. He was saying it, has to be more of a living 1% of his mind. He said, oh, there's no, so it's actually a post. The truth. The original, like, what is it? Like, since I do the open summary, you know that when you're in this meeting, you need to summary because they would say other people. Within these words, because it's good for the summary, people are rapidly, like, so true, speaking this parable to the wife. They actually could say that there are times that it's good to speak, and there are times that it's really bad to speak.
I did 3 shows in Springfield. Next, I'm doing Minneapolis, Minnesota. I'm going right inside where the Mall American is. That's a I didn't even get down to it. I love it. It's a long fucking week. No, they got the amusement park. I've been there before. Yeah, you're gonna be everywhere, nigga. We know.
But at the same time, that's walking the summer. That's the smell, the right thing to do. Talking at the wrong time. Talking when there's wine. The ruin. Killed it. And the same thing with speaker of voice, I think, same thing with speaker talk. It's not a talking about to be quiet when you need to say something. Someone is talking to somebody else, stick up for them, say stop. I don't think it's out. I'm just going to no. Sometimes some red signals, and you know that person is not whatever. If something really wrong, the sugar. Say something. You're not decided to not say something. Of course, the right parameter. But you're going to start saying no. I know people that say no. It's always us. It's not true. Not true. You're going to save a person's life because this is a terrible shit. You know something about the person that is going to destroy the other person. And it's the same. So who's in that case is Mamish also. The speaker is doing something. On the flip side, sometimes you're quiet, you don't say something. And you say the world by being quiet. That's what you want to say over here. Sometimes Hebrews, good for the southern folk, sometimes the Hebrews rowdy. Because it's great. The same school can be great and can be terrible. It is the time to make it legal anyway. No less. Refresh. This is sad. So you look at a little bit of mold on top, so you look at the whole battle. What is your team? These are all mountains you go from that down there. This is the famous thing that we have. This is like, I'm not counting, I might be wrong. But it says, it just says that if you give AC, the wine is no good, it is the entire bottle. What happens if you decide to go make this $10,000 barrel
history by being elevated from a golden ticket winner to a regular. It's a hell of an episode. How about one more time to the Grand Sam talent, everybody? September 22nd, this novel comes out, but you can pre-order it right now for BRUT. Where can they pre-order it? Amazon, everywhere. Barnes & Noble, it's coming out for Red House everywhere. East Buffalo, Chicago, Madison, and a bunch of other places. Go to punchupalife.com/Sam Talent with 2 L's.
Somebody donated
The Roast of Kevin Hart, May 10th on
years old.
Netflix. It's
Being them
must-see
from the best
television.
place in the world to get a rat. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
To us,
The
and
Big
if you
Kill
donated
Tony Mania episode is
sheep, it's only
already
euros.
out on
This
Netflix
has
because it came
how
out
long
April
would you
20th.
get?
Yeah, we're going to Madison Square Garden again.
Not
So
Theo,
make sure you get tickets for that if you're anywhere near the New York area. And a lot of other fun stuff coming and happening because the fun train never ends. How about one more time for the best Sam in the land?
Thank you.
Let's see what Chris Rogers drew over there
I'm
tonight.
going
Oh
from
my God, look
past to
at
get
that.
some shop. Rizzo's, how do you call that thing that has wings that goes like this? Yeah, I know it's good. Rizzo is from Panama. Excellent, excellent. Falcon. Beautiful. Great. There's always not enough. We need some humor here. We need some humor. There's always not enough. Get the birds from China. And we don't even do buses. Go home to a cover. You're not going to believe this. You bring a sheep that's its height is all as it's width. And we're over like here. So check out this place. This place says places that are not supposed to go with them. This place is the racist rabbi. It's told me already since last night. Last night I just drew in what you say, right? He did the background, he did the underline. So the racist rabbi, all night, he's supposed to come in the whole post up the way they're so tall. So everyone like Gabriel Rothschild, they're like direct. They're using the top of the tree. No, it's fucking ready. Tremendous mess. They're just tired. The animals that eat from the top, the animals that eat from the bottom, the animals that eat from the middle. There's a giraffe is eating a foot. That's 5 feet tall. It's short. It's in the center of 3 foot. And then you have all the gazelles that only eat the grass. And the wildebeest only eat the grass. They have the middle guy. Yeah, there's nothing in a way that they can all survive in the same area. It's not like they're all eating in the same crowd. Beautiful. So this sheep for the cover is so tall, they're eating the top of a cedar tree. It's very much, even though it's not the mountain, and they put these sheep on top of a camel. Ragrat is roaring feet would drag on the ground. A number of things on that. First of all, just understand the height of a camel, right? This is a camel is approximately 7 and 3 feet tall. If you put a sheep on top, its feet are more than 10 feet long. Feet are like 11 feet long because they're dragging. That's the body. That's how tall these sheep are. Now, I gotta show you another thing. I realized I didn't show you this. This
podcast is sponsored by Surfshark. With the help of AI, scammers are getting smarter every day. They're sending emails that look legit, but are designed to steal your data, passwords, and money. If you want to stay protected, you gotta check out Surfshark. It's way more than your normal VPN. It's an all-in-one online security tool. They have a ton of advanced features in one irresponsible email scam hacker. This thing notifies you if email you is a scam or big intent. So instead of guessing whether that bank's email is real, you can check it before you click any.
the mall, but they were off all night so that they could do the arts to stop. Right before London was up again, I was doing the test, and he told me, it's almost, I heard the siren in the background, siren, yeah, I know, when I was finishing up, but he said, the children learning, and he well, so
all aspects of your online life. Go to surfshark.com/GoTony or use code GoTony and check out to get extra
AI
months
piece.
of Surfshark.
That's
Surfshark.com/GoTony.
how to the camel.
GoTony.
Allow you to do it. So you send me a piece. I'm ready for you. It's probably taking a few minutes only.
Use code
Very,
GoTony.
very. Not in here.
Extra months.
Just
Surfshark.
send to smart. Company market.
And here we go. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show or what? Ladies and gentlemen, we have tonight only the greatest guests in the show's history. How many real diehard kills we've had? Then you're in for a special treat. One of the absolute best, one of the smartest, one of the funniest, makes some fucking noise for one of my favorite human beings and comedians. It's the great Sam Talent, everybody. Here we go. All your favorite episodes.
Oh my God, my Chino, my family, video. What's the start of the video? What you mean? Science, video is not fun. I don't know. In the future, the sheep will be raised higher than competing with Mr. Beast and James Patterson.
That is Two Dead-Eyed Ghouls and Me. You gotta get the book. It's an erotic thriller about a hitman in Paris to one master. Ooh, I love it. Flexroot. E-R-U-T. Pre-order
One
now.
is a big short front,
September
like
22nd.
this was a
Friend
smart
Sam
water
Talent,
day, you know what I mean?
fantastic.
Feeling good. I wore a shirt that people online will say fits.
Down from
Oh,
first,
yeah.
and
Last
the
time I was
camera
on
is
here was where everybody described
okay,
as a tart for some kind of book cover.
Oh.
And I have a new hot body, and I want everyone to know
see,
that.
I'm from the side of the Salami, the stuff is showing you. If I was in this merch, you can see me right now.
I know I'm sexually distracting now. Let's swoop this.
Or some other nigga.
Tony's the hot one.
On top of the wall, that protects the Salami, I stationed guards. All I know what color light
That's
on.
right. Carlos's
All
birthday.
day, all
And
night,
his twin budding off his shoulder.
all the time. No efficacy. They will not
Asexual.
be quiet. I'm a student Hashem of Dominus. Those who mention Hashem, they will never be quiet. I am is one of these guards saying that they're not being quiet. How come I always Avak the soul, not into your face, the telling of evil. Come on, lady. At the soul, Rakin Sion, you shall.
It's like George Foreman's kids over here.
How do you say suffering? Not to
They
stand
all
up.
have the same name, but they have not.
Will. Rakin
That's the
Sion.
wrong thing, that's all rancho, it happens.
Arachmonos.
Does your twin have
Have
the same
compassion
birthday?
on
Count
the
that
life.
later.
Lama is the Lama. Lama Shavashan will
Speak English.
use the life in the hero of your name or made. Whom part of my Abba. And before she was one word, what would the guard say to you?
Always a guest of the year.
All the Rav Shimon, Hashem,